Okay. Does it say I'm live now? Like... Okay, now it says I'm live, dude. Oh my god, this fucking website. So the past hour, I just haven't even been live? Really? Okay, there we go. So now YouTube's actually gonna work. God fucking damn it. Okay, now it's working. Yeah, so apparently YouTube lied to me. It said I was live, even though I wasn't. Amazing. I love modern internet. It's great. So now it actually is working. And I have to do all that, so now my life support might just die. Cool. I don't think it will, but it might. Alright, let me just get some quick life support over here. There we go. playing. One. Yeah, I was testing the chat to see if it was working. How you doing, Mr. Wispman? I have to stop using half my abilities because they're dying too far away. It is what it is. Doing good. Recreating my guide. Without mods. True. It's gonna go just like I'm doing. Hello there. Yeah, it's one of the only weapons that actually works with combustion beam that isn't a laser. I just thought it would be funny to have a non-laser combustion beam build. It actually works with this, so you know. Although it's kind of not working because they're dying too far away. So my life support's kind of ass right now. It's like they're dying inside this room over here. Which I don't really want, but can't do really anything about because they're still too low level. So I have to go like all the way to the other side of the map to just get life support. I also tried it with Nova. I haven't tried it with the other fucking spider robo bitch spider one. Because technically it should also work, but you know, don't really like spiders that much. And it should also work with Nova, yeah, because the molecular thing is multiplicative, I think, of the damage, so it should also work with this. Auroxia, the Auroxia, like, you can, I'm pretty sure you can give the explosion the toxin effect just like Saren with Toxic Glitch. I think, I could be wrong though. Hello, Nilo. How's the audio, by the way? I recently changed my audio settings because I thought it sounded too low. It sounded too low the last time I did this, so I upped them a little bit. You're right, the properties are the same. Yeah, I would think they would be the same. That's it. Well. By the way, after I'm done with the... Oh, nice. After I'm done... Audio's awesome, thank you. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, however much Kuva I get from this, I will use it on one viewer's ribbon. So pick whichever ribbon you want. If you're here when it ends, I will roll it for however much Kuva I have. I think that would be funny. You know, it'd be like a fun thing to do. Because I don't really use Steel Essence anyways. I just buy most of my ribbons. Except this one. This one I did roll because they're like 0 Pantera ribbons, so I had to get this specific one. You want me to do it all? If you're here when it's over, I can roll your Dark Sword ribbon or whichever. I can just like roll you one. I don't even know what would you want on it though. Just slam damage. Wait, can you get slam damage on a ribbon? I don't think you can. Like just plus toxin, I guess, plus status. Oh, there they go again, dying too far away. Also, I'm probably only gonna armor strip at like level 1000 or something, because it doesn't really gonna work. Toxin melee damage. Heat, crit damage, initial also good. I see. Yeah, it is just like a slam gun, so. Alright, let me get all my... They're dying like 100 meters away. 14 trillion damage. That's probably, I'd say that's pretty good. You know, I think I would say average for a melee. That's like old melee, essentially. Like old slash. Whenever I think the explosion's done, just another one just comes right out. It's great. And I'm gonna run out of thingy again. Just send me a screenshot on Discord, I'll open up Discord. Alright, let's see. 14.4 trillion. That's great. This thing. I did see the... I did use the medicine drug. I did see that the Dark Sword ribbons went up, I think. So I was actually kind of curious to see. Oh, I did use the medicine drug. Only stupid people use the medicine drug. You are stupid. Oh, hello there. Not paying attention. Wait, Sanji's here. Sanji, what up, bro? How are you doing? Enjoy the slop, man. I love level cap slop, my favorite. Yeah, cause more people, like, before if you had a trash ribbon, you would just dissolve it into endo or just like make new copies. But since everyone's just started like keeping the dark ribbons, the inflation's going up a little bit. Also, demand's going down because more people have like good ones, and just new ones are just coming out. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm like 80% sure Riven version, like Rivens are weighted, even though I can't prove it. So I want any of this. All right, since Moog is here, do I have any Wisp relics? I have. Oh god, I have a W2 and a W1. That's funny. All right, whatever. I think that might have been pretty perfect. I sponsored the next Wisp run. Barely. Wait, do you actually sponsor? What do you mean? How do you sponsor a run? How does that work? Oh, you mean like with the relics? I guess, sure. They brought Wisp back? True. Wisp is a favorite frame, so if they ever like need money, they'll just give Wisps. Well, not money, but just support in general. 300 relics. I don't have a lot of Wisp relics right now, actually. Give them all of them? I don't think I have that many. It's W1, W2. It's like A9 or something for the systems and the Neros. I'm probably wrong. I think the spawns might have fixed themselves. They're not dying outside the room anymore, so I think my life support's safe. Yeah, okay, they're not dying outside the room now. That's good. Still a bit far, but whatever. Ideally, we just want them to die, like, over here. It is what it is, though. I really like the concept of this build, by the way. It's essentially just a mine build where... Okay, hold on. Let me put this in a way that's like easy to understand, actually, the way this works. Because you might not get it. I'm sure everyone gets it, but hold on, just to make it easy to understand. Flashbang warning, by the way. 3, 2, 1. Wait, didn't do anything? Oh, there we go. Yeah, flashbang warning. Alright, so the way this works is you have like little enemies and then big enemies, right? How to max the dark sword damage even more. Yeah, you can probably just kill the fucking... You can probably just kill everything in one shot at this point. I don't think there's even anything that goes as high as 14 trillion EHP. Okay, so what I was saying was, the way this works is, let's say this guy has, I don't know, 100 million EHP, right? And then this little guy has, I don't know, 1 million EHP. So the way this works is, right? So the guy, this little guy right here, is gonna die. He's gonna explode, and then he's gonna give the big guy a bunch of toxin procs like that, and then flashbang again. And then when this guy dies, this guy gets hit with the toxin proc, right? Hold on, where's my brush? This guy gets hit with the toxin proc, so he gets the toxin proc, and then this guy dies, and then this guy dies, so he gets another toxin proc, and then when this guy dies, this guy gets a toxin proc, and then another big guy is also going to get a toxin proc, and then the little guy gets toxin proc. It just goes on and on and on and on forever. That's just how this works. So you just essentially just want to keep letting the big guys live, so that when they die, they give it to the little guys, and the little guys give it to the big guys, and it just keeps going and going and going and going. Like, it's such a nice concept. You're welcome for the flashbang, by the way. My life support's running out, I'm not paying attention. The problem that I'm having right now is that they're still too weak, so that they died way too far away. The explosion kills them way too far away. That's true. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to do it. Like, I got lucky and I did a fissure. It actually had a fissure. Is that it will getting a fissure makes it so the health resets. And because I have a 20-second status duration on this build, because I have 300% status duration, I think, or 200%, 200 or 300%. No, 300%, because the base is 100%. I have 300% status duration, so that even if they get full health, they will still have toxic status effect. Which is why I really like the ribbon that I rolled on this. It's like literally perfect. Fuck you, mouse. Spore Saren? I'm not using spores yet. I'm doing too much damage for spores too. Spores would actually hinder me. Why did I not get life support? Game? My life support's stuck at 20%? Alright, cool. I'm not using spores at the moment. They make this too easy. Frames are about to start healing enemies to kill them faster. That's the whole point of whatchamacallit. Well, it was originally the point of Trinity. That's what Trinity was supposed to do. Okay, it fixed itself. That's what Trinity was supposed to do. Trinity was supposed to, oh, it's a known bug? I don't know that. Trinity was supposed to, you know, it heals the enemy, and then you do more damage because they're healed, but it only does it, like, for one ability, which is, the healing one. Also, I'm not 100% sure, but the explosion might be able to headshot. I'm not sure, though. But yeah, there's no point in using spores right now. They die way too fast. At like level 1000, maybe. Blaine. Also, the one thing that is nice, if they already have a Toxin effect and Toxic Lash runs out, if you recast Toxic Lash, it will snapshot the Toxin damage that they have, which is nice. It means that you don't like get completely fucked by times running out. Well of Life, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I'm not a big. I really liked Trinity when you could do the self-damage to kill enemies. That was cool, but then they removed it because they thought it was too good for some reason. There was a way to nuke with that. Yeah, the way you did it was you would Well of Life an enemy, hit it a bunch of times, then you use the link ability or whatever, and then if you link that enemy, you just kept self-damaging yourself, you would just do damage to everyone around you with the link. You would just like spam, yeah, you know what it is. Yeah, you just spam a bunch of links and self-damage. It was such a cool concept, but they killed it for no reason. This is like 2018 Trinity, I think. So, yeah, just devs being devs. Can't really do much about it. Remember when the game was cool? Remember when it wasn't bought by Tencent? Self-damage is gone, but not completely. You can still use that one, oh, it's misery. You can still use, what's that one meme where it's like you throw a kunai under you and then it does self-damage because there's like explosions. You can still do self-damage with that, I'm pretty sure. But it's so little damage, it doesn't do anything. You can also radiation yourself on certain tile sets and do self-damage that way. Yeah, the old trailers were fine. If anything, they just got lazy with trailers. Like, when was the last time? The last time we had a trailer was for Gauss, and that's because... Oh wait, was it Gauss? Or was it Hydroid? It's one of those two, and it's just because the community made so much fun of them for not doing trailers anymore. Even though you know they make bank, dog. If there's one place they never really like cheaped out was the artists. I think. Also the vibe was different. Like enemies were just more menacing. Like these days they just have to keep upping the ante on what a scary enemy looks like. But like in the old days, like a Corpus was fucking, like a Corpus Moa was scary, dog. How am I spreading the toxin? There is a mod called what's the mod called actually? Can I get a link to the mod? I forgot what it was called. How they nerfed AoE weapons. There we go, thank you, move. Rare forma. Shield gating and its consequences. Shield gating is fine. I don't think there was a problem with shield gating. You had to actually... Wait, hold on. Old shield gating was fine because you actually had to invest into shields. And then at some point they just gave up and they just did that negative shields mod that just killed everything. I know, right? Nullifiers were scary, dude. And now they're just a joke. Yeah, like, it's just really hard to get... To be fair, that was like the old days where people didn't know much, like there was no like... There was like not as much, it was not as popular, so like... You know, getting scared before was way easier than it is now, compared to the shit you can see. They remove headshot damage and lowered enemy accuracy. If I remember correctly, there was an update where they removed headshot damage, yes, but there was still a headshot multiplier, no? Or am I crazy? Yeah, and now the only way to make an enemy scary is to make him like fucking... Just make him Eximus, Eximus, with Overguard, and make them do like a billion effects that are just annoying. And that's still not scary. It's more annoying than scary, if anything else. There's so much stuff over here. They're dying way too fast, man. Excuse me, fellas. I gotta move. The curse of knowledge plays a big role. It does. Which is why I keep saying, like, the only way to make this game like actually engage, like so that I actually have to engage with the gameplay, would be to just strip all the power from the player. Just remove everything. Like, I'll give you an example. The quest where you're an operator, perfect example. You have no abilities, you have no mods. The mods that you did have were terrible. And like, you were just playing a different game essentially. And that was fun. Just like remove some things from the game, make a separate base game that isn't a roguelike, because roguelikes are easy, and just like start from scratch. I know that's hard to do, but like just the only scary thing in Warframe is invisible. Yeah, like EDA, and EDA is still pretty scary. Okay, EDA is a perfect example, Mo. EDA is a perfect example because it's scary, but it's not scary because of the enemies. It's scary because of your gear. You're forced to use a certain gear that you might not have like as good of a build for, which makes it interesting. It was fine. EDA was great. I love EDA. I still do kind of like EDA, but it kind of like the thing about EDA is that it's now past the point of being new. So now it's just like, it's back to being boring and tedious. Before it was new and fresh. Now it's just new and kind of like annoying again. It's just the cycle of, you know, things just keep coming out. EDA can work. EDA does work. If you're, the only time EDA works is if your builds are bad, and you actually have to use like teamwork. That's the only time EDAs are fun. Remember when Circuit came out? Circuit came out because it was the roguelike craze, right? Like everyone just wanted roguelikes. I still like roguelikes to this day, by the way. I think they're still fun. But now they're just boring again because people know what's gonna happen. Like, we know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna be one-shotting level 99999 with some like bullshit gun that does like 20 damage, but it spreads all the status. It does a billion heat procs and everything just dies, right? When that first came out, it was fun. Now it's just boring. And that's not me trying to be negative, by the way. That's just what it is. I'm sure there's still people that play Circuit. I just don't care about it anymore. Same with Call. Call mission was fine, honestly. Call mission was fine because the stealth part was like janky and it was funny. Like, stealth Call was great. Also, the little side missions that you did with Call, at first they were fun. Like, remember the side missions to get standing? Like, you can still do that to this day. Like, the Call side missions are so old, but you can still do them to this day, like if it's something new. And that's horrible. Like, why can I still do a mission that came out like, I don't know, when did it come out? Like 3 years ago or 2 years ago? I can still do that to this day and nothing changed. Like, I already have the standing. Like, yeah, I guess you can do it. I want to know if anyone like legitimately does. How bored are you that you have to do Call missions every week? Like, Honest, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. I want to know if everything's okay. Like, are you good? Like, are you feeling good? Like, do you want to do call missions every week? Are you serious? You can't be serious, man. And by the way, when I mean call missions, I don't just mean like doing the missions. I mean doing the side, like the side missions. Because that's the boring part. Like, you can speedrun call missions now, but doing the side missions is just, oh my god. Love a good Noida run? Dude, I love Noida, bro. I have like no hours on Noida, but I love Noida. Noida is also a good example. You can get stupidly broken on Noida, but one mistake and you're dead. Like, you can literally just blow yourself up on accident on Noida. Never done a single call mission? You never done a call? Oh. Did you play the call quest? Because I'm pretty sure you had to do all the call missions during the call quest. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. You did them for the ephemera. Okay, so you mean you don't do them anymore. Yeah, that's fair, no one does. You don't get charged from them anymore. No, you... wait, do you not get charged from them anymore? I thought you get weekly charged, don't you? No, I prefer shooting behind a wall and occasionally moving to get loot. You just described survivals, bro. That's literally the whole point of a survival mission. You shoot thing dies, thing drops loot. You keep doing that forever. Until you're dead. Pretty much it, and I like this gameplay. I think it's fine. Because I get to see pretty numbers like that. Also, it's a good stress build. Even though enemies now are way easier than they were before, like they lost like 90% of their EHP. Which is why I have to go so fucking high. Yeah, okay. Your circuit is Araxian Pantera? That's funny. Dude, you're gonna have such a good circuit run. I'm so jealous, bro. And you're gonna have like a goated circuit run. Oh, you want Borin Karnan? I think I already have Borin Karnan. That's another thing. They made I still think the circuit system, like circuit and Karnan system, is dog water. Like, you have to make, so you get 2 choices every week. There's 8 different weeks, and so in order to get everything, I'm pretty sure someone already did the math for that. But there's 8 total rotations. You get 2 per week. So you have to do a total of 16 weeks to get everything. 16 weeks. Are we dead ass? But that's 16 weeks if you do everything. But they reset on a, like, there is an order for the incarnate. So if you want an incarnate from week 1, you have to wait 8 weeks. Oh my god, it's so dumb. Like, genuinely, who thought that was a good idea, bro? That might be the worst time game. Like, Facebook, like, shitty-ass Facebook slop games probably have better time management than that, dog. Last one you're missing? Nice. Rare form. ET Arcanes are worse? Yeah, but you can buy ET Arcanes. You can't buy Incarnants, bro. I guess I'll just do a Flawless, whatever. When they said that they were gonna put like Incarnants for sale, I was actually happy because I didn't have to do I wouldn't have to do Circuit anymore, but it's only for a few Incarnants. So I was like, that's ass. You can now. They made them buyable. Wait, what? Not all Incarnants are buyable, right? It's only like 6 or 7. There's only like 6, 7, or 8. People ragged on you for not having all the Arcanes or Incarnants. Bro, those people actually just get a job, dog. Just get a fucking job, man. They made it for all of them? So wait, if I can buy an Incarnate from somewhere else? Because if so, that's pretty good. I have to go over here to get all the things back. Excuse me, fellas. I don't think you can buy all the Incarnates. You can only buy some, right? Am I crazy? Am I losing it? Also have to go get water real soon. I'm running out of water. It was on different rotation. Really? Unless they change it again? I have no idea. I don't really play this game, so... Have a chill. Thanks, man. I will have a chill run. Hey, by the way, if you're here when it's about to end in like 7 hours, if you're here when the run ends, I will reroll a random ribbon from one random viewer, like for all the Celestes that I get. Yeah, have a good one, man. Thanks for stopping by. How much do I have? 73. Good chunk of change. Awesome, Sanji, for real. That guy died from the Zada proc, really? Araxia might be better than Saner for this. Yeah, but until I start using spores, this is probably better. Or Araxia is probably better. But spores are definitely gonna make this thing just pretty much do level cap, essentially. There are 2 stacks to Toxin Farm for everyone? Yeah, it's probably like more damage. The only thing is there's no armor strip. Like this is the... Even though I'm not using it, spores are probably the easiest way to full armor strip an entire room without doing anything. Well, not an entire room, an entire map, because stripping a room is pretty easy these days. How many hours do I have on Saren? Hold on. I can't open my profile in mission? That's a good change. Yes, I can. Nice. They couldn't find my name. Good job, D. Atlas system, great. I don't even have any more. I don't have any more radiant, whatever. Also, let's not forget, Saren does get, she does get the Spore Augment that gives me more toxin damage, so, you know, yeah, even though it still does way less damage than Araxia, it's still damage, bro. Excuse me, fellas. Slam damage truly does suck. They should buff it again. Yeah, it's enough damage regardless. They killed EHP now, so it's not like it matters anyways. I'll go to bed. Good night, brother. Hope you have sweet dreams, homie. Only reason why I'm streaming now instead of during the day anyways is because I have my day off tomorrow, so just making time work. Also, it's 8 hours, so it's a full day anyways. Melee damage increase. Beautiful. I forgot the Toxic Flash. Oh, god damn it. I hate when he does that, but it's so annoying. Whatever, he's trying his best. By the way, Moog, I don't know if you were here. When I was crashing out during the Stug live stream, I got to level 5,000 with the Stug, and then my life support ran out. It was still killing them, by the way, but my life support just stopped working. So, you know, the Stug can kill level 5,000 enemies, which means this game is, like, properly dead. Like, you know you fucked up power creep when the worst gun in the entire game can go to level 5,000. It is what it is. I wasn't really expecting it to get level cap anyways. Like, I was expecting it to die by a 1,000, then 2,000, then 3,000, then we actually got to 4,000, and then I was losing my mind. And then 5,000, I was like, okay, the game's had enough, thank you. It was still killing, mind you, so it could have gone higher, but life support just stopped working. They're dying outside the room again. God damn it. Ugh. Why is there a guy just sitting over here? Game is probably fucked. Oh, it is. It totally is. Like, this is... I'm doing this with a mod that gives me 600 flat damage. Like, 600 flat damage, like, before damage reduction. It literally does 600 damage, and I'm doing this, so... You sure it wasn't just the Stug being goated? Listen, buddy. You want my opinions on the Stug? You go to the Stug livestream, because I was... Like, I don't remember half the stuff I said during the Stug livestream. I was, like, actively losing my mind. It was like, I don't know, like 3 AM or something. And I was... Yeah, I was properly just, like, losing it. Yeah, 10 base damage. 10 base damage with no status chance. Horrible, horrible crit damage, horrible crits in general. Level 5,000. I was there. You saw the whole thing. Amazing. I love the Stug. I'm not going to go back into the Stug vortex though. Now I'm back because I hate the song. Hey. Don't touch. Also, you'll notice that they're getting staggered like every 2 seconds. That's because, for some reason, the explosion from this mod that I keep forgetting the name of does stagger. It's essentially just the explosion without blast, which, if it did blast, by the way, it would actually be like viable to use on like everyday runs, I think. But it doesn't do blast because reasons, I don't know. This mod's like 6 years old or something. 6 or 7 years old. 6, 7. Whenever the index came out, that's when this mod came out, I'm pretty sure. Like 2016, 2017? Something like that. $87 meters. There's a guy died 87 meters away. That's great. This build kind of reminds me of like old what's that one melee that like drops a gas proc or a toxic proc on the floor? Yeah, it's just like all of that pretty much, where it would just proc itself. Which was peak with Saren as well, by the way. I want to point that out. Anything's peak with Saren, but that thing in specific was goated. I remember people were crying Maiming Strike was too good. People were always crying Maiming Strike was too good. And I'm gonna tell you why people were crying that Maiming Strike was too good. They were crying because they didn't have it. That's just the truth. If everyone had Maiming Strike, no one would have cared. When Maiming Strike was a 500 plat mod, or like 1,000 plat mod, that's when people were crying. But after they gave it to everyone else, no one cared, and after they nerfed it, no one cared. And that's just what it is. The only reason people were crying about Maiming Strike was because they didn't have it. Can't get much clearer than that. Forma. D9, dual Zoran, amazing. I remember when the normal dual Zoran were like the best melee in the game, by the way. Because they had such a good slash wielding and a good stance. Now, even though they're prime and they're better, they're just whatever. They're in mid melee now compared to everything else. Skoliak? That doesn't sound familiar. Is that a whip? No, it is a whip. I remember this thing. You wouldn't use this with Maiming Strike though. You would use the Artax because it had such good like crit weighting. I guess you could use it. It would work pretty much any whip. God, if you remember the Artax, you're old, bro. You're fucking old, man. And it was good because it went through walls, also. I still remember when they did that. Which makes sense, by the way. It doesn't really make sense that even though there's a wall here, I could do a damage, like, behind it. But at the same time, it was a whip. Skoliak was the best melee with a ribbon mod. I don't think I've ever used this weapon before. In fact, I haven't, because I don't even have it mastered, so. But this was at a time where I was playing on console, not on PC. So I might have used it, I just not remember. That's also a possibility. I also really like that this thing bounces. I like that. And it's a projectile, which is great, which means I don't even have to aim, I can just shoot the floor. Atarax is still my third or fourth most played melee. Yeah, because it was literally like there was no reason to use anything else. You had a 20-meter nuke, essentially, that you could just spam. Why would you use anything else? Yeah, it was great. Like if you, oh, like you could have the worst build ever, as long as you had maiming strike with the RX, you could just kill everything. Yeah, I was just talking about that. Every melee went through walls. So that's 24 meters away. If I'm here, I can kill enemies that are over there. Just very funny. And that I don't think makes much sense. That I don't mind. I don't mind melees not going through walls anymore. Like, in retrospective, like, in hindsight, they should never have been able to go through walls. That's just poor coding. And, like, they just didn't think about that possibility. X is pretty easy, actually. Like, they just didn't think people would be, like, mailing through walls and stuff like that. So they were like, just make it so you don't need line of sight. Excuse me, fellas. I know this is where you spawn, but I gotta move. Funny thing is, there was no content to do it back then. Well, back then, you would open the content that you had that was fun. It was either sorties, or you would open rare relics. That's pretty much it. Like a rare relic before, the hype of opening a rare relic before was so different than opening a rare relic now. That's pretty much all you had to do back then. It was essentially like light gambling, but it was fun. Best time in Orphan was when we had keys? You mean like when we had keys? You mean like dragon keys? You can still use dragon keys. There's still a thing. Unless you mean something different that I just not remembering. Or just possible. Tower keys. You're gonna have to remind me. You mean void keys? Oh, tower keys. What even? I don't remember that. When was that? Tower keys. That was like 2016 or something. That is old. I don't even remember that. What's going on with the Pantera? Funny explosion mod. Pretty much what it is. 2014. Okay, I definitely don't remember 2014. Like that, yeah, okay, now you're old. Old as hell, bro. I don't even remember if I was playing back then. And if I was, it was on console, so. I'm assuming it's the same as, I'm assuming tower keys were the same as, like, PoE maps, if you ever played PoE. Where it was just like, you would do a mission, and the mission would just give a reward. I'm assuming that's what it is. Not at all? Okay, enlighten me then. Because I don't remember tower keys at all. Were they just like relics, but they were called tower keys? Is that what it was? Because you also have to realize I'm not old, but I'm not that young either. 2014, I would have been third, 14 maybe, something like that. The endless key would just give you infinite prime parts as long as you stayed. So it's essentially, it was like survival pretty much. You would just keep using keys over and over again. But instead of using relics, you would just use one key. I see. Oh, that sounds nice. Sabotage is pretty much like dead, so that would be a nice change. Oh, I have to go get us life support again. Excuse me, fellas. Like, they're dying in their spawn, by the way. Just want to point that out. The only thing that would make this build any more like themed was if I was using gas, but I can't use gas because of my ribbon, unfortunately. But if I could, I would use gas instead of electricity, just because it would fit the theme. Do I have a relic? I don't. I'll just use this. It wouldn't matter, by the way. It wouldn't matter anyways. Oops, didn't mean to do that. It's fine though. If you want to watch like a video, by the way, what we do is you can watch a YouTube video. I can just put it in the background instead of just like focusing on the game, because I don't have to focus on the game at all. You have like a video suggestion or something. Oh, is it over? Nope. Up to you. Alright, sure, I can find a YouTube video. It's literally doesn't even matter. What do we watch though? What do I want to watch? What would make a good stream video? Did you disable Twitch chat? No, Twitch chat is working. Twitch chat is working. Unless it stopped working, but to my knowledge it's still fine. Driving in my car. Do I know Fern? Maybe, possibly. Oh yeah, I've seen this video in my... we can watch this, sure. I've seen this video in my recommended, like, a lot. So let's watch this, why not? let me add a capture here. Hold on. I mean, if live support's dying, by the way, because I am not paying attention. I'm adding a thing to my OBS so we can watch it together. This is what Warframe is now. I'm literally not even like playing the game. Let's see. Application capture, window capture. Here we go. Browser. All right. Actually, I'm gonna pause now because the acolyte's about to spawn. So you might get flashbanged, by the way. Here we go. Can I maximize this or no? Do you like that? Oh wow, okay, that's doing my whole screen. I kind of don't want that. Is there a way to fit the screen? Does that work? No, that doesn't work. Transform, edit transform. No bounds. Switch to bounds. Am I doing anything? Okay, hold on. I guess I can do this. Crop top. I do like that. There we go. That kind of works. Let's do. Sorry, I'm trying to fix the thing not working properly. Is 700 fine? Sure, I'll do 700, whatever. And then bottom 700. There we go. Okay, no, let's do 650. I think 650 is fine. 650, and then hold on. I am live troubleshooting this right now. The 600 works fine, no? Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna do 600. 600 is fine. There we go. So we got a video to watch now. Let me put it like here. How's that look? That looks fine, right? Pull up the chats again. Close Discord. It's broken for me. It has like a yeah. YouTube's kind of fucky. Okay, hold on. Is Twitch chat working? Twitch chat. No, it's fine. Twitch chat's working. Let me get my browser audio real quick. Let me know if it's too loud. I'm gonna pause the stream. I'm gonna pause the Spotify audio, and let's start the video. Hold on. There's no browser audio yet, by the way.
And I am blindfolded.
All right. Let me know if the audio is too loud.
My right hand on the right shoulder.
Hello, chat. Hello, chat.
In front of me in line.
Let me know if the audio is too loud, please.
Brotherhood.
The Brotherhood is the Ku Klux Klan, the United States' oldest, most notorious white supremacist hate group.
Is it too loud?
Their ceremonies. What they don't know, one of them is an FBI undercover agent.
Ooh.
6'4", 250
He's snitching.
covered in tattoos. His nickname, Hillbilly by Nebraska. He's done undercover as a contract killer, a contraband smuggler, an arms dealer.
Can get louder?
He's put
Okay.
dozens of people behind bars, from drug dealers to violent motorcycle gangs to pedophiles. He's befriended and brought down biker gangs and neo-Nazis, people who are planning kidnappings, murders, and the overall downfall of society.
And when he was saying we're going on a camping trip, what he was saying is we're going to kill somebody. And everybody's screaming death to your, F your Jewish God, death to America.
Is this too much? Maybe.
Somebody says, if there's any snitches in the group, we kill the snitches, and they fire shots out of a gun. Boom, boom.
We drove all the way over to his ranch in Tennessee.
For real? For real, dude.
This is the story of Scott Payne, the redneck turned FBI agent who infiltrated America's underbelly.
What do I mean? Maybe this is too much for YouTube. I'm not sure though. Hold on, I have to actually lower the audio on my browser because it's way too loud for me. There we go. Although I found out that people have third monitors just for YouTube videos. Isn't that crazy? Like, not just... They have a third monitor just so they can stream the video in full screen. Which is like... It sounds crazy to me, but... This works fine too.
The majority of this video is based on Scott Payne's working contract. Find links in the description.
I can make the game louder, or the audio louder. There we go.
What I saw was a watery image. It was completely red, and there was a demon.
Oh, okay, I can lower the in-game audio.
Kind of ripple image.
There we go.
With a grin and long crooked finger looking at.
How about now? Because I've just added the OBS thing. So
The year before, his parents divorced, and Scott went down a dark path.
I can up the
Consulting
volume.
spirits, watching diabolical horror movies, satanic rituals. Deals with the devil.
Okay, I can add gain. I can add a bit of
A
gain.
friend's house, spending the night. They've
Alright,
had a
how's
small
that?
amount of alcohol, but
Is
no
that good?
drugs, no hallucinogens.
I would do like these little vignettes
Good or louder?
where I would
Let me know, good or
pretend I
louder.
was being possessed by a demon, or I was the devil, or whatever. I was on the couch and I was doing this scene from a movie where somebody is like being possessed by a demon, and so I'm fighting. in
Perfect.
my
All right.
voice, and then
How's
demon
the?
just
Does it
comes
look
in
too
and
big
there's
or
a
is it
battle.
fine?
And at the end, the demon wins and possesses the person. So that's what I act like.
I can put it like here
And I'm
too.
laughing like the demon, and I rolled over.
He's the
It all
demon,
started
bro.
as a mock demonic possession, but then he actually saw a demonic figure, and this was his breaking point.
So let's just say.
Yeah, I told you it
after
wasn't-
the
it wasn't
demon
broken.
scare, I got Jesus scared back into me, and that was it. Not
You
that
found
he was done
Jesus.
with me, but I was done with him.
Thank goodness.
Halloween night 2019. This is Scott on his final major undercover mission, and this is a goat. It was stolen and is now at the center of a pagan ritual. It's been nearly 35 years since Scott's first encounter
What the
with
fuck
devil,
is this video on about, by the way?
But on this night, the devil is all around him, and he's definitely not done with Scott.
Now we're all in a circle around the goat. Somehow I ended up at the back of it. I don't know how. It's bad luck on my part, I guess, but I'm holding the legs of the goat. He's got this blade, and he's bringing it up and bringing it down in a practice swing.
Is this
Practice
too
swing.
much?
Somebody says, just do it. Eisen comes down with every bit of force he's got
Hold on a second.
and hits the back strap of the goat, and I don't even know if it broke a hair. I don't know if it's because the back strap's too thick, the blade was too dull, but he hit
Okay, nothing
it, and all
happened.
you heard the goat was just go bah, and I'm like, oh man, this is gonna get bloody and bad real fast.
The man swings again. Again. Nothing. Finally, the blade is replaced with a gun.
I said, whoa, whoa, whoa. And he's like, what? I'm like, man, look at what you're
If
shooting.
the
We're
if the
all in a
knife
circle
doesn't work,
around
just get a
this
gun.
goat.
Ah, fucking
And
fucking
the
Satanists.
puts a round right in the head of the goat, and it hits the ground.
Truly the modern
You think
sacrifice.
you're done? No, you're not done. Now they slice the throat of the goat, and they fill up a cup full of blood.
One of them pulls out a sheet of LSD. He approaches
I found this dubious, by the way, because people that usually do like pagan rituals are not like they're usually not Satanist because usually they're more religious than someone who's not.
each man one by
Pagan.
one.
Basically, they would take the hit of acid under their tongue, chase it with the blood of the goat to signify the sacrifice, or solidify the sacrifice.
Scott is one of the few who decline.
So when it gets around to me at the end, I'm looking at the blood and it's already coagulated.
This is the FBI informant, by the way?
chunky and clotty, and I'm looking at it going, man, I really don't want to turn this up and drink it. I mean, this is disgusting. So I dipped my fingers deep into the blood, pulled them out, and then sucked all the blood off my fingers.
This is not the Ku Klux Klan. This group is younger, better equipped, and preparing for a bloodbath. And not
Oh,
only
these
human,
guys. I know those guys.
but the blood of any human who isn't one of them. Jewish and black Americans, and anyone they consider traitors to the white race. They're by far the most dangerous group Scott will ever infiltrate. Unfortunately for these tripping blood-drinking white supremacists, Scott Payne has other plans. It's exactly
What a
the
bunch
kind
of fucking
thing he
losers,
spent the
dude.
last 17 years
Yeah,
working
let me
to
drink
prevent.
some fucking goat blood to show that I'm like my race is better. They're literally doing what like old African tribes used to do.
In 1998, and by 2002, I'd already done some undercovers for the FBI, but I wasn't yet certified through the FBI.
What the fuck are we watching?
So I finally got the slot.
An FBI informant infiltrates the Ku Klux Klan, and apparently they like do satanic rituals in the Ku Klux Klan apparently, for some reason,
September 2002, Quantico, Virginia.
which I find a
The
bit
FBI
doubtful, but
If you make it through the year-long
whatever.
application process, If you pass the
We can watch
physical and
something else, by the way. This is literally the first thing that popped up.
polygraphs, the interviews, the background checks. If you make it through all that, you end up here, in a 20-week training program. If you get through the 20 weeks, you become an FBI agent. Scott's been here before. Now he's back, about to start the training program for undercover agents. Getting admission to the program is hard enough. Graduating is even harder.
How's the video size, by the way? I can make it larger
It's a
if it
2-week
needs
school
to be.
with no days off. We're very big on sleep deprivation. You're going through multiple scenarios of all shapes and sizes. And there's only 20 slots for the class.
Others break down. They make missteps during the high-pressure scenarios. They grow delirious and erratic from the lack of sleep. But Scott thrives. The sleep deprivation, the relentless roleplay, the grueling exercise.
Unsolved crime?
Everything, he feeds on it.
Yeah, we can watch that. Hold
Meanwhile,
on.
he's learning from his idols, legendary FBI agents like Joe Pistone, who spent 6 years undercover with the No Crime family. But they don't always notice him.
So I remember Joe Pistone coming to speak, and I was like a kid in a candy store, man. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is Donnie Brasco.
Hold on a
This
second.
dude did 6 years undercover in the mafia, and he's teaching, but he has this
Modern
he has this
Chernobyl?
thing
Sure, we can
where
do.
he's
We can watch
kinda
Modern
walking right
Chernobyl.
up to the desk. So he kept
Modern
stepping on my feet.
Chernobyl. Sure, we can watch this one. This looks interesting. Alright, as soon as it loads. It's like the spiders of Chernobyl.
Bird flies overhead. Its beak is deformed. There's a reason for all this. This forest sits inside a highly radioactive exclusion zone. It's one of the
Highly
most
radioactive, yeah,
places
yeah.
on Earth. Not far
Sorry.
from here, the largest nuclear disaster in history happened in 1986.
A nuclear accident in the Soviet Union, and the Soviets have admitted that it happened.
Deadly radiation is being released from the
Thousands died from the radiation's immediate and long-term effects. For humans, the area remains mostly uninhabitable until today. But nature stayed.
Nature finds a way.
Plants and animals, wolves, deer, wild horses, birds.
Yeah,
and
fun fact, they had to
insects.
kill like 90% of animals around Chernobyl because of the risk of exposure.
Spring 1986, in the dead of the night.
All my fucking drops are over here again.
Reactor 4 at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant has just exploded. Massive amounts of highly radioactive material like iodine and cesium are hurled into the air. The radiation seeps into the cells of all living things in the area, including this deer. 30 minutes after the blast, it's dizzy and barely able to stay on its feet. The radiation has burned the mucosal tissue inside its digestive tract. Cells all across its body start dying. Blood circulation in the brain falters. And since the blood can't flow properly, pressure builds inside the skull.
They go rabid.
The deer's blood pressure crashes. It suffers seizures and multiple organs fail. The next day, the deer is dead.
Of course it's misery, dog.
In the following days and weeks, the pine needles
That's how most people died, by the way.
first to yellow, then to red. Trees die for kilometers around, giving the area a new name, the Red Forest. A few kilometers away, a shepherd dog lives in the town of Pripyat.
Oh,
For the past
excuse me?
day, it's been
You can't say
feeling unwell,
Pripyat?
tired and nauseous. Its owners are worried. They too feel under the weather, though they don't know why.
It's crazy that the Russian government tried, they tried, oh, there's translations, I can't read that. They tried burying Chernobyl for some reason. Different times, man.
Residents are informed about an accident at the nearby nuclear plant.
But that's what they're saying, look at
They
that.
are assured everything is under control. Just to be safe, people are told to leave town for 3 days.
Like, I would understand
and
it
to
trying to
leave
hide
their
it from,
pets
like,
behind.
the
Everyone
Americans,
assumes they'll be back
but
soon,
from your own
so
people
they
is
leave enough
demonic,
food for
bro.
a few days. But the Soviet authorities are lying. They're doing everything in their power to cover up a nuclear disaster of unprecedented scale. Like tens of thousands of others, this family will never return. Their dog is on its own now. 3 days later, the food is gone. On the 4th day, he leaves the house, hungry and searching for anything to eat. He encounters other dogs wandering the empty streets. They too were abandoned and left behind. Suddenly, shots are fired. The Soviet authorities have ordered police to kill all stray dogs, an attempt to stop the animals from spreading.
Right, it's so sad. I couldn't do this shit, by the way.
The dogs flee into the forest.
If you could pay me whatever you wanted, I'm not shooting
They
like
find
that.
themselves in the heart of the world's largest nuclear exclusion zone.
Even if you have a good reason like this one, I still don't think you could kill a dog or like a puppy.
Many animals develop chronic radiation sickness. Blood pools in their livers and spleens, lymph nodes.
But at the same time, they are kind of suffering, right? Like they're gonna suffer, but like, it's such a touchy subject, man.
Steroids fail. The animals grow thin, and many die. Over the next 10 years, radiation levels drop significantly. The only humans left are workers and guards looking after the ruins of the nuclear plant. Beyond that, the area is almost completely abandoned. In this vast,
I know, right?
empty space,
Level cap really
wildlife
deep,
can
by the way.
spread freely. Over the years, the zone evolves into one of Europe's largest nature reserves. Countless animals settle in. Bears and
Yeah, it is kind of like,
moose and foxes,
it is mercy if you think about it, but at the same time, I don't know if I could do it still. Because you never know. You never know if like an animal it's actually infected with radiation, or if it's just a prophylactic from, you know, the government. They just want to kill all animals. Some animals could be fine. Like they could have like no radiation. You could just be killing a normal animal. That's just the thing. Yeah, it's just one of those things.
left behind roam the area.
What are we watching? We are watching. So after Chernobyl happened, some animals like mutated, and we're gonna see like, I think it goes deep on like spiders because they're bugs, and bugs don't care about radiation. That's what we're watching.
Swallows skim over the treetops. Frogs leap through the undergrowth, and they are all followed by their silent companion, the radiation. The first thing you notice are the eyes.
One of the first signs of exposure to radiation is something called cataract in the eye. It's a cloudiness of the lens of the eye that happens to people who are exposed to higher levels of radiation.
That's Timothy Mousseau. He's a biology professor at the University of South Carolina. Few people know the creatures of Chernobyl as well as he does. He's talking to us from a research ship in the middle of the Pacific, studying the effects of nuclear weapon testing on wildlife.
We've had many exciting visits to Chernobyl.
What's the video name? It's just the mutation of spiders, I think. It's just like Chernobyl, the mutation of spiders.
Sometimes 4 times a year.
The so-called cataract is a clouding of the lens in the eye. It's a common disease in humans known as gray star. It blurs the vision, and its most severe form can cause total blindness. The high radiation levels in Chernobyl cause many animals to develop cataracts. The landscape itself has changed too. This is what a natural pine forest looks like. Green needles, straight trunks.
I can't read Cyrillic, I'm sorry.
This is what a pine forest looks like in the most contaminated
I appreciate
areas
you
of
being here though,
Chernobyl.
that's a good message.
This trunk is twisted, stunted, and misshapen. The wood has changed its color. If you look closely at the rings, you can see exactly when the disaster happened. Near the base, there are these strange clusters of tangled leaves called witches' brooms. Every forest has spider webs. Normally, they're neat and symmetrical like this. But here, in Chernobyl's most contaminated areas, the gaps in the strands are far too large. The patterns are warped and chaotic. This is what a barn swallow usually looks like. Note the distinctive combination of blue-black feathers and red face. This one from Chernobyl has white patches on its face. Its tail feathers are crooked and its beak deformed.
That's kind of cool though, that was kind of wicked.
A lump protrudes beneath its plumage. A tumor.
Yeah, we don't like that,
Many
though.
are not visible from the outside. You can't see that the swallow will live a shorter life and have lower chances to successfully reproduce. Red firebugs are native to Central Europe. Their vibrant red and black coloring with its symmetrical patterns helps ward off potential predators.
Oops.
But Chernobyl firebugs are different. The patterns on their backs are warped and asymmetrical. Some are missing an eye, and the fine black lines are blurred. All of these changes trace back to mutations in the genetic code. This is where the DNA is stored, the blueprint for the insect's entire organism. DNA is made up of two strands, twisted together in a shape.
Imagine what Corvex could have been.
It's made up of base pairs. The genetic information is stored in the sequence of these bases, kind of like a computer carrying information using ones and zeros. Several of those bases form a gene. The body reads the sequence through complex molecular processes. Genes act as a blueprint. They determine how the bug looks.
There's a guy in here. Oh,
what it
hello
comes
there.
back and what it can and cannot digest. They also influence how long it lives, its vulnerability to certain diseases, and even its behavior.
Survival with a nature documentary. It's a documentary about Chernobyl animals. Because I'm not paying enough attention to like the actual gameplay, so at least we can both have fun.
Radioactive atoms like uranium and cesium are
Also,
unstable.
radiation just made me think of Corvex, bro.
Releasing radiation. That radiation has so
fucking
much
Warframe
energy
brain.
it can damage living cells the moment it makes contact. It can break DNA directly or split the water molecules in a cell. This creates smaller particles called free radicals. These free radicals can
The
be
Q
ripped
word,
from the
true.
DNA. Base pairs can be swapped or deleted entirely, or the entire DNA strand can break apart.
When radiation hits the DNA, it damages it. Most of the time the damage is repaired, but often, if there's enough radiation, this damage will persist.
How are you doing, Gamma? I haven't seen you in a
Sometimes it'll
while.
lead to a disease like a cancer or a tumor. Or
You probably got
some
better
other
things to do.
developmental problem.
Many of these mutations have no effect. The body either repairs them or
You can't
transfers
subsume
parts of
anything
the
on
DNA
RX
that
episode
don't serve
4?
an
Really? I
important
didn't
function.
know that. You really can't subsume anything but her 4? Why? Is it because it's a damage ability?
But sometimes those repairs go wrong, and that
Also, Zadas isn't doing that much. Yeah, Zadas isn't really helping with the damage. It's just because you bought a house? I'm sorry, fuck whatever I'm saying. You bought a house, dude? Hell yeah. Yeah, fuck Warframe or Rex or whatever. You bought a house? That's sick, dude.
it's when lasting changes can happen, like the ones we see in Chernobyl. These changes can even be passed down to future generations.
God damn, you got that Warframe money.
Aren't just mutated. They seem to have adapted and are thriving in their new environment.
No worries, bro.
This is a tree frog. Normally tree frogs are green. But here in the exclusion zone,
They're
some of
bright
them
purple.
are pitch black.
Yo!
Dark pigmentation likely comes from melanin. Melanin is what makes
They
your
made
skin
black
dark
frogs,
in the
dude.
sun. Your body produces it to shield your skin from sunlight, but melanin can also help protect against other types of radiation. According to a 2022 study, the darkest frogs in Chernobyl were found in areas where radiation levels used to be especially high.
They made black
So does that
frogs,
mean
dude.
they've adapted to high radiation?
They're not making the frogs gay, they're making the frogs black, bro.
He says the data isn't strong enough to prove a causal link.
Frogs in Chernobyl show no relationship between the melanism and radiation
one.
level currently. So inside Chernobyl zone, there are light frogs in highly radioactive areas, and there are dark frogs in.
Yeah, he got that endurance money.
That is just
He's
one of
been
the
he's been
benefits
enduring
of
at life,
Chernobyl's
dude.
wildlife.
He got a
What
house.
can truly be verified and what's too speculative? Both sides hold firmly to their findings. There's another organism that may be putting the benefits of
Let me
melanin
put
to
this
work.
up so we can actually
This
like,
black fungus.
there we go.
One of them grows here, right inside reactor 4. One of the most irradiated places on the planet. Radiation levels
There's
are
a
so
there's a
high that
fungus that
nothing
lives
should be
inside
able
of
to
a
survive.
reactor.
Yet,
That's
this
sick, dude.
fungus is thriving. Multiple independent studies suggest that this fungus may actually be using gamma radiation as an energy source. Much like plants use sunlight for photosynthesis. Unlike in the frogs, the melanin in this fungus doesn't just block radiation. It seems to convert it into energy, which the fungus then uses.
No way. There's a radioactive mushroom out there.
Found in other highly radioactive
That's
spaces.
sick.
Astronauts have even studied it aboard the International Space Station. Researchers hope that one day this fungus could act as a natural shield.
That's
against
actually so
radiation,
fucking cool.
perhaps for space travel. As for the fungi in the reactor, it's still unclear whether they've truly adapted to the radiation or if they were just inherently able to cope with it. Larger mammals may have adapted to radiation exposure as well. At least that's what biologist Kara Love and her colleagues at Princeton
That's actually so
University
sick.
believe. They suspect that wolves living in the Chernobyl exclusion zone may be less likely to develop cancer or more resilient to the disease overall, despite constant exposure to high radiation levels. The theory goes like this. Random and spontaneous mutations in DNA make some wolves less vulnerable to cancer. These wolves have a higher chance of survival, while others are more
No
likely
way, they
to
made
die
wolves
from the long-term
too?
effects of radiation, often from cancer itself. The survivors reproduce.
That's me. Fuck yeah, that's
Their
me.
offspring inherit the protective
That's right.
genes.
I'm the alpha.
Over
I'm the
time,
radiated
with
alpha
wolves
wolf.
that are also better adapted to radiation, and so on and so
You're the
forth.
weak beta non-radiated
Few
wolf.
generations,
I'm the
in
alpha
fact,
radiated
less
wolf.
prone to cancer. Researchers say the wolf's DNA evolved in regions around genes linked to the body's immune response to cancer. But is that actually realistic? The research hasn't been published yet, which means
Might have
there's
like
no
a
way for
half-life
us or
expectancy, but at
anyone
least
else to
I'm
verify it.
immune to
This
radiation.
study and many others have one thing in common. They all suggest that the Chernobyl nuclear disaster may have triggered evolution right before our eyes. Other scientists remain skeptical, including Timothy Musso.
We wrote a paper a few years ago where we reviewed all of the
I'm the
literature
cancer
that had been
immune
published
version
on
2.0
Chernobyl,
alpha. True.
claiming to test for adaptations and rapid evolution. And in every case, except for maybe one, the data were too weak. They did not have the strength, the scientific strength to support this
I
hypothesis.
named my Cupro Corvex dog.
Musso has studied potential adaptations himself.
Oh, he said the
He and
Q
his
word.
colleagues sampled colonies of
Reddit,
Soviet
he said the
bacteria
Q
in
word.
Denmark and at
Make fun of
various
him.
sites across Chernobyl. The colonies are often found on the wings of swallows, among other places. Back in the lab, they exposed both sets of bacteria to radiation. Some colonies from Chernobyl actually reproduced better under radiation, especially those that had lived for years in areas with moderate background radiation. By contrast, colonies from Denmark, as well as those from the most highly contaminated parts of Chernobyl, were far less resistant to radiation. Because the experiment was carried out under carefully controlled lab conditions, the researchers are confident that this adaptation wasn't caused by any other environmental factor.
Literally beta.
To
That's
study the
crazy.
animals of the exclusion zone, Timothy
Beta.
Musso set up around 100 motion-activated cameras throughout the area. In late 2021, they reported something strange. Russian soldiers.
Russian
In
soldiers.
February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
Russian
Yeah.
troops
I forgot
occupied
about
the
that.
exclusion zone for weeks. Overnight, nearly all research in Chernobyl ground to a halt.
Wait, does that mean that the government, the Russian government, is just making soldiers go through Chernobyl? Bro, what the fuck are they on?
Some scientists were forced to flee the zone. When the Russian forces finally withdrew in the spring of 2022, researchers returned to find their work in ruins.
Oh, that
Military
sucks.
vehicles had kicked up radioactive dust. Offices and labs had been ransacked. Computers and valuable equipment were stolen or destroyed.
That's so shitty, bro.
Long-term surveys were interrupted, and some irreplaceable research data may be lost forever. Several promising studies were put on hold indefinitely. Kara Love and her team never got the chance to return and study the wolves in the field. It's a bitter blow to our
No,
understanding
not the
of
wolves.
world.
Okay, I guess we can just keep letting autoplay, whatever. Alright, now I think this is about
Class is
North
about to
Korea.
start for these 40 school kids.
North Korean
Every
children.
week, the teacher starts searching everyone's pockets. This time, he finds something on a little girl. 5 kernels of grain. The teacher snaps and commands the girl to come up front. She has to kneel down on the hard concrete floor. With a wooden stick, he strikes her on the head. Again, and again, and again, and again. Her classmates watch in silence. The beating goes on until the little girl collapses. Afterwards, her class...
Okay, listen. North Korea bad, yes, but take everything you hear about North Korea with a pinch of salt, because most North Koreans that get out of North Korea either get they either get silenced by the Korean government, or they turn into hold on. If you know who this is, North Korea, Joe Rogan. you get turned into this. You get turned into this creature. Hold on. you get this, bruh. In North Korea, they kill us by hitting us with frogs. And you just get this. So again, take everything you hear about North Korea with a pinch of salt, bruh. Anyways, let's keep going with the video.
Classmates carry her home. The same night, she dies. The little girl and the other 39 children are all inmates in one of North Korea's deadliest prison camps, Camp 14.
How much did they pay me to say that? I haven't been on Joe Rogan yet, or nothing. But when I get to Joe Rogan, they'll pay me like all the money North Korea has, which is like $200.
Hidden in the mountains of Kaeshan, a place where people are imprisoned for the crimes of their parents. Once you end up here, you will most likely die here.
This is truly a space that is outside humanity, let me say that.
Prisoners are forced to work under inhumane conditions.
They will pay me in nukes. They're gonna pay me in inactivated uranium. That's what they're gonna pay me
A
in.
handful make it out, risking everything on deadly routes. In North Korea, there are several of these death camps, and the regime has kept them a secret for decades. But through the relentless work of human rights organizations, satellite imagery, and reports from survivors, we can have a glimpse at these facilities. Why are people being sent to Camp 14? What does daily life look like inside its walls? What horrors do the inmates face? And how do people actually get out? This is the story of the most horrific prison camp in North Korea.
Okay, it's a prison camp. That makes more sense.
Shin Dong-hyuk is just a young boy when he witnesses the little girl being punished for having food in her pocket. Shin has no doubt she deserved it. After all, she stole food. And at Camp 14, stealing means death. He doesn't question it. He knows nothing else. The
How do
camp
you
rules
get
are his reality.
to a prison camp when you're like
Shin was born
15,
in Camp
dog?
14, but his parents didn't fall in love.
Wait, he was
They were
born there?
assigned to each other by prison
That's
guards.
crazy.
Intimacy between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without permission, both she and the baby are shot.
Yo, this is the future fucking Reddit mods want. Like, they want government mandated girlfriends. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die. Sorry.
In Camp 14, there is only one way to have a child.
Government mandated girlfriends, dog. Let's go. Just move to
Those
North
who
Korea,
work
dog.
hard, and more importantly, snitch on others, may be granted a reward marriage. This is how Shin Dong-hyuk and his older brother Shin Ki-yoon come into the world. But they don't grow up as a real family. Their mother
In
never
North
tells them
Korea,
the past.
they give you
Shin has no clue why his
state
parents met,
mandated girlfriend.
and it probably wouldn't matter anyway.
It's all about suspicion. You know, you don't have to be an anti-regime character. But if you're suspected of being anti-regime, of being a wrongdoer, a wrong thinker, of having engaged in wrong associations, they will send you to the camp.
This is Greg Scarlatoiu. He's president and CEO of HRNK. The
CEO on Reddit, buddy.
North Korea. For years, Greg and his team have been investigating human rights
I
abuses
love Reddit, bro.
at these camps. Like many others, Shin will most likely stay in Camp 14 for the rest of his life. Even though he never
You will
committed
hear
a
about
crime.
this on the Reddit.
This is the house Shin and his mother live in. Along with his mother's promotion came slightly better housing.
It's a pretty good house.
They share it with 3 other families and sleep on the
Never
floor.
mind.
There's a single light bulb in the kitchen. Electricity.
Okay, listen, I understand that, like, it's a camp, but do you really gotta sleep on the floor, dude? Like, surely you have tables, right? What did Reddit do to me? It's more like what did Reddit do to society, personally.
He works for just 2 hours a day. There's no running water, no furniture, no shower, and barely enough food to survive. The building is part of a model village, one of many. Camp 14 is estimated to cover around 153 square kilometers, almost 3 times the size of Manhattan. It is secured by a 60-kilometer fence, patrol paths.
People that farm karma on Reddit are like the lowest of the low, though. Like, you might be employed, but you're still like the bottom of society, dog.
Barracks, guard posts, and checkpoints. The whole area stretches from river valleys to mountain peaks. The wilderness and the Taedong River act as a natural barrier, an immense obstacle course separating the facility from the outside world. Little villages are scattered across the vast area, containing housing and working units.
These are sprawling facilities. They're very large facilities. So at some of these facilities, you see farming, agriculture going on. You see some of these facilities that are adjacent to coal mines or other types of mineral exploitation.
The camp has its own railroad network and generates its own electricity. And it also has a school.
North Korea has self-sufficient prisons. Meanwhile, half the world doesn't even have self-sufficient housing.
This is where Shin goes every day.
That's crazy.
His teacher wears a guard's uniform, carries a weapon, and teaches obedience above all else. Camp rules are brutal. There are 10 of them. Even the smallest violation can lead to execution. Shin memorizes them all. Rule 1. Any witness to an attempted escape who fails to report it will be shot immediately. Rule 3. Anyone who steals or conceals any foodstuffs will be shot immediately. Rule 5. Anyone who holds or hides a fugitive's possessions, conspires with him, or fails to report him will be shot immediately.
So wait, if you're born in the camp,
Guards enforce the
you're just a
rules
prisoner?
without mercy.
Why? That makes no sense. No, you don't understand. I'm a Redditor, and I don't value anything or anyone. All I value is my Reddit karma. Do you understand that? Do you understand? My Reddit karma is more important than anyone else. Okay? Now let's hear this nice North Korean man tell about how he's traumatized by North Korean prisons. Which I can barely read, by the way.
사람이 아니야. 사람이 아니고 내 마음대로 해도 돼. 그 안에 사람은 그 자리에서 죽이게 했으면 죽이고 살리게 했으면 살리고 하는 건 내 마음이야.
I want to watch Squid Games now.
Across North Korea, there are different types of detention facilities. The worst of them are called Kwangmiso. Camp 14 is one of them. It's also called a total control zone.
People never get out of those. You know, they just waste away. They get killed by this vicious cycle of malnutrition and forced labor.
Shin's mother has to work the rice fields, 10 to 15 hours of hard labor every day. If she meets her quota, she receives food, just enough to survive the night and make it through the next day.
North Korea is all about production targets. If you don't meet them, and probably you will not meet them, you'll get less food, more work, less food, more work, and that's how you waste away and die. That's
You know what that reminds me of?
a really tragic story at these camps.
That's just like pretty much modern capitalism. I know that sounds cringe, but it really is.
Long workdays are made worse by constant gnawing
Like, that's pure capitalism, dog. If you don't work enough, you die.
and hunger. Before school, Shin often eats his mother's
Except there's no money
portion, while she's still
for you.
out in the fields. She beats him for it, but he does it anyway. To him,
Reminds me of Amazon, that's what I'm saying, dude. They got Amazon too, bro.
she's not a source of love or care. She's a rival in the fight for every meager scrap of food.
Every what? Oh, meager.
This is Shin's meal, served 3 times a day for his entire prison life. If he makes a mistake, his portion is cut in half as punishment.
I
Sometimes
would
he
literally
even
die in a
commits
week if I had to
rituals.
eat that.
The only
But then
source
again,
of
I'm not a
Camp
small North
14.
Korean man, so...
For Shin, this isn't as much as a nightmare. It's normal life. He has never seen the world beyond the barbed wire. Unlike this man.
Must have been the wind, true.
Kim Young is in his mid-40s when he's brought to Camp 14. He knows the world outside very well. In fact, he was a high-ranking military officer and vice president of a state-owned company.
Dude, we gotta stop
In his
blaming the
former
wind
life, he enjoyed
for a
culture,
bunch of shit
a
that we
chauffeur,
see, bro.
and all the benefits of being a government employee. Now he's also forced to work in the coal mines. Kim didn't break any laws to get here. His parents did. In North Korea, this form of collective punishment is called yunjoje. guilt by
That's whack,
association.
dude.
Up to 3 generations can be punished for crimes of family members. When Kim was a child, his father and brother were accused of spying for the United States, enough to execute them. After that, Kim was brought to an orphanage under a new name. It took more than 40 years.
You know what that reminds me of? I'm gonna say it again. It reminds me of, it's not parental debt, it's generational debt. That's literally what it is. If one of your parents paid something that they had no money for, and they didn't have insurance, you will get racked with that debt in the modern world, in the modern age. It's great.
Until someone found out about his true heritage. Even Kim himself wasn't aware of the supposed crimes his family allegedly committed.
There's absolutely no judicial process. This is extrajudicial punishment. They'll just, take you away in the middle of the night, together with your family members. You just disappear. That's how it goes.
대낮에 잡아가는 건 없어요. 다 밤에 그냥 원래 그냥 어느 순간에 와서 싹 다 쓸어 가고 정치범 수용소에 가서도 그 가족들은 우리가 뭘 잘못해서 왔는지 그걸 모른다는 거지.
Fear is the most powerful tool.
Oh, speaking of, we're on hour number 2, by the way.
During Kim's time in Camp 14, a total
Not
of
that anyone
25
actually
inmates were
cares, but
executed.
yeah.
One day, he witnesses a fellow prisoner being killed for collecting chestnuts that had fallen from a tree.
Bro, it
Kim
fell
spends
from a
most of his days
tree, dog.
underground. Hours and hours of endless work with no sunlight and no mercy. Kim struggles.
It's not like it's gonna do
He's never
anything.
faced labor like this before. Mistakes are inevitable, and every one of them is met with the punishment of a guard who never leaves his side.
That's happening.
One
You
day,
can.
the
That's
guard
been
strikes
happening.
Kim with the butt of his gun.
You can
when
get
he
stuck
falls
with your
unconscious.
parents'
For the next 2
mortgage
days, he
if you don't
loses
have
his
an insurance or they don't
meals.
have an insurance against death.
After more than 2 months of living like this in Camp 14, Kim decides to end it. Following a long day of work, he steps into the elevator of a mining shaft. The metal cage ascends until it reaches a height of around 2,000 feet. He pulls the safety pin, and the elevator falls.
That's a shit elevator, though.
But Kim survives, and the vicious cycle goes on. When Shin is about 6 or 7, the camp's boarder vicious cycle goes on. When Shin is about 6 or 7,
Guys,
the camp's borders shift. His village is merged into the neighboring Camp 18, just across the river. It's said to be slightly less brutal than Camp 14, but for
I didn't say
Shin,
anything.
life hardly changes at all.
I
Shin
didn't
is
say anything.
15 and has moved out from his mother's home. He now lives with his father. One day, a teacher allows Shin to spend the night at his mother's house,
6'7".
a reward for good behavior. When he arrives, another guest awaits. It's his brother,
Comedy.
Shin Hee-gyun. The 21-year-old works at the prison cement factory, a couple of miles away. Shin
Anyways, yeah, the guy killed himself with an elevator shaft. That's not good.
In the middle of the night, Shin wakes up from his sleep. He hears voices from the kitchen. His brother is talking about escape. His mother seems to support him. Shin's first instinct, he has to
Yeah, he
report
tried.
this. He goes to a nearby dorm room and wakes a friend to ask for advice. The friend urges Shin to tell the guards. They go to the school's night guard on duty and report the escape plot. Shin also signs a false
Don't do it.
witness statement.
Don't do it, you
claiming
stupid
he saw
fucking...
his
Oh,
mother
he
and
did.
brother commit murder. This piece of evidence ultimately leads to an execution order. The guards take Shin to an execution site next to the Taedong River.
Bro, that guy's getting murked for something his dad did. Are we
Jack and his
serious?
mother and his brother. They're killed in front of Shin's eyes.
That's stupid and dumb.
In 1996, Kim Young is transferred to Camp 18. To him, this place feels like heaven. The labor conditions
I guess if you have a surplus of people and not enough food, you don't really care who you kill. You just want to kill someone, right?
are slightly better. And to his surprise, he reunites with his 70-year-old mother, who is also a prisoner here. But the violence and abuse don't stop. One day, he has to witness how guards beat up his mother and force her to do manual labor. His mother is certain they will both die in the camp. Even though it means risking his life, she urges Kim to leave her behind and escape.
There's no border control
Escaping from a North Korean death camp is almost impossible.
everywhere except for one spot, right? Everything else is just like a huge wall.
Barbed wire, walls, armed guards, intersecting.
The problem is
lines
getting
of
there,
fire.
right?
Talking machine guns, very, very difficult to escape. And it's, difficult to escape a detention facility in any civilized country, imagine North Korea.
Kim Young quietly studies his surroundings. He observes, waits, and starts thinking. He lays out multiple escape plans, but none of them seem doable to him. Another hard day of work. The prisoners are loading coal onto a train. Suddenly, they spot something. Grain scattered across the bottom of a train car. It must have transported food before. The scene explodes into chaos. Prisoners drop everything, desperately looking for the tiniest speck of food. The guards start shouting, but no one listens. Kim discovers a narrow space beneath the metal panel in the floor of a coal wagon.
What happens if you're like...
He squeezes inside, and as the train runs...
I know they're like decrepit and have like no strength. There can't be that many guards in this thing, right? Like they don't have handcuffs, I'm assuming, because they don't have the budget for that. They just have prisons. I guess if... What happens during like recess? Like surely they don't have that much military training. It wouldn't be that hard to just make a riot, no? I guess there's just no will for that, so they don't really do it. I don't know, whatever. I'm not a North Korean defective.
Rumbles out of Camp 18. He rides with it. Hours later, the train reaches Go-On Station at around 4 a.m. We don't know exactly how, but Kim manages to crawl out of his hideout and disappears into the night.
He hid in a train and then got out?
Kim
That's nice.
successfully escaped Camp 18, but his path to freedom is still very long. After finding a worker's uniform, he changes clothes and starts a treacherous...
He just finds a worker's uniform? Where? Like on the train?
journey that will take him many months through China and Mongolia to South Korea, where he'll
Also, they don't have like identification, right? Like if you have like a wardrobe change, they just don't know who you are. Very convenient, I know,
eventually
right?
seek asylum. Escaping a prison is one thing. Escaping the country is another. We made a whole video on how to escape North Korea. Link is in the description. Shin also manages to escape from Camp 18 twice, both times by crawling under a fence. Both times he's recaptured. After his second attempt,
I'm sorry, he got caught twice and he's still alive? This is the same institution that killed his mom and his sister for a crime his dad did, but this dude gets out of prison twice and he's back in? Really? Okay, whatever.
Shin is sent back to Camp 14 and is thrown into a special detention center, a place with only one purpose: torture.
I still have the scars of my torture and the burns. Look at my arms. My arms aren't normal.
That's fucked
They're
up.
bent and deformed. Before I was tortured, my arms were straight. When I was tortured, my arms were tied up with a rope and pulled backwards.
Ooh, that's not good.
That made them more and more bent.
What do you get from this? Is it just like intimidation? I swear to God, totalitarian countries are just dumb. They're just fucking stupid.
I'm filled with anger when I stand in front of the mirror and look at my body after a shower.
After 4 weeks of torture, he's thrown into a pitch-black cell. no windows, and barely enough space to lie down. There he'll spend the next 6 months. After his release, Shin is thrown back to the general prison population. He has to work in the coal mine, the farm fields, and eventually in a garment factory. This is where he meets Park Young-chul, a man unlike anyone Shin has ever seen. Born into an elite family, Park once held a prestigious job and had seen the world beyond North Korea's borders. By then, Shin already knows he's on the execution list. With Park at his side, he begins planning what will be Shin's third and final escape. Shin and Park are assigned to do some woodwork up in the mountains, along with some prisoners. They're chopping wood near the outer fence. The camp's fence is around 10 feet high and lined with high-voltage barbed wire. The next guard tower is a quarter of a mile away. Shin watches the patrols. There are long gaps between them where no guard is close enough to spot the two. The plan is simple. Wait until dusk so that their footprints can't easily be traced in the snow. They slip through the high-voltage wires without touching them.
It just slips through without touching them? Man, no wonder he escaped twice.
As the sun sets, Shin and Park move closer to the fence. They hack branches, pretending to stack wood. Nobody notices them. Park hesitates. Shin's heart races. He grabs Park's hand and they run. Shin slips. Park reaches the fence before him. He tries to squeeze his head between the two lowest wires and hits one of them. Park's body is not moving. The bottom wire bends under his weight, creating a narrow gap. Shin crawls over Park's body. He's almost past the fence when his legs slip, hitting one of the wires. The voltage tears through him. His pants char. His skin burns from ankle to knee. But somehow he makes it through.
That's actually not a terrible... That makes slight sense, because there was the other body underneath him. Which, if he was on top of the body, then the ground is still, like, the body. So I guess that makes sense.
Park's body lies dead on the fence. Shin runs without looking back, for 2 hours straight, until he realizes that he made it.
Also, the body's probably not dead. It's
He manages
probably
to cross
alive.
the river to China, and after a journey of almost 2 years, he finally reaches South Korea. These are all the prison camps that are most likely active in North Korea today. According to Greg Scarlett-Toyu, the camps are changing, and not for the better. Camps near the border have reportedly been moved further inland, likely to make escape even harder. In some, new internal perimeters have appeared, possibly to isolate high-value prisoners.
The third development, in terms of infrastructure, evolution and development, has been the creation of watchtowers and what appears to be intersecting lines of fire around the camps. They would be meant to basically exterminate those who attempt to leave those camps.
For some camps, evidence is even scarcer.
There's one camp that we know very little about, and that's Camp 16, 1-6. That's very close to the Punggye-ri nuclear testing facility. And I have spoken with the South Korean nuclear scientists who said, look, we don't believe that prisoners are used in digging those tunnels for the nuclear tests, but it is very likely that they will be, used and abused while cleaning up after those nuclear tests.
The HRNK estimates that up to 120,000 people are currently held in North Korean prison camps. In fact, as a viewer of this video, you might know more about them than most North Koreans ever will.
We have to remember that these people are being
But they have
tortured
internet now.
and maimed today. They were tortured and
I mean, it's a fucked up internet, but they have internet connection now, right?
So, I think it's a matter of moral, ethical,
They'll probably still never know about
and
this, but
political obligation to continue to maintain our interest in these issues.
This is Shin today.
surely there's like some group in North Korea that has like a working VPN that lets them see stuff outside the country. Probably. Maybe.
He gradually adjusted to a life in society and became a public speaker and advocate for human rights in North Korea. In 2015, Shin Dong-hyuk retracted parts of his story and admitted to changing certain key details in Escape from...
Yeah, that makes sense. You would have to like lie to make and like someone care, because you know, if you're just in a concentration camp, it still sucks, but like, don't tell me that like both your legs got cut off because you stole a grain of rice and it didn't actually happen.
Camp 14. The book's author published a detailed statement outlining every change Shin had made. According to Shin, some memories were simply too painful, and others too shameful to share truthfully at the time. This is a common reaction for victims of torture, who often cope by suppressing or recording their accounts of what really happened. Greg Scarlatoiu and others believe Shin's changes don't alter the fundamental truth of his reports.
Was Shin Dong-hyuk a political prisoner? Yes, 100%. Okay, he spent some time both at Camp 14 and Camp 18, right across the river. Did he witness the execution of his mother and brother? Yes, he did. So the fundamental elements of Shin Dong-hyuk's story did not change.
Shin bears the scars, physical and psychological. They leave little doubt about the abuse and torture he endured.
Yeah, the whole arms thing is fucked up, for sure. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, well, I'm watching this next video, for sure.
These are the 7 most powerful men in China.
What's up, Beijing?
They represent the top leadership positions of the ruling party, and their identities are revealed every 5 years at a carefully choreographed...
Dude, I'm sure the story of Xi Jinping is not going to be depressing, though.
...political event called the...
But yes, if you want to ask for something, we can watch whatever you want to watch, bro.
National Congress.
China's Communist Party unveils its new leadership.
What's up, Beijing?
The order of appearance is symbolic. The first person to emerge is the head of the party for the next 5 years. At the most recent event in October 2022, that person was Xi Jinping, China's president for the last 10 years.
I can switch it up after this, okay? I'll put something more positive.
After getting rid of China's presidential term limit that restricted all his predecessors to 2 terms. A signal that he may be planning to stay in power for life. The world hasn't seen a Chinese leader like this.
Why wouldn't he? He's such a good leader.
The revolutionary founder of the People's Republic of China, whose ruthless dictatorship scarred the Chinese people for generations. Xi has been compared to Mao a lot, and he clearly draws from Mao's playbook.
Holy shit! Okay, I'm not gonna talk about Mao though. Mao was Mao's just a different breed, you know.
Generations apart, their paths crossed unexpectedly, and a teenage Xi from an elite family in Beijing.
I already know most of this, by the way.
Condemned to hard labor
because reasons.
50 years later, Xi is one of the most powerful political figures in the world and the only leader since Mao to have unchecked power over China. So, how did he go from being banished in his country?
Nothing happened in that tea square. You know, they just drank a lot of tea there, bro. Yeah, they just drank a lot of tea, you know.
Xi Jinping's connection to Mao formed long before Xi was even born. It goes back to when a bloody civil war was raging in China.
You know, they just drank a lot of tea, and there was one guy that they didn't get enough tea, and it was like, yo, man, give me the, you know, it was they were in the square, and I'm like, hey, man, how about you give me some tea on the square, man? And I was like, yeah, that's what it is. That's all it is.
A group of radical communist revolutionaries, including Mao, gained influence.
Hold on, I have to pause real quick. It's just a bit of emotional whiplash watching a documentary about a survivor of torture camp in the background of a Warframe survival. Why are you thinking like that, dude? I'm not stuck in the survival mission, dog. I can leave. Are you serious? You can't be serious. You have to be joking. There's no way you're serious, dog.
Large swaths of mainland China and controlled a military called the Red Army that fought the Nationalist Party.
I can leave whenever I want, dog. I'm not stuck in the survival
At this
mission.
point, the communists were losing bad. The bulk of their army was pinned down here, in the communist-controlled region originally established by Mao, now surrounded by national.
Okay, fine. You want to watch something less depressing?
low on food.
I can run something less depressing, dog. I got you. Don't worry about it. Alright, let's watch this guy. Let's watch this guy get caught on stream for cheating. Alright, a little bit more lighthearted. Alright, how about that? The nightmare frame tier list.
Legends. Final Fantasy VII is undoubtedly one of the greatest and most important video games of all time. Those of you who are a bit older might remember GameFAQs.com. In the late 90s and early 2000s,
We love Final Fantasy VII, right guys?
GameFAQs, as I called it, was the biggest gaming website period when it came to walkthroughs and message boards. If you wanted to find out how to beat a game,
It's not GameFAQ, by the way. It's Game FAQ.
Video tutorials
But you know,
reign supreme. But before videos were widely popular, written walkthroughs like those posted to GameFAQs were the only real option. This is because internet connections were much slower and simple text files were small enough in size to be easily accessible. Back in 2000 and 2001, I even wrote a few FAQs myself. And the reason I'm...
He tried to leave the survival run, but as you can see, he is tethered. I am stuck because there is barbed electrified wire, and I can't leave unless I put a body of a guy.
And it has been on the most popular games list for almost 10,000 days.
I can't leave because the guards won't let me, dog.
Consecutively. That is over 20.
I'm stuck in the survival mission.
27 years, and it's been on this list more than any other game in history, with second place being Final Fantasy X, which is trailing by over 1,000 days. Final Fantasy VII is a game that has so much depth and so much to learn that people are still discovering things.
Oh god, I get to get life support.
And I'm not just talking about casual gamers, I'm talking about speedrunners as well. Speedruns for Final Fantasy VII are brutal. The standard speedrun on PlayStation is over 6 hours long, and the amount of knowledge that you need to learn to compete at a high level...
That's almost as bad as one Eidolon run.
...degree at university. The runner, Retro, who's actually the person that caught the cheater we will be discussing today, has a tutorial on the any% speedrun that is 60 videos long. It takes years to learn the ins and outs of this game, and top speedrunners know details that would make your head explode. Over a 6-hour speedrun, they can tell you where every single battle will occur, what the enemies will be, what items are the best to use, and they can use specific movement patterns to manipulate and skip certain battles. It's truly incredible what they have managed to achieve. And this is why it would be a pretty stupid idea to try and cheat in this game if you don't know all of the minute details. Because a top player will immediately notice if a single thing is out of place. And that's exactly what happened recently when the speedrunner Tiki Liger submitted a speedrun to the Final Fantasy VII ranking.
No face cam? No refresh problem.
In a very subtle way that 99...
If you're speedrunning a game and you don't have a face cam, you lose some brownie points.
0.9999% of people would be none the wiser.
Maybe Nova can start getting into Pokemon speedruns. True. He's got to start doing Emerald speedruns, or like gold speedruns, like 80%, like 30-second speedrun.
Part of this is that Retro, or Dash as I'll call him for short, was verifying Tiki Liger's run live on stream.
Bro, imagine verifying someone's speedrun live and then you notice he's cheating. The content, dude. It would be such good content.
The first time that I can recall, we get to see a moderator catch a cheater in real time. And the cherry on top is that the cheater's response to his run coming under some mild scrutiny.
Oh my god, he was there too.
You could possibly respond.
Oh shit.
In this video, we will take a look at a very interesting cheating example in one of the most complex and well understood games in history. I really hope you enjoy.
Thanks, man.
First, I want to give a big thanks to Retro, who reached out to me after he uncovered this cheater and suggested it might make for an interesting video. So I really appreciate him getting in contact with me and helping me to learn a little bit about the ins and outs of how he managed to spot this particular fake speedrun. Since reaching out to me, he has released his own in-depth video, so please go and support his channel by watching his video and subscribing to his channel after you finish watching my
Alright, maybe it's time to start using spores.
Some more details that I won't cover here, and of course it's important to support the volunteer moderators who make sure that leaderboards are as legitimate as they can be.
Nah, maybe not.
Admittedly, I'm a bit late to the party in covering this particular cheating scandal, but after my 4.5-hour video last month, I took a bit of a mental break. So I'm sorry if this is not exactly the most cutting-edge video. Because the
Don't worry about it.
67 speedrun is over 6 hours long, I'm not going to break down the entire speedrun. That would take me...
Yeah, never mind, we don't need spores yet.
Let alone impossible to try and explain it all in a single video. But the important thing we need to know as viewers is that when it comes to the so-called random encounters you experience while playing the game, these aren't really random at all. Every time you start the game, you get the exact same random number of seeds, which means that if you do the same movement every time, you can plan and predict every single...
The number one thing like cheaters never account for is that seeded runs exist. You would think like just because you know a lot about a game, you don't know one thing and your whole shit's gone.
...encounter you're going to get for the entire run.
So what that means is you can predict everything that's going to happen in this guy's run and he didn't even know about it. And he just submitted it like that. That's crazy.
And that's exactly what speedrunners do. They know when and where
That's so
they're
funny.
going to get encounters and what mobs the encounters will contain. With this information, they can plan out exactly what attacks to use, what items to use, and it allows them to develop a ton of strategies to get through the game in the most optimal way.
It's gotta be a
One
crazy
of the core
speedrun, no?
mechanics that affects these random encounters
Right.
is the way in which you move. Cloud can either run or walk, and running or walking has a different impact on how encounters are determined. Whenever you move, a value called your danger level increases, and also when you move, a value called your step ID increases at the same time. At pre-designated step ID values, the game checks your danger level.
You really gotta know all this to
Level is
speedrun
above a
this
certain
game.
value,
No
you
shot.
begin an encounter. When you run, your danger level increases.
Imagine having to like count your steps. What? Surely it's like per zone and not for the entire game.
Increases faster than if you walk. This means that if you're always running, you're going to get encounters more often because your danger level will be consistently higher.
Oh god damn it, Markov. No. Markov, we gotta manipulate the Eidolon spawn point from the log file, dude. You gotta look that up, man. Come on. Come on now.
This might make you think
It's been a while, dude. How you doing?
To always walk in order to keep your danger level.
I'm gonna
low.
die. No, I'm fine. I lied. I'm gonna die. No, I'm
But the
fine.
problem is that if you walk, you move really slowly. So it will take you much longer to get through the game. In practice,
Tab
it's almost
close.
always
Yeah, you
better
remember
to
the
run
tab
because
closer
you
up
cover
thing.
more
Me too.
distance and get through sections
I miss when Eidolons were actually like good content. Now they're just garbage.
quicker. However, there are several places throughout the speedrun where small sections of strategic walking are advantageous. There are times where if you walk for a brief period, your danger level remains low enough to skip an encounter. And as long as the period of walking isn't too long, the time saved by avoiding certain encounters
I do think they changed damage attenuation. So I think limbs are like old limbs now. I might be wrong though, but I think that's what they did.
I'm lost by having to walk. Of course, I am providing a very oversimplified explanation.
But I genuinely just don't keep up with Eidolons anymore.
Just so that you can understand enough to make the rest of this video digestible. But if you do want a really good breakdown, I will...
What do you mean? I'm definitely playing here. Hello? Do you not see the gameplay? I'm clearly playing the game, dude.
Put a link in the description to a video by Dash Retro.
Okay, I'm just gonna start using spores now because
solely dedicated to explaining how walking and running affects your danger level and the encounters you experience. The most important takeaway, however, is that speedrunners know when to walk and when to run, and how that manifests in the encounters you ultimately get. Final Fantasy VII speedrunners have the optimal movement patterns understood down to a science. So they will be able to tell you where and what type of encounter...
Life support, yeah, don't worry about the life support. They're dying like 100 meters away. So life support is just constantly despawning.
Suggests something is fishy.
It is what it is.
This is where the speedrunner Tiki Liger comes in. Tiki Liger is not a top Final Fantasy speedrunner by any means, but they are definitely a good speedrunner in general. Before this recent unpleasantness, they had over 100 speedruns.
Yeah, they're gonna have another. We're gonna have another Baker situation, guys. Look, I paused the game, guys. My account's gone.
They dominated, like for example, Winback Covert Operations, where they had multiple world records. Tiki Liger has obviously spent a lot of time over the.
I will say something right now. If they try to ban me for using like a macro, I'll have you know, I have no macro software in my. I mean, I do have it on my PC. It is not running. So if they say that I have like Logitech, I don't even have a Logitech mouse, by the way, or a Razer. Like I don't have anything. So you know, it's not gonna happen. Baker, yeah, Baker. Baker got banned. Remember Baker? He used to like long endurance runs, and he got banned because they said he was running Logitech software for macros, and it was just the stupidest shit ever. Which, by the way, the guy has like carpal tunnel or something like that. He has like a problem with his like wrists or shit, like his fingers. They didn't care. They still banned him anyways. Like, yeah, they're really inclusive until we do something they don't like, and then suddenly inclusivity goes out the window. Also, this guy's gonna kill me because I have no abilities. Yeah, okay. Fuck angst, bro. I hate this fucking guy so much. Like, actually the worst fucking designed enemy in this entire game, and it's not even close. Like, it's just gonna take 2 years to kill this guy. There we go. Yeah, they perma-banned him too. He came back with a second account, and I think they didn't ban that account because of the backlash. Anyways, my life support's about to run out because this build is too good. So I'm just gonna have to actually like try now. Anyways,
Makes his most recent Final Fantasy VII speedrun all the more.
that's the main reason I advocate for macros. Yeah, like there's no reason to get like carpal tunnel because the game just the optimal way to play is to get carpal tunnel. It is what it is.
More perplexing. In late October, he submitted a no-slot speedrun on the PlayStation Digital platform, and his speedrun was a time of 7 hours and 10 minutes, which would put him at around 9th place. So this wasn't exactly a new world record or an incredibly fast time by any stretch of the imagination. But what makes this situation very entertaining is the fact that
yeah, you gotta click your mouse 30 times a second. No macros, please, thank you. Yeah, life support is shitting itself because they keep despawning because they're dying too far away because I started using spores.
I wouldn't be surprised if other
So I have to keep going back and forth to that room.
But I can't recall this ever resulting in a moderator streaming themselves actually detecting a cheated run in real time. It all started so innocently, and what's really cool is that you get to see how Dash verified that all of the movement was correct by counting the steps and making sure they line up correctly with the strategy being used.
I love Carpal Tunnel Simulator. It's great.
Steps back here. Like I want to see how well I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Oh my god, you really do have to count your steps.
18, 19, 20. Wait.
This speedrun's crazy. Right now we're watching a guy, a moderator from a speedrunning website, verify a Final Fantasy VII speedrun that's been cheated. So, very good content.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's way overstepped right there. It should be 18 and a half. And am I? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and a half. Okay, no, that's 18 and a half. I was just counting too fast behind the thing. Yeah, that was correct.
And as far as steps were concerned, for the first few hours of the speedrun, things seemed to line up reasonably well. One thing Dash did notice, however, is that Tiki Liger was getting very, very lucky with overworld encounters.
I swear, if this is a one, you have to manip for a one encounter traversal.
By Final Fantasy VII, because it's a rare event where, I mean, a great game. Why speedrun? I mean, why speedrun anything, right? It's just a game. You can speedrun literally anything. But yeah, what's fun about it is that the moderator for one of the speedrunning sites was doing this live. So there's a live recording for the first time that I've ever seen. It's a live recording of a guy verifying a speedrun that's been cheated, which is like cinema.
I feel like this is getting weird. This run has had like RNG that you have to manipulate for on every world map traversal. That's crazy.
Tiki Liger was only getting 1 or sometimes 0 encounters while traveling between locations, which is very suspicious. This doesn't immediately mean Tiki Liger was cheating, as encounters on the overworld screen aren't determined by your danger level or the steps you take, so it's usually impossible to know if these things are being manipulated. But Dash did take note that Tiki was getting an insane amount of luck. But in practice, with these encounters, it's basically impossible to prove foul play. Tiki Liger really could have just gotten real.
There was a world record Diablo. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. It was the guy that did the duplicating glitch to sell gold, but everything about it was wrong. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Lucky. But just before the 4-hour mark, Tiki Liger did something that immediately made Dash's ears perk up. In this section here, when Dash was counting the steps,
I'm uploading a video that takes up all my internet. Alright, see you in a bit.
They appeared way off.
It might be close, but yeah, there you go, as expected. So this battle's happening on this screen. This is really rough for steps. We're getting towards the territory of steps being dead. Or steps killing the run.
I know exactly the speedrun you're referring to, by the way. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But here we gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and a half. 9 and a half.
9 and a half? He took 9.5 steps?
I feel like,
whoa.
I feel like you have to do more steps than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and a half. Am I crazy, or do you have to do more steps than that if you're that far back?
Dash felt as though Tiki Liger didn't do enough steps to avoid a specific encounter. And what's so impressive about the knowledge these speedrunners have is that the encounter in question, the encounter that these specific steps are trying to avoid, doesn't happen until 5 minutes later into the run. But Dash has such a good understanding that he already knew which encounter should happen and where, based on the amount of steps that Tiki Liger took. And when that encounter didn't happen, he knew something was wrong.
Dude, these guys are insane.
Suspicious. It might come off that way. The world map stuff is nutty. Like there's a reason we do manips, you know.
They're dying at about 150 meters now with sports. Because they're still leveled. The level's still too low. They should be on like 1,000 by now. But you know, it is what it is.
To get this fight right here. Call me suspicious of this.
I actually just shouldn't use spores anymore.
I have to see something.
Dash immediately went and recreated the exact scenario that was playing out in Tiki Liger's run, and reproduced the same amount of steps to make sure that he was correct that the encounter Tiki Liger got was the wrong one. And sure enough, when Dash tested these same variables, a different encounter was triggered. Dash always got the encounter.
Oh my god, they have like emulators for this.
Tiki Liger took. He was just not able to replicate what happened in Tiki Liger's run. Now at this point, Dash had been streaming for 9 hours, so he decided to park the run and keep investigating it.
Oh, did he delete the
What's
speedrun?
very interesting is that after Dash
Did he delete it?
stream, the runner Tiki Liger deleted their submission. And not only that, they deleted the video from YouTube.
So that's what I found
Viewer geolocation?
I found
Oh, I think that's an extension that Twitch just had on for some reason.
I don't think I'm fairly confident in saying it could not be produced by unaltered FF7 gameplay. And so I said, okay, we will.
Oh, he didn't delete the speedrun. That's good.
Now though, because I had been streaming for over 9 hours at that point, I was very hungry. I was feeling like I was gonna faint because A, I'm very hungry. B, already been streaming for a long time. C, this kind of thing is very nerve-wracking. I don't want to find a problem with the speedrun, right? I don't want to have to assert that something was illegitimate.
There we go. See,
you know?
I have supports working again.
So
Just don't use supports,
it
though.
makes me nervous, you know? And so nervous on top of hunger, fatigue, right? Right, I said, let's watch the rest of this run tomorrow, all right? And so, just in case, because I found this live on stream, you know, just in case.
Oh, I have another video for us to watch after this.
Someone, you know, tried to delete the video to hide evidence or something like that. I downloaded the run.
Smart man.
To my computer, and I ended the stream. And now here we are today. But wouldn't you know it? Between me ending my stream and me starting my stream today,
The guy messaged him? No way.
the run has been deleted.
Deleted? Oh, what an idiot.
The,
What a dumb idiot, dog.
of the FF7 leaderboard submissions.
He actually deleted it.
The video itself is also deleted.
Oh, what a dumbass.
Not just the speedrun.com submission.
What a fucking idiot. Gets Scott, then deletes everything.
Luckily, Dash was cognizant enough to download the run before this.
Smart man.
This is already extremely suspicious, and many people would assert that this is already an outright admission of guilt. But things would only get even more bizarre from here. The next day, try as he may, Dash was not able to reproduce what happened in Tiki Liger's run. The only way he could get the same encounter was by using a
This
random
Nidus is
editor to
broken.
lower his
Alright, I see
danger,
now.
which would allow him to skip the encounter
Alright.
Tiki Liger should have gotten. So Dash's theory was that Tiki Liger was using tools to see their danger level and step ID in real time, which is obviously cheating. And then Tiki Liger could use a RAM editor to lower their danger level to skip encounters when they didn't take enough steps. Using this method, he was able to perfectly replicate what
That's so
happened
scummy.
in Tiki Liger's run.
What if I am running the game? Here's the conjecture, right? What if I am running the game?
Hello,
and
1,000,
I am
brother.
looking at this step graph while I'm running, and thus I see that I'm going to clip this encounter. Well, I could just pop into danger up here and just like take 100 off of my danger, and there we go. Problem solved. Just a quick little RAM edit, and now just a little bit less danger.
What a dumbass, bro.
And now
Gets
we get
caught,
underneath
deletes
that
everything.
encounter that I accidentally
Insane.
didn't walk enough. And so then, as you can see, what happens is we don't get this encounter right here. And instead we get this encounter right about where they got theirs. We got it a little bit further behind where they got theirs because I took more steps than they did, and steps put you behind.
Combined with Tiki Liger deleting their submission and video, things were looking pretty open and shut. But midway through Dash's stream, after he had articulated his speculation about how Tiki Liger cheated, things went downhill.
No
very
way.
fast.
No way the guy
First,
went onto
people
the
in
stream.
chat pointed out that Tiki Liger had begun to private all of his videos on his YouTube channel. And this wasn't just his Final Fantasy speedrun. This was everything.
Oh, wait a second. Hang on. Are you you're telling me that
What a
there's
moron, dude.
actually a YouTube update. You're telling me there's an update. If we were to go to the FF7 leaderboard and we were to go to no major skips and find their run. Oh! Okay. Now, I don't think, I mean, is this more suspicious than
Yes.
Than this already was? The same amount. It's the same amount. It's the same amount. I gotta check something. This was a win-back run earlier. This was not FF7. How about Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy VIII has been privated. The Last of Us even? Okay, so it's everything. So they probably went to their YouTube and just checked all videos and then said private, right? So yeah. So that's just, you know, that I think that's an easy thing to do, right? To go to YouTube and just select all videos private. All right.
And then shortly after that, Tiki Liger completely deleted his entire channel.
Did they? Everything was private before. Oh, now it's been removed.
Unfortunately, the only video that seems to have been saved from any of Tiki Liger's runs was his cheated Final Fantasy VII run. So it's now impossible to determine.
Dude, I love
which
Warframe in
other runs are
2025.
legit and which
You don't
are
like
fake.
just looking in the corner and just shooting? It's great.
Deleting literally everything was probably the worst option, because I don't have any reason to believe that all of the other speedruns were automatically cheated just because he cheated in one particular game. And it's very hard to determine if deleting everything means that some other runs
They made the game so accessible
or if he
now.
just decided
Anyone
to
can play
rage
it.
quit after being caught once. Unfortunately for Tiki Liger, the fact that he deleted everything and he is now known as a cheater means that moderators for other games have no option but to completely remove all of his runs. Cheating in one game doesn't automatically mean you're banned from other games, so if his other runs were still available and could be verified again, albeit with greater scrutiny, I don't see a reason why many of them would still be able to remain on the leaderboards. But by deleting all of his videos, everything is being scrubbed. Before he cheated, he had 125 speedruns listed, and at present, this number has been reduced to 37. And I assume that the number hasn't gone down to 0, simply because word has not yet spread to all of the moderators of all of the other games. Honestly, in my opinion, if Tiki Liger does have legitimate speedruns in other games, especially if they are world records, they should be re-uploaded. At the very least, this gives the other players in these communities the opportunity to vote.
I'm loving this content right now.
Whether or not they are happy
I'm
with
holding
those
Mass
runs to
1
remain on the ranks.
in Mass 2.
But I'm
It's
also
great.
very curious to know what the general public thinks on this issue. Do you think cheating in one game means you should be banned from every other game? Or do you think the consequences should be restricted to just the game in which you cheated? Let me know what you think in the comments. Once again, a huge thanks to Dash.
Alright, now I wanna. There's another video that I want to watch. Hold
About
on.
this situation. Please go and support his channel. I will put links in the description to his channel and his...
We're gonna watch this one because I think this is. Wait, is this one? Sure, let's do this one first.
Essentially, you know, there was a World of Warcraft drama, for those you don't know, where Fire Software was in some sort of content.
It's just kind of old, but it's still pretty good. It's like 2 months.
Hardcore. And I'm gonna keep it short. I swear to God, I'm not gonna waste time with this because this drama is like the most petty thing I've like ever seen. Well, that's a lie, but it's pretty petty. It's pretty bad. They were in an instance or like a raid or a dungeon, whatever you want to call it in World of Warcraft, and everyone made mistakes. A lot of people, not everyone, but like 4 or 5 people made mistakes. Pirate was one of them.
Audio's kind of
He
low.
died because of it. And Everyone except him took the blame. When people called him out for it, they said, I didn't do anything wrong. I couldn't have done anything. But look at them. They did something wrong. They were the problem. Essentially, that was it. That was the entire. That was all. That was all. He just didn't take responsibility for it. And then he would triple down on Twitter, quadruple down again. That could have been it, but no. This sparked a gigantic discussion on Twitter, on YouTube, and now everyone is starts looking.
I still think this guy cheated on every single one of his puzzle games, by the way.
Looking at his old videos, like his first it was Outer Wild playthrough, where I didn't even think he was cheating, because it's not a very hard game. Like, you can totally do Outer Wilds blind. It's not that difficult, you know. But then you can see him like very blatantly looking at his phone. Like, he would be stuck somewhere, look at his phone, and then like 5 minutes later he'll be like, guys, wait a minute. That's a very thing of doing, like, wait a minute. Wait. Okay, I had this crazy idea, guys. What if? And then he just says this loop to the person. Like, I'm not crazy. Haha, I knew it. I can, like, I will see that happening right here in real time. In games like these, just to be very clear, this game is very much like La Mulana, the Looker, I guess, or the Witness. Where like, well, not really, but like in some of the later puzzles, where there's different types of puzzles. You have like straight up IQ tests, think like Sudoku, or just some where all the rules are clear and you just have to, you know, do the correct thing, like Sudoku basically, or the early puzzles in The Witness. And then you have more like ambiguous or like deep puzzles, like in this game, where you have to just like, the game doesn't explain the rules to you. You have to figure the rules out.
Yeah, true. He got robbed at the Oscar, dude. Like, Pirate Software should have won an Oscar for this performance.
Like weird clues. There's like a pixel off in the corner, and then there's notes playing when you like, you
wait a minute.
connect all the dots, and it's
Wait a minute.
breaking all of this.
I think I know how to do this.
Like
Wait a minute.
riddles type, and Animal Well for the most part leans hard into like this riddle type thing, especially in the late game. And some of these puzzles that we're gonna get into are so difficult that the developer himself didn't even know if they could be solved. Like, they were that obscured. It's ridiculous. But yeah, for Outer Wilds again, it was also like a bit kind of riddly. You know, you have to connect the dots, but it's not that bad. As I said on the stream the other day, it's like that's like baby's first like puzzle game, right? Because now it looks like he was cheating on it, but the game is so easy, it doesn't matter. Like, you could have totally done that blind. Like, it's not hard to. Usually on an average person playthrough, they get stuck like maybe one or two places, and maybe they have to look something up. But like, very good game though. I'm just saying that like, the puzzles aren't like the most difficult thing ever. This guy did a how to career 101 dog good morning everyone. Well, it's more that like he just got a big spotlight, and more people were critical towards him, and that caused everything to unravel more or less, because now people are seeing all of these things happening. It's like, wait. And also, when I saw this video the other day on stream, when someone mentioned this, that this long play might have been, you know, he was just pretending to take credit. I assume that, like, well,
you want a VTuber model with Big Booba? You want is maybe a timeout. You know what I mean? I'm kidding, but no, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Dude, imagine if that, you know that video of that one guy where like his VTuber model like stopped working midstream, and it's just a dude.
He's has chat open, so maybe he just collaborated with his chat. But then I went back and watched this today, like off stream, and I was like, wait, he's actually pretending that he is the one solving everything on its own the entire way, all the way. By the way, not just all the rabbits, which are really hard. Some of them are crazy hard. Well, no, he only did 16 rabbits. He didn't do all of them. But all the rabbits that he did do, he got all of them himself. Yeah, no help from anyone. And then those are by the way, 16 rabbits. It's very impressive. It can happen. I'm talking just the likelihood, and saying that how he's being all of the accused done. It's pretty likely that he cheated in Outer Wilds as well, because of like, guys, I'm stuck on guys, I'm so stuck. What do I do? I don't understand. Wait a minute, I have an idea.
Wait a minute.
So now I just want to like look at this one as well. And yeah, 16 rabbits is very impressive.
So this is a video on a game called Animal Well, which is like it's a very cutesy pixel game. But it has puzzles, and the puzzles are like really, like some of the puzzles are easy, like the starting puzzles, but some of the late puzzles are like stupidly hard and require like a team of people to like understand and like theory craft. And the thing is, this guy, which if you know like the Pirate Software guy, was the guy that like he went against the like games, like preserve games movement, and he worked at Blizzard for 7 years, and he roached in like World of Warcraft or whatever. He pretty much faked like all his all his playthroughs because there's no way he can figure out all the puzzles by himself, and you're gonna see that, and it's very funny.
Then he goes on to solve the final puzzle of the entire game, which is the Wingdings puzzle, which leads to like a fourth wall breaking voice message from the developer himself in the game because it was so fucking obscure. He didn't know people could solve it, and then it was just like meant to be a community thing or like an end game thing to be found like way ahead in the future. And by the way, this is not in 7 hours. This is a long play edited down. He didn't do it in 7 hours for sure. The likelihood of someone solving the Wingdings puzzle, or not only finding the Wingdings, which is really hard, but also finding out how to like assemble them to get to the final stage of the puzzle, it's insane. Like, I don't think there's anyone in the entirety of who has played this game who actually has done that. It's literally like something you like the community painstakingly put together. Because when you work together on something, you have all the information available, and you get a much stronger focus, and it's like way more doable. But like, and even then it took time because it's really like dream levels of it's basically dream levels of luck where it's so unlikely that it's basically impossible. And that's what we want to go through today. Again, the Wingdings puzzle that he presented to solve is crazy, and the rabbits to some extent too are crazy. The final puzzle can't be solved without other people working together. No, that's the mural rabbit. There's a rabbit in the game that requires other people, I think. But you can do everything within the game is available to you for the final puzzle, but it's just super fun. We'll go over it here. Here's like
they're all different. Definitely not eating pudding in my kitchen at 3 a.m. Right? Not yet.
No. He gets to this place, this mural. This is just a rabbit, by the way. Where there's a picture of a rabbit here, and then these 4 things here. I thought these were rabbits. Like, it looks like a rabbit here. This is just a rabbit with its back turned towards you, and this is another rabbit and rabbit and rabbit. I thought that was rabbits.
But I'm the crazy one. There are too many pods. But look,
like, it's very clear he's just acting, dude.
Pod and the third pod are the same. If we go back to the main menu.
But he swears that this is all, like, normal. Like, you're gonna, like, tell me yourself what you think about it.
It's a totally different pod. It's a totally different pod. Do-do-do-do. Did you see the particle effect? Did you see the particle effect?
The fucking particle effect.
Did you see that? Watch. The particle effect is the notes. The particle effect is the notes. It's the notes. When you open the oh, I'm onto your bullshit. It's no, this is real. Watch.
It's such like poor turn acting too, dude.
They're different. They're different. And the other one was at angles. I'm onto you. I'm onto you. We're gonna copy you to there. We're gonna erase you from here. Why else would we have a copy, chat? Why else would we do that other than to get the other pod, chat? I'm onto you. Look at that one. That one's not even a normal pattern. All right.
I looked at the solution after this, and something that he doesn't hammer on enough is that Pirate is solving some of them without. Yeah, no, he's solving them without having the keys. Like, he has no context for this. He doesn't even know what puzzle he's trying to solve. Right? He has no understanding of anything that's happening. But for some reason, he just knows like all the steps.
We got right, down, top left, top right on that one. Ooh, I got you. Ooh, I know what I'm doing now. You thought I was insane. But no. I could just see the truth, chat. I could see it. I'm cooking.
This isn't like I don't think he doesn't have to be like cheating to figure this out for sure. I just think it's funny when he says himself so confidently, I could just see the truth. I could just see it. I'm cooking. Like, it's just it's just very funny. This is a rabbit. Those are notes you put in, and then you get to rabbit. That's like, you know, it's a hard one. I did not solve this one. I couldn't do it. I couldn't figure it out because I thought the mural. And
the guy that we're watching right now, his name's Albino. He's a content creator that I love, and he actually played like Animal Well, and he tried to get he actually like does all the puzzles by himself. Like, I trust Albino as someone that does the puzzles by himself, because I've seen him like puzzle solve before, so I know I know that he knows what he's talking about.
That you saw, I didn't see them as pods because, like most players, I didn't remember the pods from the early game. I just didn't. I didn't remember how the pod looked like, that it was a pod on the picture. I thought it was a rabbit. The red herring, me. And that's that, you know? Because all I see is rabbits and animals after all those hours of playing. So I didn't solve it.
Yeah, they're puzzle solvers.
Hats off. If you actually did that, great. But as we'll see coming up, I think we could just skip to, let's see, gets the ending here. And here's he is collecting all the rabbits, you know? Here's another one.
Currently, anyway. And I don't really know what it is.
Is this. Here there's 2 walls you have like a clicker. You click, and when you click, it switches. It's like the blocks in Mario, right? Like.
So this is. I think you could solve this on your own. This is fine. I think you could solve this on your own. The problem is, he doesn't solve it on his own. He just knows how to do it. That's the problem. Like, this is one of the first. Like, there's only 2 times in the entire game, or 2 or 3 times in the entire game, where you have to know this information, and like he just knows how to do it.
They alternate. So if this goes on, this goes off, and vice versa, right? You gotta click while being inside here, and then you can move to the right. But there is no clicker receiver here, so you can't do that. The solution is that when you stand somewhere and you jump off of it and you die, you will be sent back to where you last stood. So what you gotta do is you gotta jump off here on bubbles to another map, click it to switch it, and then you gotta die somewhere in water before you touch the ground. Then the game will remember the last place you stood, which is in between here. You go back here, and then you can move on. It's a very, very convoluted thing. The way I learned how to do this is that there is a part of the map near the fish domain where you basically float on a bubble really far down, and you gotta do like this switch alternator puzzle where if you fall anywhere there, you get sent all the way back. And that's what made me realize that, oh, it's not because, you know, the game is forcing you to fall back there, but that's just how the game works. So when it remembers where you stood last, and you get sent there when you die. And also, the switches are global. So if you click a switch on the other side of the map, it will also alternate every other thing connected to switches in the entire game. That's basically how this works. But so I solved this one blind. It's all about, you know, when you complete a math test, your teacher will say, oh, you got the answer right, but all your progress was wrong. When he solves it here, it's just like... It's so immediate. He immediately just knows everything. All of those are connected like, boom, immediately.
I don't know what to do here. Each environment doesn't save state between you leaving a room and coming back in, correct? This one does. Wait a minute.
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 Wait, what if we tested in the exact room you're supposed to be doing it in? What?
It's gonna change back, isn't it? I understand. When you jump...
Zero context for the understanding this, by the way.
Jump off of a ledge, it saves your state at that location. Jumping off of a ledge saves your state until you hit the ground again. Staying on bubbles doesn't do that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what to do here. Does what you have to do here.
We've seen that throughout the entirety of the game. I have to jump off of that ledge, use bubbles the entire way, flip the switch, and then jump in the water up there to teleport back to where I was here. That's insane.
It's just bullseye. This can happen. It can happen, but there are so many. It's again with Dream. There's so many bullseyes in a row that they're starting to get a little bit suspicious, right? But again, these are just the rabbits. They're just chat. It's just the rabbits. We haven't even gotten to the wing things yet, because those are they're the next layer of the onion, okay? And of course here.
Now then, we needed 16 rabbits. Nibble index, struct, but also this. You're up.
I didn't solve this one. I couldn't even come close to solving this one. I gave up before this happened. In my playthrough, I got some of the rabbits done.
1, 2. Ears down, 8. I'm not even...
1, 2, 8. Like...
Going on? Don't worry. Most of my brain doesn't either. The part of my brain that solves things does, though, and that's fine. And I'm pretty sure these are instructions.
The part of his brain that solves puzzles just knows what to do, you know? It is what it is.
Get the rabbits in the dimension.
It's so blatant, dude. But he just won't admit that it's fake. It's fine if it's fake, because, you know, it's not very fun to watch a puzzle not being solved, but he never does.
Why? Why do you think that?
I mean... doesn't either.
Oh.
We need to take a look at the rabbits in the dimension. 1 ear down, 1, 2. 2 ears down, 8.
Because the rabbits do those directions with their ears, right?
Some of them have 2 ears down, some of them have 1 ear down in their idle animation. The ears are the puzzle. There's no music in this environment. Well, what's the order? Would it be like left to right? And to the right is 0, down is 1, left is 2, and 3 is up, as per the indicator. Okay, this is the UV bunny.
But he just solves it within, like, no time. And then he gets to the ending. He gets the rabbit ending, and he learns to fly, right?
I can just fly now. I can just fly at any time now.
Yep, he just solved all of it. Within, yeah, but like in no time, he just gets it. He again, another bullseye, boom, got it, bam, great, awesome.
I don't even know what this means. There has to be something more beyond this now.
There just has to be.
More, right?
Because, you know, you just figured out how to fly. Of course, there's got to be something more. Because, you know, there's always something more when you figure out how to fly in a game where you literally just crawl around.
Dude, I freaking ascended. How far am I into the game? Dude, The game ended a long time ago. We're egg lords now, man. Egg lords that can read bunny math. No, I mean, this can't be it. There's gotta be something more. There's no reason to give me this if there isn't another puzzle.
There's gotta be something more.
Yeah, all right. There has to be more puzzles. There has to be. Which is a fair assumption. Honestly, it's a fair assumption. So what is the next thing you're supposed to be looking for in terms of puzzles? What is the exact thing to be looking for next in your puzzles? Wingdings. Wingdings is the next thing.
East. I don't even know what to do with this now. I guess we could just check the whole map, yeah? The one that's
check the whole map.
reacting, isn't it? Yeah, no, unless he's a groundhog. Oh no! Oh god! Oh god, the teleport back because I never touched the ground. It's time to get weird. It's time to get weird, chat. I have an interesting idea. I think it's time to figure out what the hell the groundhog does. We mock him.
Wait, the groundhog? Why the groundhog?
We call him a wombat, but it is more likely that he's a groundhog. Seeing as he does not want to come out of the hole. I'm gonna try.
Oh yeah, he also.
Knowledge.
So there's an animal which is like the last puzzle, like the last. It's not the last puzzle, but it's like the puzzle before the last puzzle, where there's an animal what's it called? It's literally just called
the groundhog. What?
The groundhog. Yeah, it's a groundhog, and it's just like a little character that doesn't do anything. It's just a cute little groundhog that's all it does. You know, he just hides inside a little cave, and he called for the entire playthrough. He called it the wrong thing, the wrong animal type. But now that he knows that one of the puzzles is the groundhog puzzle, which is what it's called, he's calling it a groundhog. It's so blatant, dude.
I don't know what the wombat is, but what if he figures out that it's a groundhog? And like, here we're going from like doing bunny math and all this stuff, and okay, it's groundhog.
I'm gonna go to the main menu. I'm gonna go to my system time. I'm gonna change my system.
We instantly get an idea.
Just change your system time.
The idea that you're supposed to change your system date to February 7th. Go into the game again because it's a groundhog. Like he did. No, that's
Groundhog Day.
You've got every bullseye in the game up to this, but yeah, no, it's a groundhog. So set it to February. Now he just knows that he sees the truth, Chad. He's cooking. Hold up.
Which I believe is
let him cook.
Time has been changed. I'm gonna load my game.
What? Wait, how did he figure that out? He's so smart.
He's such a slimy weasel, dude.
I have 5 hearts. I'm gonna load my game again. He does not wish to say hello. I'm gonna go to my system time, and I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna change my system time to 2025. Load the game.
What? What? Wait a minute, what? Okay, you can get more of them.
Such a slimy weasel, dude.
Sure. Well, now you figured out the ground.
So you figured out that you're supposed to do it one time, and you get 1 heart. And now, he just knows that you're supposed to do it 4 times. You're supposed to do it 4 times to get through the puzzle. And he just knows that.
What are you gonna do with it? It gives you more health. What are you gonna do with more health, right? Any ideas? Any bright ideas in chat? What do you think you're gonna use more health for?
I have 6 hearts. This is it. This is it. Oh, this is it. 2026. Change. Everything is enraged. My system time is breaking everything. My monthly summaries are ready. I'm being attacked by the... I don't even know when Bezos is gonna arrive. Yeah. Not just infinite health. Remember what it had? It said 7 hearts with 2 missing. Right? 7 potions with 2 missing potions. This is a potion. So if we add 7 hearts, and then we take 2 of them off, right? So we had 9 total, and we have 2 missing.
It's so fucking
now I have 7
dumb.
hearts. Now I'm gonna go change the date and time to 2027.
I hate this guy with a passion, by the way. There's not a lot of people that I can say that I hate, because hate is such a powerful word. I fucking despise this guy.
Wait, he's got less potion. Do I want that? Because I have 7 hearts right now.
So what do we do then?
Yes, I hate this fucking guy. He is the antithesis of what every developer should not be. He's been taking money from people that want to play his games for 7 years now, going on 8 years. And he hasn't done anything with it.
Multi-track drifting now, Joe.
His last development, like actual update, like meaningful update, was 3 years ago, and he's still taking Patreon money from people that think his game's gonna come out.
Yeah, we're 4D drifting now. I'm gonna change this to 2028. Windows is continuously improving, and updates are normal part. No.
I have no idea who he is. He just magically became super popular over the past few years. So he got big on YouTube Shorts. Like, for some reason, the algorithm just loved his stupid YouTube Shorts about shit that he didn't know anything about. And so he had started peddling that. And then he started getting bigger because he started doing interviews about security, because he said he worked for the government to inspect power plants, which is all bullshit, by the way. Yeah, he just started blowing up like that. And then he just started getting controversy after controversy because he's actually just a pea-brain that makes every single game developer look bad. Even more than Yandere Dev, by the way. He makes Yandere Dev look like a hard worker.
Remind me later. I know it's been 5 years. I understand. Okay, he's done. Now set time automatically. This dude only has 7 hearts. Now the reason we only want 7 hearts is because there's 7 potions in the wall. So then if I take 2 hits of damage, I'll have 7, but 2 missing. Alright, there we go. So I have 7, but 2 missing now. Nope, that didn't do it either. Let me try to shake it. I'm gonna put it in, try some. We have 7 hearts. We have 2 blues. We know that potions equate to hearts. Nope. I have 7 hearts and 2 blue shields. Take the damage to lose the 2 blues. They don't disappear like that. They actually erase. There has to be another secret potion. There has to be a 9th potion somewhere. Yeah, there has to be a 9th heart.
Yeah, at least Yandere Dev actually like put some like random ass update.
So, if we load the game on this file, I have 8.
Yandere Dev is posture. Yeah. And that one stupid game made Yandere Dev like the biggest lolcow in game developers before Pirate Software. You never heard of this? Oh my god, okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to pull up a Yandere Dev video. You're gonna learn the lore. Hold on. You have to learn the lore. Where is it? Here it is.
It got to the point where he...
Are you ready? This is a 2-hour video.
Come down and give your lover a kiss.
Social inexperience, anger, malice, and a sudden rise to popularity. This is the recipe for Alex Mahan, known as Yandere Dev. The moniker derived from his creation, Yandere Simulator.
Oh, you're copying his messages now.
Alexander is incomplete. Per lengthy forum post to his current day postings, he has never been able to find a lasting partner. What has followed him instead has been a history that haunts him. Posts about wanting to attack his parents, many damning accusations,
PC only cannot provide Lightning Links build. Don't worry about it, you're gonna figure out who Yandere Dev is. I'm about to give you the forbidden lore of Yandere Dev without your consent.
Ron. Now all remembered because of his recent, illicit conversations with a 16-year-old.
Yeah, you're very skinny and that's kind of hot.
Him being 35, more than twice her age, did not win favor with the community he was attempting to repair relations with. This, as it were, is the tip of the iceberg. Many tackle only pieces of Yandere Dev, but this video will cover his expansive history to present day.
You're not ready for this, Markov. You're really not.
In 1997, developing alongside Alexander, who was 9 at the time, was a new term, involuntary celibate. First found in a support website ran by a woman in her mid-20s, simply known as Alana. Alana's Involuntary Celibate Project, as it was called, was intended as a support group for those who felt marginalized by society. As the website grew, the term involuntary celibate was shortened to InvCel, then as per a suggestion, was shortened for the easier spoken and now popular Incel. The website itself saw some success, and not just as a support group, but also as a website.
Okay, this isn't just Yandere Dev lore, this is internet lore, dude. This is like how everything started.
Where a few members found each other and developed relationships. Its significance now is boiled down to its coined term, and precursor to something vile. 3 years later, now the year 2000, Alana abandoned the project, and the term, alongside Alexander, swayed from their intended courses. What was once a simple slang as a combination of 2 words, involuntary celibate, has been overtaken by a culture and a derisive definition. As per the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, an incel is, quote, a person, usually a man, who regards himself or herself as being involuntary celibate and typically expresses extreme resentment and hostility towards those who are sexually active. Unquote.
True.
Alexander would grow into this definition, beginning as he believes at the age of 12, when he was enrolled in an
He was 12, by the way.
program akin to homeschooling. While Alex isn't very vocal about it, nor the reason he was being homeschooled after
That's my bad.
elementary school, users state that it was because of bullying, though it is difficult to confirm because a source is never provided. Homeschooling, when it comes to development,
Educating the
foremost
grass
social
touchers,
nourishment.
true.
Only so much can be absorbed through one's parents or siblings. Typically, peers will fill this role as children learn from a different.
I would hope that a 12-year-old is celibate. That's such a good comment, dude. That is such a good comment, Markov. Yes, I would also hope a 12-year-old is celibate. However, he was not only celibate, he defined himself as celibate. That's how bad it was.
Diverse range of personalities. From here, they can learn how to communicate with one another, how not to communicate. While not everyone is proficient in communication and social understanding, even with attending public schools, those that are homeschooled can be at a greater risk of being socially malnourished. These can be offset by enrolling oneself in activities and clubs where one can socially develop among peers. But what happens when there are no attempts to provide social nourishment? No social gatherings, no going out, no friends. The only way of learning how humans interact is through media. With social media not very present in the year 2000, Alex had less options. Quote, "I've watched countless box sets of anime and played through a countless number of video games. Coupled with my own
just like me.
experiences being in elementary school, this did not paint a very good picture of what the world is like for me." Unquote. The excessive expressiveness in media and the unrealistic nature of scenarios that play out in works of fiction did not seem as such for Alex. He had a skewed picture of the outside world. He was a foreigner everywhere but his home. Perhaps that was felt as he began relating his struggles with foreign works. Animes, with a larger emphasis on those socially disconnected, resonate stronger.
Oh no 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 no!
The series comes to mind
No
as
no no no!
Shinji struggles with his past traumas, lack of connection, and crushing responsibilities. This anime is hailed as a masterpiece for its depiction of human emotions set in a cruel world where it would be hard to be anything but depressed. These topics allowed a pinhole view into understanding human relationships a bit more accurately than media that curtails harsher topics for the sake of escapism. As Alexander grew, he longed for the connections others had, as the themes of friendships and relationships were ever present in media, yet in his personal life never felt any closer. This changed somewhat with the advent of the internet. Though it was present for several years,
Alright, we're into
its
2000s now.
evolution allowed for larger, more complex forums. Similar to Lana's involuntary celibate project, these attracted users that found it difficult to find those with shared interest in person. Whether it was video games, comic fan sites, anime sites, it was certain to exist on the internet, like animemusicvideos.org. Alex,
animemusicvideos.org
forum and has one of the earliest posts from his, at the time, online alias Ava Zephon, created on May 8, 2004. The Ava is taken from Evangelion, and the Zephon is taken from the anime Ra-Zephon, which is similar to Evangelion. Originally, he joined because he wanted to make an anime music video. As for this post, where he was struggling to understand the guide in what is primitive editing and trying to overlay music on video, as was popular in virtually all subcultures in the 2000s. In fairness, the guide is not as clear as it should be with its technical lingo, especially at an introductory level. The first response was by a user named Absolute Destiny, referring Alex to a section of the guide. Alex then responds with a section, showing its lack of clarity. Now, Absolute Destiny, understanding Alex's problem, gives a detailed breakdown of what to do, and Alex is elated. 2 more topics were made over 2 days. Alex required
This is how incels are born, by the way.
as helpful, and Alex
you go to animemusicvideos.org and then you ask how to edit an AMV, and then you become an incel. That's like natural selection, dude.
appeared to be grateful, but there was some friction in his communication when trying to get users to understand his problem. And as others would find out, this was an issue for him. Proposing a new rule now. I don't mean to formally challenge the administrators with this topic, but I'd like to share some of my thoughts. I'm not mad at the guides.
Nani?
However, I'm mad that everyone thinks that they can solve a problem by telling someone to go read a guide. I didn't come to this forum or that forum to have someone tell.
This shit sounds so familiar, dude. Like, any guy on Reddit that's trying to, like, look up a guide, and he's just, like, too stupid to understand it.
Tell me to read a guide.
2000, by the way.
I came to a forum to get my question answered by someone. Think that maybe there should be some sort of rule along these lines. If you know the answer to someone's query, then if you're going to reply to their post, tell them the answer to their question. Do not direct them to a guide. Either that, or there should be a forum dedicated to help making an AMV. Why isn't there one already? I'm sorry if I was too fired up or offended any guide authors in this post. I just don't want to keep on making new posts on topics every time I run into yet another problem because no one helped me adequately because they all told me to read a guide.
You have to help me. You have to help me. You don't understand. If you don't help me,
some were understanding of his frustration. Others
it's your
diagnosed
fault.
him as the problem, specifically in his lack of clarity in defining what he needs assistance with. This was the first instance on this forum of Alex's policing or wanting control where none belongs to him. Yet there was not much hostility from either side, at least not on this forum. Instead, here, he was very expressive about his desires. On a topic created to share sexy/hot screen caps of anime characters, Alex responded to one of the posters with, quote, "It's hot and sexy, and I've ejaculated many times to it. Got any more like it?" Unquote. The infancy of the internet and the concept of permanence was not felt, which is why posts like this one exist. Quote, "This reminds me of a guy who had a 2-foot-tall statue of Rei Ayanami. He said he bought it for 200.
Guys, you have to remember, this is before, like, just like you said, this is before internet permanency. They did not know that 20 years from now, all of this would have been public, okay? They had no idea. This was early 2000s, okay?
$50, which sounds a lot better than what they seem to be charging for the doll up above. Man, I love seeing those.
There was no such thing as a digital footprint. They had no idea it existed.
Life-size anime dolls. This post was dated May 29, 2004. Rei Ayanami is a female character from Evangelion that Alex showed increasing interest in. In December of that year, he stated,
Alex is not your dev, by the way, if you haven't noticed, if you're not paying attention.
Quote, "I dig weak and submissive girls. Give me Rei. She wouldn't say no. Hell, she does whatever she's ordered to. Use your imagination." Unquote. Rei Ayanami from Evangelion is canonically 14 years old. Alex, at the time of posting this, was 16. He was expressing his desires, developing interest in others the only way he feasibly could. While most develop crushes and interact with humans, Alex had only a digital escape. Quote, 16 here, and my raging, out-of-control hormones demand an entire forum for the posting of various forms of sexy screen
I'm
dabs.
sure it does,
Unquote.
buddy.
This faux and shallow imagery, exciting but fleeting, wasn't.
Ignore the fact that you could access this like in a lot of places. I know this was early 2000s. You didn't have to go to a forum and ask for that. You could just look it up.
Meaningless. As Alex searched and peeled away layers of the internet for art that pleased him, he knew there were limits to this experience. Not soon after came a depression and anger that joined in that realization. Quote, "I am suicidal, and if it weren't for anime, I would have killed myself."
Show me anime titties or I'm gonna kill myself. How do you not understand this?
By now. Unquote. Alexander did not have many outlets, but he did have access to the ever-expanding internet where early forms of social media were popping up. The most well-known was MySpace. While this website did seem to pioneer popular elements such as the customization of a user's homepage, there were websites created even before MySpace capturing a different market entirely. One such was Guy Online, where MySpace group.
I don't know. I think maybe you have to replace. I think you have to replace like a certain ability of Araxias. Like, I think you have to replace her 4 with Zada's. I think. So that's why he said it didn't work.
Because of its simplicity and ease of access, Guy Online.
What is this? Alias Max Jiggle C Dynamic Motion Level 9. Oh no. Why are you sharing your Steam data? Fucking Markov. Why? Alright, let me open this. Oh, okay. It's not actually a file. I thought it was a file, but it's not actually a file. It's fine. I use Arch, by the way, if you didn't know.
First within anime and gaming communities as it evolved to be more interactive via events. That and
I know it's the path file, but for some reason the .ini file, it put it as a link, so maybe it was like a sneaky link. I had to make sure.
Elementary locations, players could socialize using their avatars. This also created distance and anonymity. In Gaia, you could be anyone, making it easier to talk about anything. And Alex, recently joining the website in 2005, had a building frustration and insecurity he could not shake. On the forum section of the website he posted, quote, "I hope that it will not make me sound too desperate to say this, but I have been worried if I am the type of guy who a girl would ever consider dating. I'm going to describe myself as honestly as possible, and then I'd like to know if I sound like it would ever be possible for me to find a girlfriend." Unquote. Alex continues by stating what he states are his positive qualities. He, quote, "always tries to speak or act without offending anyone," unquote. He is sweet,
surely,
a romantic guy, a gentleman who is open-minded,
what a stand-up guy,
not judgmental at all. As for his flaws,
what a stand-up guy.
Of this post, he is not very confident. Alex may know this by his love of Japan.
Oh, so you changed it in I. Oh, not the Markov. Come on now.
Different words that share the quality of those that withdraw from society. In Japan, this is an increasing issue. As more and more young adults withdraw from society, as they drop out of school, they don't see work. They stay at home all day, repeating the same day, only existing to consume, no matter how...
Yandere Dev might be the first example of a Western NEET. He might be, like, it might actually be like one of the very first examples of a Western NEET.
Much it is desired, a fear and anxiety of entering the outside world becomes crushing. In Japan, this issue was caused by various reasons, some being related to mental illness, where families of those mentally ill, in place of being homeless, will hide them from the world. After all, Japan has a phenomenally low homeless population. There's also the crunch culture and the pressure placed on succeeding to find a salary job, where the importance does not entirely lie in the money. Though inflation does play a part in working longer hours, these salary jobs are oftentimes secondary families. Workers spend so much time it becomes the...
You know what I mean? It's just a guy that just doesn't go outside pretty much.
Like its distant culture, its desire for conformity...
The difference is you have some social skills. This guy does not.
It makes this issue worse. While the US doesn't have as much of a problem with NEETs or those who are not employed in education or training, it does have less support for those that might find themselves in these positions. These are the social influences. The psychological are much more complex. Alex can be seen as a standard case, except it is unknown if he is the one that desired his homeschooling or if it was the decision of his parents. Regardless, as he consumes anime and other media, it weighs on him more the experiences he never had. In this post, there is a fictional Vincent who is role-playing kissing a woman. Alex reacts by replying, quote, "After reading that post, I felt really crappy. Sad about how I've never had any sort of experience with a girl. Man, I feel so jealous. I feel like a loser saying this, but I cried. Man, I seriously cried. I'm asking for your help. I feel like utter crap about this, and I don't know what to do. I've considered killing myself. Any advice? How do I get over this?"
Let me see the titties or I kill myself.
And displays insecurity because of those missed
This
experiences.
isn't okay. To be transparent, this isn't like a joking matter, but hindsight's 20/20, and you're gonna see why I'm joking about it.
He feels himself a lesser human being because he has not had a girlfriend, and to be accepted within society means to be vetted by having a girlfriend according to him. This delves into the
You need a state-mandated girlfriend.
In
We've been over
2005,
this.
it was hard to say which way he would go. He was only 17, and this insecurity and resentment was only just starting. On Gaia, he continued to seek acceptance and get opinions on its looks. This is why he posted this image of himself.
Oh, the glass. Poor dude. Okay, you're gonna see why I'm making fun of him, though. Okay, Markov, if you're feeling bad about this guy, just wait a little bit.
Alex's saving grace was that he was not a NEET. He may have been socially withdrawn, but he was still being homeschooled. He did sometimes also go out with his female cousin that he often talks about, and sometimes with his parents. In this post, he talks about going to a local anime convention with both his father and his cousin. But what comes after? After he is done with high school, online college was not a viable option in 2005. He has, as per his extreme exposure of it, held interest in digital entertainment. From anime to games, he has showed interest in creating something similar. He has talked about his budding Photoshop abilities, created questionable fan fiction, and apparently even made an anime-based dating simulator. Alex had his interests. There are things he wanted to do. The issue now was leaving the safety and security of his room and attending college in person, something he really did not want to do. Quote, "My dad is obsessed with my getting into college. He is obsessed with the thought of college, harassing me about it all day long, and even personally insulting me whenever I disagree with him. I hate him. I hate him."
This I don't agree with. I think pressuring your child to go to higher education isn't correct, but at the same time, he just like fucking hates his dad because of that.
So much. I don't love my father anymore. He is an redacted. He is so mean to me. I wish I could disappear from my life. I want to make him disappear.
I think when he posted this, he was 19, by the way. He was 19, by the way. So remember, 19 or 18 years of age, and this is how you're writing online.
For my life. I want to kill him. I want to kill him with my bare hands. I always fantasize about using a knife while he's sleeping. I sneak into his room and plunge a knife right into his throat. Stab him over and over and over while screaming at him what a horrible father, what a horrible person he is. And right as he realizes it's me, he'll die. Then I'll have to kill my mom. She's a total redacted anyway. I'd like if she died too." Unquote. These emotions and fantasies are not typical, but they can be for those socially withdrawn. In Japan, neets, as their parents retire, are not able to support them. So after decades of staying indoors, the neets have to enter the workforce to survive. The turmoil is so great that these emotions materialize in different ways. Alex is exhibiting anger, which seems to be common. Some people that are more than twice as old as Alex, that have spent their entire lives indoors, opt to kill their parents than themselves. While not common, these are true horror stories that drive fear in the hearts of the Japanese, and create more pressure in trying to integrate their children into society. Fortunately,
Yeah, it's fucked. Like in Japan, this is just normal. It's just like their culture. Like as a parent, you don't want to like, you don't want. There's the social aspect of you don't want anyone to know that your child is like a loser. That's the social aspect. But then if you mistreat your child too much, you're scared that because you have to help them, right? You can't just abandon them because of like social status or whatever. You're constantly scared that they're gonna harm you or themselves, and then it's gonna look even worse. Like it's fucked.
besides a different pose thinking he may become a serial killer, these feelings, now mid-2006, subsided, but not his growing displeasure of what he deems the loss of the public school experience. Quote, "In a mere 4 months, I will be 18 years old, and high school will be over in less than that. I'm really sad because I will no longer be in the same place as my favorite anime characters. I will no longer be able to experience any of the things they are experiencing, and will no longer be the same age as..."
So he's posting about how he's growing up and he's sad that he can't be like the anime characters in his animes that are teenagers in school. Okay? Keep that in mind. You gotta remember that.
All of the high school anime I watched from that point on will leave me nostalgic for high school and wishing that I'd been able to experience it as the characters had. I don't have any friends, I've never had a girlfriend or gone to a party or done any of the fun things most kids my age have done dozens of times. I pretty much...
He's afraid that he's gonna lose the nostalgia of an anime high school. Okay? He's 18, by the way.
Wasted my entire childhood. Watching high school anime makes me really jealous of the characters who had got to have such fun childhoods and high school experiences. Unquote. To that, Alex states his optimal partner would be just as socially awkward as him. Quote, "In this fantasy, there is a girl who always stays home, has spent most of her life reading and listening to music, and is horrified when she finally goes to high school. Then her and I meet one another." Unquote. He repeatedly, across several forum posts for the Loser's webcomic, described what his optimal partner would be. Someone who has no sexual experience, someone who is innocent and socially inexperienced as well.
So him, he just wants to fuck him.
For promiscuous women. Finding out that women have those strong desires has caused conflict, as he never knew they could be like that. After much reprimanding from other forum members, he grew to tolerate them. And then, just a month after stating his dislike of them, he, on May 8, 2006, as has become patterned, asked if someone in his situation has a chance to have sex. Quote, "Do you think that if this guy met a slutty girl..."
So he finds a girl who is like socially inept, and he thinks is just socially inept as him, and he just goes up to her and just goes, "Hey, do you want to have sex?" And this is how it goes.
He would have a good shot at convincing her to have sex with him. It wouldn't be quote-unquote pity sex. It wouldn't be sex just because he felt sorry for him. It'd be sex to help him and cheer him up and make his dreams come true. Unquote. Alex describes himself as innocent, hating all that he perceives...
Okay, we're not there yet. Hold on.
Like mean people or people that use swear words. Yet one of his accounts was seen asking questions on how to progress in the 2006 video game Rapeplay. The player assaults a 42-year-old...
Okay, I have to... Markov, if you're ever feeling bad about this guy, just calm down.
Mother and her 17 and 12
just wait a little bit.
There is dissonance in what Alex deems to be a model person. He even stated in a different post that he is, quote, "sexually frustrated." Yes. Higher in terms of moral certitude? Yes. Unquote. Alex appears to be shifting the blame for his lack of sexual activity to not his lack of socialization or his inability. Instead, it's just him being selective. And while he tolerates promiscuous women, he will never, quote, "pursue a romantic relationship with them," unquote. In another post, he goes as far to state, quote, I'm saying that I could not easily be attracted to a girl whose virginity was taken by another man, unquote. At this point, Alex had begun taking classes at Santa Monica College to learn animation. His exposure to the public was not helping him integrate, it was having the adverse effect. Quote, I saw so many couples today. They were putting their arms around one another and holding each other's hands, and even kissing. I almost cried. That sort of thing should be illegal, unquote. His continued negativity and hatred bled into his forum posts. Not only was he not integrating well in his college, online, his vitriolic posts were getting criticized. In December 2006, he went on several tirades about how much he despises mean people. And when he got criticized, instead of digesting the criticism, he states, quote, other people were mean to me, which made me want to defend my point strongly. As people became more and more mean, I became more extreme in my defense of my beliefs. I don't have a distorted view of women and sex. I got over my confusion a long time ago, but I defended extreme beliefs about women and sex just because everyone was being so mean, unquote. There was something that rang true in the statement in that Alex, when criticism is brought forth, he reciprocates negativity rather than attempting to understand. This part of him would not change. In a different post, still in December, he states it would be optimal to exterminate all mean people. That same day, he stated that shootings can be justified if only bullies are harmed. This combative attitude and hatred were making Alex more marginalized in an already marginalized space. These constant disagreements allowed him to
Imagine being like in a forum post where everyone's just mentally deranged and you get singled out for being too mentally deranged.
Understand how little his views were fitting in. As for 2007, besides expanding on his already expansive website comparing Evangelion to Razepon, that is a 17-page breakdown, Alex again became a bit more at peace with his emotions. So far, every time it appears he is about to go over the edge and do something drastic, he takes a step back and reevaluates and calms down, wanting to learn and improve. On Gaia, in October of 2007, he stated, quote, over the past 2 years, I developed a lot, and I've learned how to be around people. I can talk with people and interact with them much easier now. But still, nobody really looks at me unless I speak up or ask me questions or talks to me unless I've initiated the conversation. They're all concerned with each other, and it seems like nobody really cares about me. The other thing that's getting me down is that no girls are ever interested in me. Occasionally I'll try to say something flattering and complimentary, and the girl's expression and body language will change, and I can tell that it creeped them out a little. Today I spent a few minutes with one of my friends and a female friend of his. She told us a funny story where this really creepy guy was hitting on her, and it bothered her a lot. I saw parallels to my own situation, unquote. He ends the post once again asking for advice. While the replies try to cheer Alex up, it does not help as Alex responds with, quote, I am extremely anxious about not having a girlfriend. It is my greatest insecurity, unquote. At the end of 2007, Alex vented more on a different forum, one that he made an account for earlier in that year. On the suicide forum, he posted, quote, I'm insecure, anxious, lonely, and I lack confidence. I have nothing to live for, unquote. This post can be summed up with these two sentences. Quote, nobody wants to be friends with me. No girl wants to call me hers. My life is and always has been a giant disappointment, unquote. On Gaia, he announced his New Year resolution. Quote, my New Year resolution is to finally get a girlfriend. But when I say New Year's, I don't mean for 2008. That has been my resolution for the past 5 years. Since I was 14, I've wanted a girlfriend. I'm 19 now, and I've never had a girlfriend. I've never gone on a date with a girl or kissed a girl. No girl has ever been interested in me or given me a chance. I would keep...
Listen, you've never got a chance because you've never tried to get an opportunity for a chance. Like, you gotta try, buddy. It's not like it's just gonna jump out in front of you.
The same resolution for the next year, but if I haven't had a girlfriend by now, what's the point? I don't think any girl will ever desire me. I think I'll be alone for the rest of my life, unquote. There are more that...
The irony is, there's a ton of girls out there now that know that he's yandere dev that unironically just want to have sex with him because he's yandere dev. But he's still going for like 16. Oh wait, I'm going ahead of the law. I'm getting ahead of it.
3 pages of topics Alex made reiterate his desperation. I eat alone, sleep alone, study alone. Or, all girls who refuse to date me contribute to my problems. Where can I find slutty girls who like to fool around? The last topic specifically sparked a new page. Not only was he accepting of promiscuous women, he was now seeking them, going as far as to message random women in MySpace. The first 3 comments responding to Alex's announcement of the strategy read, quote, you need help, frowny face. Personally, I think that's
You
sort of
need help,
tacky.
frowny
I doubt
face.
you'll touch a real boob ever. Unquote. 2 days later, he came back sharing his results. Quote, 7 girls read the message and did not respond. 4 girls have not yet read the message. 2 girls responded and said they were cool with hooking up with guys. I told them I live within 5 miles and was interested in meeting them. I'm waiting for a response. Unquote. Nothing came of this. Alex also
5
tried a
miles,
Craigslist
dog.
posting. After 4 days of no responses, he came back asking for advice yet again. Quote, is there something unappealing about my post? How come nobody at all responded? Unquote. Because of these unsuccessful ventures, Alex sought out advice ravenously on Gaia. After about 50 posts or so, he posted 3 images of himself. While the images are gone on the original page, they still exist in an archive. That remains.
There it is! There it is! Look at him! Look at him!
While the images are gone on
Hold
the
on.
original page, they still exist.
Look at him!
In an archive. That remains true for this video titled All of Zero Suit Samus's Sexy Moves in 4x Slow Motion.
Samus sexy moves 4 times slow motion. Classic, dude. Billions
That was
must
a
smile,
compilation of the
though.
protagonist from the Metroid game series, stripped from her armor, performing attacks in the new release fighting game Super Smash Bros. Brawl, uploaded on none other than the Ava Zephon YouTube channel. Though it was host to many random games and anime videos and clips, that video is one of the few that now remain private on the channel. As for his new attempts to find a partner, the lowering of his standards, subjecting himself to strategies that he would previously deem vulgar, must have taken its toll, as his desperation was reaching new heights without sufficient results. Alex felt doomed to remain single, as if it was a method of torture administered intentionally, only brought to a change in mood where, by his own words, was in heaven. Quote, I've been hanging out with a girl lately, and because I had never even had my first kiss with a girl, she responded by telling me she thought I was really cute, and asked me if I'd like to have my first kiss with her. I said yes, and we kissed. She made out with me really passionately, and let me touch her chest. Alex then details that they were
Let's
interrupted
go,
by
buddy.
a friend who had shown up as they had previously planned to see a show. The conflict here is what she told Alex. Quote, I want to make something clear. Even though I really like you, I don't want to be anyone's girlfriend. I've always tried to avoid that title. Unquote. Though Alex was ecstatic to have his perception of himself changed from unattractive to cute from a girl he states is, quote, the most attractive girl I've seen at college, he had only a brush with quote-unquote heaven, and did not want to pursue her strongly to avoid coming off as creepy, especially after being given
Good
a
call.
chance on the matter. A month went by and Alex gave no updates. He was, however, showing interest in other girls.
He just
Post
doesn't
on
do
Gaia
anything for a
simply
month.
reads resolved. It is an edit later made to hide the original post. Looking at the first reply, quote, I see you're a redacted, how's that working out for you, unquote, then a third and fourth set a tone of readers being in opposition of Alex, calling him creepy and stalker-like. The first post may have been wiped, but Alex's replies still remain. On page 2 of this topic, Alex posts a picture of a girl with text that reads, quote, Sigh, some girls are so hot. I really hope that one day a girl like that actually speaks to me. I'd trade anything in the world for the chance to kiss a girl like that. Sigh, why do pretty girls always avoid me? Unquote. As strong as the masses voiced their opposition of Alex obsessing over this person, he persisted regardless. Reconstructing this post using the replies tells of Alex finding a girl, possibly on a social media website, seeing that some of her interests align with his, messaged her stating something along the lines of they would be perfect together. Additionally, on page 13, a commenter states, quote, the fact that she is in high school and you aren't, some people aren't interested in making friends like that, unquote. This wasn't the only post that Alex both wiped the original title and conflicted with the replies. Something
I don't know if anyone caught that. He's talking to a high schooler, and he's in college. Okay, anyways.
thinking his rants were so
How long is this video? This video is 2 hours long, and it's the full breakdown of a single person. This is like the origin. Okay, I know this only came up because I was watching Pirate Software, and then I was like, I mentioned up Yandere Dev, and you were like, okay, who's Yandere Dev? And I know this is like a really long story, but you have to understand, this person is like so iconic that you have to understand the context to understand why he is the way he is, okay?
absurd that he must have been a troll. This time, as per Alex's replies, he states, quote, "Involuntary celibacy has many negative consequences, and one of them, ridicule from other people, can be observed quite clearly here," unquote. From this and others' replies focusing on involuntary celibacy, we can deduce that the topic was on Alex deeming himself an incel. The lukewarm to negative responses allude to Alex complaining about his position. His self-deprecating nature returned with a fury, and in a different post on the suicide forums, he gave the reason why. Quote, "2 months ago I met the most interesting, intelligent, beautiful, sexy, and overall enchanting woman I will ever meet. During the time that she was expressing desire for me, all of my self-loathing and lack of confidence was buried and visible. While I was with her, I was happy and confident and proud of myself, and now that she is gone, all of my insecurities has returned. We stayed in touch after she told me that there would not be anything between us. A while ago, I hinted at the idea of a relationship between us. She simply said, that ship sailed a long time ago. Her feelings for me are now gone. I know that there is nothing I can do about her, nothing I can do to fix things or make her change her mind. But what am I going to do with myself?
If only he kept making Samus 4 times slowed sexy pictures, dude. If only.
Unquote. In place of that would-be relationship, he showed interest in a different woman like he had never had before. On the Smashboard forums for the game series Super Smash Bros, he posted, quote, "Sub-Smashboards, longtime Smasher, first-time poster. I made this video a few months ago, and only now did it finally occur to me that Smashboards might be interested in it. It's a 10-minute long video of Zero Suit Samus's moves and..."
Yes, as soon as I say it, dog. I haven't seen this video, by the way. I've only seen the first like 20 minutes, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna save this for something special.
Slow motion. I hope you have as much fun watching this video as I did making it, unquote. That video was of Zero Suit Samus. The second attached was a new one. The trail does not end there, as Alex is seen thanking the person who created the Zero Suit Samus model for Gary's mod that Alex had now got working in Maya, an animation program that he likely began learning in college. Alex's habits as he entered 2009 stayed. His proclivity to all things anime and gaming in the online space didn't see any less involvement from him. Now, the internet had reached a point that video could be streamed live, not rendered or even requiring download for viewership. Those with generous connection could join creators and their streams and participate in their communities via attached chat rooms. Alex, in January of 2009, tried his hand at this, recalling Resident Evil 4 as the first game he streamed. His personal website, avazefon.com, had hosted more than just comparisons of 2 animes. It hosted a game project where the protagonist was a clear recolor of art of Zero Suit Samus, and now his livestream known as ifvta. There exist many anecdotes describing
Congratulations to you
and rage-fueled.
Drinks
Even
the
Alex's recollection of his time fits others' descriptions of temper tantrums, excessive talk about his loneliness, and hyper-focus on viewers that out themselves as female. He, likely due to a lack of options, quickly got an audience of 100 or so people a night. These things aligned universally in statements describing Alex during this time, including a stream made directly in opposition of Alex. Except for one claim, one that could ruin any future endeavor if proved without a doubt. One big mess of anecdotes, screenshots, arguments trying to prove who Sisef was, what Alex had her allegedly do, and a different underage girl that sent Alex and chat members nudes.
I never looked at his background, early life, yet none of this surprises me. Oh, I don't think you needed to go to his early life to understand like what kind of person he is, but yeah, you would not be surprised.
To start, there is much evidence from those trying to prove this alleged Sisef's claims against Alex. Yet there is enough missing information that gives Alex breathing room to counter these claims. Then there is much speculation from both sides that jumble what is already a mess. This is the summarized story from Sisef's side. Quote, the summary is that I met him on his video game channel when I was 14 and he was 21. He asked me to date him, knowing my age, even viewing it as a plus. I was young and naive and starved for attention because of my broken home. So feeling flattered and valued, I said yes. We had many sexually explicit conversations and webcam sessions where he would do things in front of the camera while I responded on my mic with sounds he wanted me to make. And he asked me for nudes in certain positions, etc. Eventually, I started to feel like he was just using me because he was only ever interested in sex, and his constant clinginess and controlling behavior made me feel claustrophobic. I eventually just broke up with him when he made a comment about not seeing us lasting much longer. He tried to beg me to come back first, and when I didn't, he banned me from his stream. A few of the regulars took my side,
lost
and we
his
started a new
e-girl.
channel where we could hang out away from him, unquote. As a
No.
counter, there is this leaked chat log he had with a woman from OkCupid where Alex talks about Sesefs and states, quote, Sesefs was a girl who flirted with me online. I flirted with her back. She seemed cool at first, but it turned out that she wasn't cool at all. She did a bunch of bad stuff, like she lied about her age, and she started a website to give people a place to say bad things about me. And her parents took away her internet privileges because she was taking nude pictures of herself and sending them out to random people.
I wonder who she was sending them to. I really wonder who she was sending the pictures to. Mr. Yandere Dev, Mr. Alex.
She sent me her new pictures, and she sent them to like 100 other people.
Oh no.
Too. And somehow this means Ava Zephon requested redacted from minors, unquote. These, at their core, are two contradicting statements the parties hold. Then there's also these images the alleged Sesefs uploaded of her in 2009 to prove her existence. Most important is the I Heart Ava written on her fingers. That would be very damning if it was I Heart Ava Zephon and not just I Heart Ava, which can also be construed as Evangelion as it was and still is a popular anime. Then there were additional photos of the chat room. Her, with a headset on, also increased the possibility of her claims. There is much more evidence, but never anything that is conclusive. Most of the evidence is anecdotal or relies too much on Alex's character. And Alex's evidence to disprove Sesef's claims is equally unreliable, and sometimes contradictory, like these emails claiming Sesef never existed and was just a troll the entire time. The only people who know the truth are Alex and the alleged Sesefs. As for Alex, it was no secret that he is a sexual deviant. In all of his interest, he could find a sexual side, and so in his alternate channel, Zephon Ava, he has videos on Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. 6 back-to-back are entirely on the 16-year-old Paz Ortega. One is on how to seduce her. The rest are also sexually charged. On this channel, he also has, albeit short, 5 videos on the game Rock Band, where he has made all the members women in bikinis.
Of course he did.
That's it.
We're back. Moog, how you doing? Did you upload your video yet? So, slight tangent. We were watching a Pirate Software, like, breakdown. And then I mentioned Yandere Dev to Moog. So now we're watching a Yandere Dev, like, breakdown piece. So Markov knows who he is. So, yeah, we're here now.
This channel also has a video with every cutscene of Zero Suit Samus in the game Metroid Other M. Besides videos of E3 and Anime Expo, it has clips of random games with interesting happenings like glitches, and is, for all intents and purposes, an accurate portrayal of the mind of Alex.
Shoot you in the crotch.
Even with all these videos considered, they pale in comparison to his other works, namely his fan fiction, proving both his unchanging nature of needing to sexually charge other works and sexual deviancy that has remained strong, trying to tell a mostly serious story with constant mention of breast and sexually explicit material. On October 31st, 2005, Alex began writing a Soul Calibur fanfiction titled I Am Your Slave. These works, considering they are typically creative outlets with no incentive beyond expression, are expectedly abandoned. Alex was the exception. Nearly 4 years, 59 chapters, and over 300,000 words later, the work was finished.
4 years of this dog shit. 4 years of his life for this.
Only 350,000.
Isn't shooting people mean? Yeah, shooting people's pretty mean, dude. I think I've read that it hurts.
223 words, this was more than a full-length novel. If converted to a book, that's 1,400 double-spaced pages. Perhaps this was a distraction to
4 years of a slave rape fantasy, by the way. And he never stopped.
Forget about what he deemed as his shortcomings. The same month this was published, he was again ranting about losing the opportunity with the girl he made out with. As cyclical as Alex's life was, the background elements were progressing, because after 3 years, he graduated from Santa Monica College with an Associate of Arts, Animation,
Thank God he's
Interactive
away from
Technology,
other
Video
people.
Graphics, and Special Effects. This is essentially animation with game development. There was no job waiting for him.
Do you know who Yandere Dev is, Moog? I'm just curious. Do you know who he is? We're only halfway through the video, by the way.
After graduation. So, filling the time, he streamed and continued to
No?
write.
Oh, God. Okay, so Yandere Dev is a guy that made a game called Yandere Simulator, okay? And essentially, it's been in development for like 10 years. Okay, so you know who he is. Okay. So we're just watching like a brief breakdown of everything.
For his sour personality. There exists a 29-second video where Alexander toasts who is presumably a friend.
His name is Alexander, by the way.
Warcraft 3. In his hand is a goblet of milk that he sips. The
cum chalice.
Alex wants to hide this, and copyright strikes any copy of it. He even
The
attempts
cum
to copyright
chalice.
claim transformative works that in turn bring attention to them. The earliest recreation of him sipping the goblet dates back all the way to February of 2010. Having a poor reputation
The
about
cum
non-stop
chalice,
discussion
dude.
of his sexual frustration birthed this.
I'll never have sex. Toasters.
Stalwart in desires, Alex did not relent. He pressed on and attempted to legitimize his writing by not going under Ava Zephon, but his real name, Alex Mahan, as an quote-unquote LA Video Game Babes Examiner that could be found on Examiner.com. Videos uploaded here are the same ones uploaded on his secondary YouTube channel, Zephon Ava, like his video on the Chrome Angels seen on the 2008 Game Awards. Investigating these works could have helped early detractors put together Alex's online identity. Nothing more telling than this article titled Samus Aran, From Role Model to Sex Object. Here is an excerpt where taking into account Alex's obsession with his character develops a rather unexpected argument. Quote, for so long, Samus had always been the exact opposite of the most common female archetype in video games. The stereotypical sexy babe, wearing minimal clothing while striking provocative poses at every chance. And now, Samus herself, once the very poster child for respectable female leads, has joined the ranks of such bimbos. As of the introduction of the Zero suit, Samus Aran has lost all mystique. Her face, once a closely guarded secret, is now bared freely, and she wears a form-fitting, skin-tight suit that tightly hugs the curves of her shapely body. She is perfectly ideal, highly attractive, and the most sexually appealing Nintendo character in years. A drastic change from whom she once was. While you will hear no complaints from enthusiasts of the female form, Samus Aran's previous character has been vandalized. She is no longer a woman, but a sexualized woman. It is
And he lost
disrespectful
his
for
shit
Samus
over
to
this.
exploit her gender by adding
This is all
sexuality
accurate, by the
to
way.
what was once an almost genderless character. While fans of the series hope that this trend will not continue, the trailer for the upcoming Metroid Other M reveals that Samus will be once again be making frequent appearances out of a robotic armor for all to see. Unquote. Alex would not detach from his roots, and so this year he attended Anime Expo.
In case you were wondering what it's like to be at Anime Expo, this is what it looks like.
In case you were wondering.
The trip could have been a networking venture because about a month later, in late 2010, he landed a job at a game development company known as Kung Fu Factory.
He sure did.
Despite having less time due to longer hours of work and not being able to stream as much as he used to, there exist recordings of the few streams he did during this time. One of them are on the day of the release of the PlayStation Move. While primitive, his setup was functional, even complete with a webcam. Those that joined late would find Alex playing shirtless, a choice influenced by the heat of his living quarters. It was on this stream where Alex reveals that, even though his education laid in animation, he was being hired on as a quality assurance junior game designer.
I'm unhappy because my 3D
He's in quality
animation
control.
ability is not, I don't think it's going to meet their standards. I don't think they're going to be hiring me on as an animator. Junior game designer, yes. Junior game designer, quality assurance lead. Maybe junior animator. Maybe I'll get to do the crappy animations because the more skilled animators are too busy doing important things to bother with that crap.
Eventually, his lack of ability in animation would be damning. That, and this Reddit post from a user that goes under What Happened to Ava Zeph. This is either an excellent troll who is aware of Alexander's job, his style of ranting, and his descriptive insecurities, or it is Alex. And he posted on Reddit, "No woman could ever love me. I must choose between a life of hookers or a life with a real doll. Which should I choose?" The crux of
A
this
real
post
doll.
is in the last paragraph. Quote, a real doll is $6,500, but will get a lot of use every day for the rest of my life.
You'll get a lot of use, dude.
But even if I only use the hooker once a week or once a month, the cost would easily outweigh a real doll within a year.
You gotta get the real doll,
is
dude.
The most financially prudent choice.
True.
The hooker is flesh and blood. Unquote.
You gotta get the
real
doll,
as
bro.
the name implies, is a life-size sex doll. A real doll that costs that much would be one of high quality, and thus the price would be too steep, for now. Even without this information in the public space,
If you think about it,
infamy like never before.
if you think about it, you could just pay for a hooker every day, but that would be so much over 6,000, dude. Just buy the doll, dude. Duh.
There are many anecdotes of him ruling over his streams with an iron fist. Some of his rules demonstrate this, like his strange selection of banned words. While some are common, like the N or F word, others are chosen only due to the repetition in his chat, like variations of lag, internet lingo like pliz, plox, or MB4, and wording that implies suggestions, such as should've, could've, would've, must've. His online activity, a trail of combativeness and sexual deviancy, were taking form in simple articles and discussions. The first of importance is this one titled, Gamers Are Embarrassing, Alex Mahan. A study in gamer embarrassment. Posted April 11, 2011, this reads, quote, he lists himself as an LA Games Babe Examiner, which is something no one should ever list themselves as. He apparently writes copious amounts about the various babes in gaming. Apparently, hundreds of articles dedicated to various women in gaming, from all facets of the embarrassing gamer world. From horrible figurines to cosplay to just appreciating in-game models. There is so much to cover here, and I can't even begin to scratch the surface. This guy is pretty much single-handedly illustrating every fucked up aspect of how gamer men deal with women, and he keeps doing it. Feel free to come up with
Best
favorite
viewers
examples
on
in the
stream,
comments.
bro?
He also
Alright.
apparently goes by the internet handle avazephon if
That's
you feel
a
like finding out
ban.
more. It's not going to make you happy at all.
Bye-bye.
Unquote. While short, these words resonated with the comments and provided the increasingly recognizable connection between Alex Mahan and avazephon. Comments range from linking to his name on the Urban Dictionary to demonstrate established infamy to his ventures like his streams,
Yeah, that
his
guy's shot.
350,000 word fan fiction, and his unwelcome pose from Guy Online. The dangers of centralizing these identities to a single person was very much real. As if only to bring further ridicule, a month after this was posted, Alex created not only the Video Game Babes Twitter account to accompany his articles,
Video
but also
Game
a YouTube
Babes,
channel
let's
under the
go.
same name.
We got the
This
Video Game
channel
Babes
was
already.
entirely devoted to close-ups of the models of video game characters. All of Alexander's
Oh, true, I
previous
could do that.
videos
Hold
on
on.
Zero Suit Samus were also found on here. The constant advertising of his articles was also getting some attention, though ironically, it was not the advertisements that brought attention to him. It was the Streisand effect playing its part. The article calling Alex an embarrassment was now trumped by a Reddit post dated July 2011. The
There we go.
poster shows an image of Alex advertising his articles via sponsored links on Reddit that reads, quote, nobody ever visits my subreddit about
turn
video
off.
game women.
There we
Frowny
go.
face. Please
And then
visit.
auto
Maybe you'll like
mod.
it. Unquote. The user then shows the response to Alex's post that reads, quote, it's because, in all likelihood, you work for/get paid by Examiner.com to post
Then
links over and over to their site, ruining what could have been a
blacklist.
good subreddit. Then, you do stuff like get an advertisement and use it to complain about how there are never any visitors on this subreddit. Unquote. The user
I
then
can't
shows
find
that they were
the I
banned
can't
by
find the
Alex from
auto
that
mod
subreddit. This image,
chat
compiling
settings
all
for some
this,
reason.
was posted to r/gaming, and despite its poor compiling, gained fast traction. With 1.4 thousand upvotes and 474
is.
comments, the comments readily recognize the culprit as avazephon. The top comment labels him as the biggest loser on the internet, recognized by the spamming of his video
There we
game
go.
streams on
It's
4chan.
it's banned
Some
now.
comments equate this to Chris Chan, a different infamous internet figure. One comment, possibly in response to the video of
There we
him
go.
drinking milk, describes the drink as a goblet of semen. Little did these posters know it that their comments and
Yeah, I had
accusations in
to
time would be
I had to
carried
do
into
that
the
because
solidified
of
image
auto
Alex.
mod. I had mono
As these
auto.
criticisms boiled over,
It's
Alex
fine,
did
though.
not reduce the heat. In fact, on this stream of him playing Rise of Nightmares, he is seen logging into 4chan where he would advertise his streams to building frustration. Yet he kept spamming
Hey.
and producing a fan fiction. Still in 2011, he wrote one centered around the protagonist of the Legend of Zelda series titled Death to the World, providing the answer to the question no one asked, quote, what happens when Link becomes sexually frustrated, unquote. As his work at Kung Fu Factory intensified, his online presence dwindled. This was remedied by Alex quitting his job. Alex, as he claimed, was very talented in creating prototypes of games. Fast creations meant to make a concept tangible, to make it sellable. This is why he left in July of 2013 to start work as a freelance developer and try his hand at developing his own game. Maybe that's why, or perhaps a different reason why, Alex was seen requesting a model of Zero Suit Samus rigged for Maya. As it would become apparent, Alex saw only the pros and not the cons in his ability. Though he could create a concept, when trying to flesh out a game and code it efficiently and for the long term is something he could not do. Structure in anything is important. Optimally, when reading code, one can look at it and comprehend how the elements interact with one another. This is clean and understandable. But if these strands take a less optimal route and become harder to follow, while functional, the unwarranted complexity makes these connections look jumbled like a bowl of spaghetti, hence the term spaghetti code. So Alex could develop a concept.
The origin of spaghetti
but then
code.
What was his plan afterwards? Well, the afterwards was hard to achieve, so he just focused on the present. And after considering many different directions, he settled on a fighting game. Taking inspiration from Mike Ziamont, an indie developer with recent success from his fighting game Skullgirls, Alex began making his own 2D fighting game. Simply titled Fighting Game, this could be found on his website avazefon.com. On the surface, it was a rudimentary fighting game, but on the back end, it was not even considered that. In November 2013, Alex, seeking advice, joined Mike Z's IRC. This could be equated to joining someone's Discord server. In here, Alex requested Mike, going as Whippler Ronkin, check out his fighting game. The text of the IRC has been preserved and shows
He
the
got
fallout resulting from Mike's
dumpstered.
advice to Alex. Alex starts by stating, "Brownie face, everyone hates my fighting game. It's the opposite of what I envisioned." Mike responds with, "Like, what I got from your demo was, I haven't done most of the work yet, but since I haven't encountered problems, my design is sound and I should ignore your advice. I don't hate the game, I hate your attitude." As the chat progresses, it is understood by the subtext that Alex is not seeking advice for his fighting game, he is seeking praise, as Alex responds with, "How is it not impressive that I single-handedly created a fighting game? I made a game with intros, idles, walks, runs, jumps, dashes, air dashes, specials, health meters, super meters, throws, air throws, and I hand animated every animation myself. Isn't that impressive? Isn't that respect-worthy? So there's an organization
Isn't that
problem.
respect-worthy?
Can't I hear a single encouraging word?" Mike responds with, "Good job. You did a thing in Unity that runs and renders stuff for you, and you made an update loop and some anims. Good shit, sir. You only want to hear that?" The point Mike is trying to get across as an experienced developer that took the time to review Alex's work is to get Alex to understand his work is unimpressive in the competitive market he is trying to enter. And if he is not grounded in creating something not just competent, but unique.
It's pretty much just a child. It's just a child's view of the world.
Both makes it clear he does not understand and inadvertently annoys Mike with his petulant attitude by stating, "If there is no gratification for what I've done, then it's literally wasted work. Like, why should I ever code again?" Alex maintains
Money is the gratification. You don't get gratified by, you know, another developer. You get gratified by getting money. If someone thinks your game is worth something, they will buy it.
Throughout the rest of the chat with lines such as, "Why would I ever bother pursuing my dreams ever again when this is the outcome? That's what I wanted it to be. I wanted to be Mike Z. I wanted to meet somebody cool who could be my Alex Ahad." Still, it gets worse. Not only can Alex not grasp the privilege of having his work reviewed, he spits on that by stating to Mike Z, "What kind of ego does it take to make you think that everyone should do exactly what you say and code exactly the way you think they should?" The chat members keep on attempting to console Alex, and Alex...
This is all public, by the way.
If this were to play out on a macro scale, it would be catastrophic. But Alex did, as stated several times, abandon this project. He still remained...
It's just social suicide, essentially.
That's why, on January 2014, a preview for Lunar Scythe, the fighting game Alex turned his attention to, was uploaded on a channel that would only ever host that 29-second preview. Alex also released an 80-megabyte demo. He could be found advertising it on skullhearts.com, a website dedicated to Skullgirls. The feedback here was constructive, but lukewarm at the project. Commenters finding the main character, Luna's design, to be lackluster and too similar of other popular characters like Red from the show Ruby, who...
He just made generic woman dot model, and he was like, "This is the hottest shit ever."
who also wields a scythe as a weapon. Alex will work on Lunar Scythe until March, where he gave up on designing fighting games altogether. These two failures, resulting in being virtually unemployed for a year, left him in a desperate situation. It got to the point where he was in talks with Kung Fu Factory, attempting to recuperate his old job. He had one last concept that success would decide his future. He placed that in the potential of a yandere simulator. In the video game
Here we
section
go.
of 4chan,
Here we
he
fucking
talks
go.
about this concept. Let's discuss the game mechanics of a yandere simulator. Set in school, pick a boy, stalk him, kill girls who flirt with him, /talk to /look at him. Stealth gameplay, have to stalk the boy without getting spotted, set up accidents to kill girls, or kill girls without getting caught using a variety of school supplies.
Use the
Do
and
some
keys to
gameplay,
increase your
have to win
increase.
the heart of the boy you have
Exactly.
chosen, without letting him find out that you're a jealous and murderous psychopath. Bad end, kill the boy and kill yourself. Good end, kill all harlots who try to steal the boy from you. Live happily ever after. Would V play it? To this, he reportedly got all he wanted from his concepts, and that was positive feedback. So a day later on April 2nd, he made a second post, and on the 3rd, a third. He also made a YouTube channel for the game, and in the vein of Lunar Scythe, uploaded a short demo where the protagonist is seen photographing their target and beating the woman he is talking to. This has many reasons to succeed, but also many roadblocks placed by Alex's personality and social inability. A yandere is a Japanese word, or at least a portmanteau of two Japanese words. Yanderu, which means to be sick, and dere, which means to be love-struck. There are less destructive archetypes found commonly in media as well, like a tsundere that comes off as harsh, but that is offset with the overpowering emotion of love. These archetypes are fairly new and make their appearances in manga and anime. As the name implies, a yandere is someone who is mentally ill and goes to great extents for their perceived lover. Killing or other equally intense actions are expected from them to maintain their ties with their partner. To be popular, these characters maintain a balance of cuteness and madness and are virtually only women. That is, the essence of a yandere, and do not have to be in school, though they can be portrayed as such in anime and manga and are commonly written around high school age protagonists.
Listen, Markov, I like Mirai Nikki as much as like the next guy, but it's kind of a, it's not that good of a show, dude. It's really not. The story's fine, but like the show's like at most like a 6 out of 10. It's enjoyable to watch, but it's like a 6 out of 10, dude.
As seen in Alex's video, the classroom setting is one of a Japanese high school. As the idea gained traction, Alex created additional avenues for updates, like a blog that was updated regularly with progress reports. While not yet playable, he did create a simplistic clicker game of the same theme. 4chan was ecstatic and extremely supportive of Alex's idea. Month after month, more videos were released, adding new and necessary updates like the ability to dispose of bodies, a hub area before going to school, and progressively the school itself was being developed. Alex included various polls that allowed voting on the game's mechanics. These ideas and support created a positive feedback loop. Alex was adopting bi-monthly updates. Those that were following the development voiced their excitement.
He hasn't done anything yet, by the way.
Released, and
Like,
Alex got
all he's doing is going to 4chan and posting, what if it had this? And then he's just happy getting all the people like hyping him up, and he hasn't done anything yet. That's all he's
the
doing.
attention he was desperately seeking and could not get from Mike Z. Yandere Dev, as he was calling himself, only used that interaction as fuel to create his indie game. Quote, I was inspired to become an indie dev by a very well-known programmer who almost single-handedly programmed a fighting game. He was my hero, my inspiration, unquote. Here he discusses his falling out with Mike Z, personally reflecting on the interaction as not Mike Z pointing out flaws generously, but instead making me look terrible in front of everyone. I turned my depression into a burning hatred that fuels my desire to develop indie games and eventually outshine
He's
an
such a
asshole,
bad person,
unquote.
dog.
But won't this alpha build ever come? In this 4chan post, he stated that the public may have to wait until he is done with the game in order to access it. His development hindered by his freelance work as seen here. Quote, I'm sorry, it's just a pet project and I have 2 real jobs, so it can't be my top priority. I'm guessing it might be finished sometime next year, unquote. Already in development for 5 months, these stakes were not high. Alex was not being paid for its development and promised a simple game
Dude,
with
can I
simple
stop
design.
getting a billion
As Alex
Eximus units
continued
already, dude?
popularity as the
It's
developer
actually
of
so
Runway
annoying.
Simulator, he was completely detached from Ava Zephon and its other forms. His current audience knew nothing of that infamous figure, but there were a few that connected the dots. Luckily, their knowledge did not extend beyond them. Interestingly enough, as there was chatter about Ava Zephon, a user known as Neon Ava Zephon popped into Gaia requesting that Alex's longest running Gaia topic be deleted, since he could no longer access his old account, citing the thread as embarrassing and likely wanted to bury his history because, quote, people often Google my username Ava Zephon. That topic is extremely embarrassing for me, and many people ridicule me in present day for posting that thread 9 years ago. I would very much like a moderator to delete that thread so that people stop making fun of me for it. Unquote. That thread was not deleted, and for now it was
Never
ignored.
was.
What fans of the project wanted was to support Alex, and so we asked his newfound audience if they would support a Patreon. Quote, hypothetically speaking, if I made a Patreon for myself, would you guys call me a greedy, money-grubbing, redacted sellout, or would that actually be understandable?
Money-grubbing what? I wonder what that he ended that with.
Desperate, as he was nearing reclaiming his old job at Kung Fu Factory, and a successful Patreon could help sustain the development of his game. A Kickstarter could also be an option, but the issues lie within the unclear scope of the game. Alex kept adding new features, but had yet explained what the gameplay beyond killing.
This is a reoccurring thing, by the way. He just keeps promising things that he has no idea how to implement.
And would have to be eliminated. But little was thought out beyond that. Without knowledge like this, it could be hard to gauge the complexity and set a one-time funding goal. Not to mention that though the audience he was garnering was large, comparatively to what he had before, there is no possible way it would garner enough attention to hit a funding goal for the development of an entire game. But if this was to succeed, either way, he would need funding soon. Quote, my financial situation is a lot different than it was back in April. It's hard for me to turn away donations these days. Unquote. That's why, late 2014, he launched a Patreon and, alongside it, released a very early version of the game. By the end of December, he was up to 20 patrons and $140 a month. By January 8th, while retaining the same amount of patrons, his monthly earnings were down $85. It was around this time that he found out, or rather other people did, that Yandere Dev made a grave mistake when commissioning an art piece for his game. The link on DeviantArt originally read, Commish Yandere Simulator for Ava Zephon. It was on this thread where he was pushing the long-thought abandoned Lunar Scythe where users made this discovery. A different user reacted by stating, Yandere Dev is fucking Ava Zephon? This cannot be real. It can't be. A different user was displeased that Yandere Dev had his sights set on a different game while committed to Yandere Simulator. Is he seriously wasting money on this crap? Hell, if you are still here, you stupid fuck, focus on Yandere Sim, and throw this shit to the trash. There were a few other instances that made this faint connection corporeal. On the smaller side, he was seen posting pictures of Samus Aran, a character Ava Zephon paid great attention to. Most obvious yet was a recent update. Initially, Yandere Dev, with his YouTube videos, opted on allowing visual examples for his update videos. Then, on December 2014, he began adding his own narration.
In Yandere Sim, the player's reputation determines how they are treated by other students. The bar at the top left corner of the screen represents the player's reputation.
With Alex having a rather unique, raspy voice, it was not hard to tie Yandere Dev and Ava Zephon together. Despite a pocket of outrage, it, at the time, meant nothing. The stakes and the patrons were low, and Yandere Dev still had to appeal to one audience base. Quote, if they bitch about the game being too violent or exploiting women or something stupid like that, I'll just be thankful for the publicity. I don't want to intentionally make the game edgy just for the sake of controversy, but I don't intend to compromise the game's content just to avoid offending people either. Unquote. There was something going on in the background virtually no one knew about. Through the month of January, a user known as Cannot Google Me, whose email address is alleged to be avazephon@mail.com, discovered when a user tried to reset the password with the email, or so they claim. On this Real Doll forum, Cannot Google Me asked questions on how to use the doll and avoid things that may ruin it. When it eventually arrived, this person deemed it my waifu, and later dressed it as Zero Suit Samus, going as far to say, quote, do you know who Zero Suit Samus is?
Markov, in a different reality, like in a different universe, this could have been you. I'm not gonna lie. I don't mean that in a mean way, by the way, but like, in a different world, this could have been one of us.
I think she is utter perfection, so I decided to make my doll cosplay as her. This was 90% of the reason for buying the doll. I wanted to make Samus real. Unquote. At this point,
he wanted to make
everyone was
Samus
none the
real.
wiser. In February, with continued updates, his Patreon was up to 37 patrons and $212. A new market was taking note of his work, one that he had
He wanted to make
only
Samus
to
real.
develop
No.
the game virtually around them.
Hi guys, it's Minx here. This is a very early Sandbox build. It's not even like the proper game at the moment of Yandere Simulator.
So I saw Manga Minx playing this game, and I'm like, yep, I need to check it out right now.
Okay, so this game has been requested for a long time now, and I'm starting to get an idea why.
These set of dominoes fell into place perfectly.
Nice
A
emotes.
chain of events that over months
Buddy
attracted new
stab.
content creators, new players, and new funders for Yandere Dev's Patreon. What started as a perplexing sandbox exploration.
Listen, he just wanted to make his Samus real, okay? Is that so bad?
Their interest reinvigorated
Is that so
upwards.
bad?
As Yandere Dev was learning, he had something to demonstrate here. He tapped into a market with low supply. Japanese media has been increasingly capturing Western audiences, and with Yandere Dev being a connoisseur of such arts,
What's his obsession with Samus?
was a space where his expectations were
It's the only. It was probably his first like real like women 3D like from Smash Bros. Of an actual woman in like a sexual way. So that's probably why he's just obsessed with Samus.
Wonderful feeling.
Unlike his previous ventures, where his perspectives on characters came off as bland and uninspired, his additions to this new project were mostly beloved in the accuracy in which he portrayed tropes and elements anime aficionados like him appreciated. By
Listen, Zero Suit Samus is pretty hot, okay? But I wouldn't make my entire like fantasy to just be Zero Suit Samus either, dude.
July, after a massive sweep of creators playing the game, Yandere Dev on his Patreon was up to 724 patrons and $4,200 a month. With this money, he did not have to go back to Kung Fu Factory. He did not need to work on side projects. He could devote his time to developing the game.
I think we may have passed the point in time when it's possible to deliver new updates every 2 weeks.
However, this funding came with the cost of an exception that updates would be pumped out faster. Optimally, with patrons or virtually any project, fan support monetarily or beyond, the developer will use funds for living expenses while they develop the game and manage themselves in a way that continues to drum up support. And donators understand that even with money donated, unless promised something, they are not owed anything. This is not always the case. On the flip side, you will have developers that lack the ability to communicate where the funding goes or comes off as unappreciated, and you will have fans that once breaching the monetary barrier feel like they are owed something and treat their money as an investment. Not only that, these fans can come from different communities that want opposing things. 4chan specifically was weary with this new attention Yandere Dev was getting, not only because it had been established that Yandere Dev was the infamous ifvta, but also that these quote-unquote normies, or PewDiePie and other content creators' fanbases would skew development. With this increase in attention, there were opinionated pieces opposing some of the game mechanics, like this article from Game War. Quote, yet the game often feels tone-deaf on real problems found within young women's educational experiences. Bullying and harassment are two core gameplay mechanics that Yandere uses to isolate senpai's love interests, often mirroring the same experience with social isolation and suicidal ideation that young teenagers regularly face. And Yandere's distribution of non-sexual, sexual photography trivializes sexual exploitation in public school settings, and downplays its invasive impact on young women. While Yandere Simulator is an intriguing concept, many of the game's design mechanics translate predatory behavior into a form of entertainment, which sanitizes their abusive role in young women's educational experiences. Unquote. Yandere Dev actually responded to this by stating in his development blog, quote, I don't think it can be said that Yandere Simulator sanitizes harassment, suicide, or sexual exploitation. The player is punished harshly for being caught performing unethical actions. Unquote. He looked to be stalwart and desires to capture his image of the game. Not a difficult thing to balance, considering the opinions against those elements in the game were not popular. But there were a few things that were seeming to disturb his newly reached audience.
Jane, why? Why would I need that? Why? Oh, hey! Everyone knows that if a girl wears white panties, she must be a pure and innocent angel. Something tells me I'm not. Whoa. This seems weird. Is this necessary to the game?
Some leaned into the absurdity like PewDiePie.
Whoa, I'm in here now.
I can what? You see why I say it's my favorite game? Because I can change my underwear.
Not creepy at all, dude.
And it was not entirely that you could pick out panties for Ayano, the protagonist of Yandere Simulator, to wear. It was that taking panty shots of students was a mechanic that had one of his own videos removed. Yandere Dev then explained that it is a core gameplay
It's
mechanic.
a core
the
play
gameplay can be
mechanic,
played
guys.
without utilizing it.
As it turns out, one of my videos has been removed as a violation of YouTube's policy on nudity or sexual content. You see, in that video, I was demonstrating.
Oh, I'm dead.
I was demonstrating that
I'm
it's
fine.
possible to take panty shots of girls in Yandere Simulator. Now, taking panty shots actually has a gameplay purpose. If you take a panty shot, you can then send it to a character who will do favors for you.
This is a real game, by the way.
In exchange for pictures of girls' underwear. This is a core gameplay mechanic.
A core gameplay
However,
mechanic.
late 2015, it was finally seeing utilization and therefore exposure to a larger audience.
Yes! Excellent. Now I have a picture of PP Osu's. Oh my god. PP Osu's panties. I owe you a favor for this one.
That video was age restricted. It could have been that, or the Easter egg that made the characters giant naked models as to mimic the Titans from the popular anime Attack on Titan. Or it
Surely
could have
that's
been
what it
showering
is.
in the school that would leave clouds to provide scant coverage of the player's
High
body.
school, by the way, high
These
school.
event viewers saw it inappropriate to sexualize characters that are high school age. What most people wanted from this game was a mix of cutesy and edginess. The sexual implications were continuously frowned upon. This is a side Alex could not shake. Even on his Twitter as Yandere Dev, he was leaning more into what Little wanted, when tweeting, quote, "After I've grown old and retired, I'd like to live on a ranch. An anime girl breeding a ranch, and die in a stampede."
God fucking damn it.
This has an attached image of anime girls in a pen. It was apparent that Alex was not melding well with his newfound popularity, and with audience members that did not share his constant, outward sexual desires. Quote, "The real question is, why am I making Yandere Simulator instead of making Waifu Raising and Breeding Simulator 2015? Unquote. As Alex continued to do things like this, his history as ifvta was being exposed. At the same time, with his newly found popularity, he began taking volunteers to help him develop the game. His communications with volunteers...
Bro, isn't that
sometimes
hard
took
to
the
just be
medium of
normal,
emails.
bro?
This became another issue when fans were using this as a way to reach Alex. In April, he created a post to address this. Quote, "Yesterday, I was unavailable to answer emails, and so my emails piled up. Today, I was answering emails from 8 a.m. until 12 midnight. I didn't even get to write code for the game today." Unquote. Below, he explains where emails are acceptable and unacceptable. Little did anyone know how big of an issue this would become. Before that, however, he was experiencing issues with every aspect of development, like battling with his inability to manage this new influx of volunteers. The complaints became so severe that he made a blog post to address his shortcomings, like the lack of communication via backed-up emails and the building drama surrounding the project and him. To try to tackle the email backup, and after unsuccessfully deterring fan emails, he tried again in June 2015, restating what is and isn't acceptable reasons to email him. He also tried to create volunteer forms to help in formatting of emails in order to go through them faster. In this update in July, he threatened the development of the game by stating, quote, "I hate to say it, but it's looking extremely likely that I might not be able to implement very much new content into the game on July 15th.
The game
because
about
I'm
taking
now
panty
spending
shots and
90%
killing
of my
high
time
schoolers
writing emails and
is
10%
getting
of my time
delayed,
writing
guys.
code for the game." Unquote. Readers were catching on to his ranting and gave suggestions. Have you ever thought about, like, just hiring someone or asking a volunteer to go through your emails? How about just having multiple emails? One for bugs, one for volunteers, and one for fan art. Perhaps, instead of getting a secretary, you could just make a dedicated email strictly for bug reports. Unquote. These went ignored. Still in July, in yet another post, he states, quote, "Even though I've been doing literally
There's like
nothing
four
but eating,
there's like four
sleeping,
Eximus
and
over there
reading emails
for some
the past
reason.
several days, I've
I
still
swear
got
they
dozens
just
of
cranked the
emails
Eximus
remaining to
button
answer,
to like a
and I seem to
billion.
be getting new ones at a faster rate that I can answer the old ones. So the pile keeps
How
growing.
much,
Most of the emails
400
that I'm
euros,
replying
pretty
to
good.
are several days old already." Unquote. This came to a head at July 2015. Instead of applying recommendations seen in his comments,
I made it? What do
he
you mean you
released a
made it?
video titled Emails, Volunteers, and Progress Part 1.
I'm sorry. I don't have any new gameplay features to show you today. You deserve to know the reason
They got rid of
why.
Smita? No, Smita's still a
In order to
thing.
tell you, I need
Except
to
now,
explain something first.
you
I
don't get
received an
charm.
extremely-
So the way Smita works now is no, charm is still a thing. Charm is still a thing. Except what it does is you will randomly get charm doesn't work like it used to. Now it just makes it so you randomly get double of an item. So it's still good, just not as good.
high volume of emails every day, between 50 and 100.
You also get an affinity boost. There's also the affinity one. Charm is still fine. You can still use charm.
Most of these emails are essential for the development of the game.
Yandere Dev goes on to explain that this influx of volunteers and
Like the difference is Smita is now just the affinity cat. It's not the resource cat, it's the affinity cat now. It's pretty much what it is.
his time spent at Anime Expo consumed so much of his time, not a single line of code was added to the game. The controversial bit looks to have come from his dismissing of solutions to his email problems.
Yandere Dev, why don't you just
Kill
hire
me.
a secretary to filter your emails and answer questions for you?
Yandere Dev then details 5 points that are all sourced from a pre-developed image of an incompetent secretary, dismissing it entirely, even just for the possibility. He also gave an answer to the recommendation of having separate email accounts.
Why don't you just have 2 separate
Kill
email
me.
accounts?
Again.
One for volunteers and one for everything else.
What? No, that wouldn't help at
No!
all.
That makes too much sense. I need to have one email for everything I do. A game email? No. That's too crazy.
I don't want to manage 2 separate email accounts.
Even the idea of
God, he's so stupid, dude. He's so fucking dumb. Why did they give him money?
the forum was dismissed.
So, anyway.
Yandere Dev, why don't you make a forum where volunteers can post their progress and collaborate?
Okay, I guess I can see how you think that would be a good idea, but honestly, that would just be another place that I have to manage and administrate and supervise, so no.
His message and stubbornness in not exploring the recommended solutions was made clear in part 1. Yet he made his second part where he states what kind of emails he will not answer. He took time in this video to address his additions of Easter eggs, a different point of discontent that was controversial not just because of the volume, but also because they did not progress the game in any way, and was more and more seeming to be implemented as YouTuber bait to continue ramping up interest rather than focus on progression.
He can't even convince his own like stupid straw man. Like it's so dumb.
Why do you keep adding silly Easter eggs to the game if your time is so limited?
Okay, please, don't tell me to stop putting Easter eggs in the game.
Don't tell me to not do what I'm getting paid to do. You fucking idiots.
It only takes me 30 seconds to add them anyway.
Besides his conversation with Mike Ziamont, it was more clear than ever that Alex was not prepared for success and the commitment it took to make a game. He even laments in this video the displeasures the complications were adding.
I miss the old days. Back when I didn't get dozens of emails every day. Back when I had enough spare time to actually...
My brother in Christ, it's your own fault you're getting dozens of emails every day. You don't want to make a separate email account just to get bugs and feedback, you stupid fucking idiot.
Write code for the game. Back when I didn't have to worry about disappointing any donators, because there were no donators. Back when I didn't worry about artwork and just used a...
Back when he wanted to kill his dad because he was so upset that he wanted him to go to college and he just wanted to do animation work, dude. Poor him.
White cubes for everything. Back when I actually had time to watch anime and play video games.
100% all he does all day is just watch anime. He does nothing else. But, you know.
It was so easy and fun to work on the game back then. What happened? Where did I go wrong?
Regardless, this video does end on a positive note. His time spent not writing code was spent organizing volunteers that were progressing the game.
Even though I haven't been writing code, I've been receiving character designs, new models, new animations, planning story events, establishing rules, gathering reference footage, and more. In other words,
he's developing a game for the first time after like 6 years. Good job, buddy.
tons of progress is still being made on the game.
He estimated the game was currently 8% complete. For the next couple months, the game progressed with some regular updates and many bug fixes. More and more, there were different methods of killing added. Some may say it was eerily similar to the Hitman game series, where the game awards a player for setting up complicated and sneaky kills for its targets. Yandere Dev, taking inspiration from this game, sought to implement more and more of these. Enough to where the player could naturally discover them through experimentation rather than need to rely on guides. Like the Hitman series, Yandere Simulator was aiming to be a semi-sandbox game that gives players slack and rewards them for how they approach increasingly complex puzzles. At this point in development, deeper mechanics required implementation, where updates prior were new additions, like you saw. Now less impactful but necessary things had to be added, like changing the school environment when too many students were assassinated, and a plethora of realistic and diverse reactions from students and other parties when things go awry. The sandbox element was going to need to cater to all play styles and find ways to reward and punish players for those that go the route of bullying rivals, for example. Here, you can manipulate the school's social atmosphere, and that itself requires tremendous work. This also had skills and other RPG elements, like stats, and being able to join clubs added on to the complexity. Not to mention that it was unsure how rivals, or the love interest of the boy the Yandere girl was infatuated with, would be added. Other elements, like adding a roster of unique students with some shared traits, was expanded.
What are we hating on? We're watching a quick documentary about Yandere Dev, or Alex.
Expanded the game tremendously, adding more work to be done. With this in mind, Yandere Dev kept making the mistake of estimating when the game would be complete. Now, in October 2015, in this Twitter post, he set an expectation of it taking 10 months to complete the default story, and possibly 1 month per rival. As updates slowed in accommodation of coding its in-depth mechanics, Yandere Dev continued his war on emails, sometimes passively, like this video where Ayano is going around seeking your love interest.
Have you seen my senpai? I haven't seen anything all day.
My husband hates that dude. Your husband's probably smarter than him then. Because this guy fucking sucks. Like, he is a horrible person.
Hey, I'm too busy writing emails to Yandere Dev to waste his time with stupid questions. You should stop that.
Then directly in several blog posts and another video.
I work faster when I receive less email. So, if you want Yandere Simulator's development to proceed faster, please read this blog post about what kind of email you should not send me.
Right now, he's writing a forum post about how you're supposed to send an email for feedback, as he refuses to make a separate email account to get feedback. So he's getting all the game feedback in one spot instead of just making separate email accounts. It's great. He's so smart.
His first update of 2016, while sizable, left crumbs to later be discovered. Painfully so. Quote, I didn't expect Yandere Simulator's development to last this long. I think that this is a good time to make a video announcing how many features remain, how long it will take to implement those features, how I plan to secure funding, and how people can help out. Unquote. Yandere Dev did make that video, expressing that with a shallower concept.
I might have to take a break soon, by the way, because I've been going for 6 hours now, or no, 5 hours now. So I might have to take a break soon.
As I worked on the game,
just lie down for a little bit, just relax my fingers,
and began expanding the scope of the game. The game evolved from something that one man could create in 8 months.
You almost forgot about him? I'm sorry, I have to bring him up again.
Each passing month, the game's design became even more complex.
Without guarantee and only estimation, Yandere Dev in this video
I've been playing for an hour. Actually, it doesn't show up here, look at that.
So, if it takes me 6 months to
it's not showing up on my chat, look at that.
and 6 months to implement.
I think it's because I was offline for like a little bit, so now it doesn't show anymore.
In January 2017.
It's okay.
If the
Thank you.
Kickstarter is
I'm
released
sorry
in 1
again
year,
for having to show you this
that
guy
means
again.
The full version of Yandere Simulator won't be finished until
How long has this video been going for, by the way? Like an hour. We can stop watching by now.
setting this deadline, Yandere devs sowed the
Are you not on
seeds of
EU? I am
discontent
on
that could
EU.
flourish
I think
in
I
the
am.
absence of a final product.
Am I on EU?
Now, more than ever, people were following
I'm in
his
Asia
outline
for some
of
reason.
required additions for his Kickstarter that, if released, would fast-track development of the game. For this, you needed all club buffs functional, all panty buffs functional, all school subjects buffs functional, all locations implemented, new attack
Don't worry about
animations, an intro cutscene, protagonist customization, sound effects for everything that should make a sound.
Asia doesn't have to
Side note
take a
that
break
should
for an
take
hour,
one
okay?
day, a guided
It is what it
counselor
is.
who will punish you for misbehaving, a rival girl who interacts with senpai multiple times throughout the week, a cutscene where the rival confesses her love to senpai, NPCs that follow a proper Japanese school schedule, NPCs that react properly to corpses, blood, weapons, dismembered limbs, screams, etc.
I'll probably watch something
At
else
least 5 different
before I take a
personality
quick
types
break.
for NPCs. Snap mode. All of this was meant to take 6 months. The other 6 months were dedicated to the...
What do I watch though? That's the thing. Like, what do I watch? I don't really have anything good to watch. Not gonna lie. My feed sucks ass. Any suggestions? I don't have any suggestions. AMV? I'm not watching AMV, dog. Surely there's something good to watch. What the fuck is my feed, dog? Oh wait, I'm at the bottom? Wait, it ends? I didn't know your feed could end, dude. Look, I'm scrolling. Okay. I didn't even know your feed could end. Apparently it can. Apparently video games called spiritual opium. Exactly. So I don't need to get the warning, so. Oh, we can watch this.
Fume is a smokeless, nicotine-free stick of air flavored with a polyester core covered in essential oils that you place inside.
That's
It's
a little bit
designed to
loud.
help you kick bad habits by replacing
There we
them
go.
with what they call...
Let's see if Fume
liquid
is fine or
death.
not.
I've gotten this product advertised to me relentlessly for years at this point. On Instagram, on podcasts, and even from fellow YouTubers. But I was always a little bit skeptical of it, and I think that there is major
Hold on, this
concerns
might be-
on the
is it might be a little bit loud. Is it
product
loud,
due to
chat?
the unregulated nature of essential oils and the lack of studies on inhaling it directly into your lungs, as well as it being advertised to younger people and non-smokers. as
So if
well
I'm
as
not
a healthier
mistaken,
alternative to
fumes
smoking, but as an
is
active, good habit
you're
to build,
burning
despite the lack
oil
of evidence showing
and
that
breathing
it
it.
is.
If I'm not
Perhaps
mistaken, I think that's what
importantly
fume
of all, does
is.
this essential oil flavored air actually taste as good as they act like it does in the ads? So today I'm going to be going over the biggest concerns of this company, as well as
Which sounds really stupid, by the way.
the actual genuine benefits that they do bring to the table. But also, I'm going to be ordering my own fume to see what it's really like from an...
Obviously, you're inhaling fumes from oils. Obviously, that's not healthy. Don't market it like it is.
authentic, unsponsored perspective.
The only thing that should be going into your lungs is oxygen, and that's about it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the Fume website. I'm hoping this does not cost too much because I'm a little bit broke right
It's
now.
time to
but
rock Atlas
see
Prime.
here it
Hell
says
yeah.
freedom from smoke, nicotine, and toxins. Cost efficient. Okay, I like the sound of that. 1/3 the cost of your bad habit. It's apparently...
It's not fumes, it doesn't burn anything, it's just cotton soaked. It's not fumes. Fumes is just a form of being. A fume is just a gas. Like, yeah, it's still a fume. It's still heating something and in turn making it fume. The whole brand is called Fume, by the way.
66% cheaper than vaping. Okay, okay. What the? $88? Oh wait, okay. It comes with these flavors too. How expensive is vaping? 66% more expensive than that? Oh my god, dude. If that's true, that's rough. Y'all gotta quit vaping. How the hell do you afford that? So they have this where you can subscribe. You can save some money that way. I guess what this is supposed to be is not making you quit all of this, but it's instead something that they want you to use indefinitely. If they're setting up a subscription, they want you to use it indefinitely. Okay, interesting. They've got all these flavors. Who the hell's wanting a black licorice flavor? Who's wanting a black licorice flavored fume? I don't.
Dude, black licorice sounds lit. Why do people not like licorice, dude? It's so nice.
Have the money to get every single flavor, even though I would love to do that and try all of them for the video. But I will cough up 88 bucks, I suppose, for the journey pack, even though I don't want to. The cheapest possible one I can get, yeah, prominent. Alright, okay, cool. I get to choose my flavor here. I definitely gotta do orange vanilla. I'm gonna do spearmint ice, and then, hell, I gotta get my black licorice. I just gotta know what black licorice fume tastes like. 97 dollars for what? It was said 88. Why did it add $10? Is that including?
Would Arcane Fury be good for Atlas for Landslide? Sure. Landslide just works off any melee modifiers, so yeah, it would be fine.
Shipping? Is it because I changed it? Oh, you save money if you get the subscription. I'm not getting the subscription. I want to try it. I have to pay 10 extra bucks if I want to. Oh my god. That seems a little bit fishy. You shouldn't be able to advertise something as it's 88 bucks. That's assuming that you get the subscription. It's like, I'm not getting the subscription. I'm here to shop to try it. So I'm gonna then click on it and then figure out I have to pay actually $97 for the thing that you told me was $88, and that's probably not even including shipping. Add to cart. Oh my god. How much is this gonna be? I'm fucking scared. $106? I don't know if I can even do this. I literally might have to pay in 4 installments because I'm fucking broke and I don't get paid for another 10.
Remember to finance your hot dog purchases. Remember to finance your hot dog at Costco when you're buying a Costco hot dog. Remember to finance that. I love, like, America's cuckoo land, I swear.
In days, I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to pay in 4.
As long as you're quitting. Oh, is it a YouTube chat? Yeah, that's YouTube chat. That's YouTube chat, Markov. It pops up once in a while. It's the same as Twitch. Although there is a little bit of a delay on YouTube because that's just how YouTube is. IRL smokescreen if you get a subscription. True.
4 installments. Oh my god. Isn't it fun being broke and trying to be a YouTuber at the same time? I'm doing this for you guys, okay? Well, it should be here in a few days and we can officially try it out. I'm gonna be broke for a while now because I just spent all my money on something that's made for people with an addiction that I don't have. So, that's cool.
So,
also, it's still smoking. Even if you're just like, even if you're technically just inhaling like steam, you're still technically smoking. Gas is going into your lungs that is not oxygen. Like, this shit's so dumb.
Okay, let's get one thing straight.
Vaping is still smoking. Like, you are inhaling something that isn't oxygen, you are smoking. Like, it's not that hard.
If this product is used to replace a habit like vaping or smoking cigarettes, that is no doubt an overall benefit to the person's health.
Same with hookah, by the way. You've already ended Twitch stream? No, the Twitch stream's still going. Everything's still live.
Oils, which are maybe a little bit
right? Is anyone... Wait. It's still live on Twitch, right? Twitch chat? I'm not crazy, am I?
Nicotine in the product makes it not addictive, or at least nowhere near as addictive as those products are. And if this product just
it's still fine.
As an alternative to smoking to help you quit, and it advertised itself to smokers, then I would have very little to say about this.
I thought it was a VOD.
But that's not the case. The problem is that they actually seem to make a point to not say that they're going to help you quit smoking or vaping. And on their website, they have studies displayed that are clearly talking about the effects of essential oil aromatherapy on nicotine craving, and they make a point to go through and replace every mention of nicotine or smoking with bad habit in big bold letters. Not only do they make a point to not claim that they're going to help you quit smoking,
Why didn't you help me?
obviously heavily implying it, they also directly advertise it as helping you quit other
This
bad
is your
habits
fault.
as well, like eating sugary foods or drinking soda, and they even advertise it as helping you deal with
Is there a new channel? Yes, I got my my old channel back because I lost the 2FA for this channel, but I got it back. So now I'm on this channel now. It's a different one. It's the same one as my name.
anxiety and stress. They don't even just claim that it'll help
On
with your
YouTube.
bad habits either. They even go as far to call it the good habit, implying it has active health benefits. And the reason I have a problem with these claims is because they're not saying that they're just here to help you with their nicotine.
So I pretty much I
they're
just
showing that
ditched
they're
the other
leaving
channel.
the
Now
door
I'm
open
back on
to
this
getting
one,
customers
like the actual
who are
correct
not
one.
smokers. And the good habit designation,
Even though I think I had
everyone.
like triple or quadruple the amount of followers on the other channel. I like this one more, so I'm just gonna keep this one.
Regardless of your habits. would
Actually,
have
no, I had like 500 on the other one. Yeah, I had 500. No, I'm all the way back because I don't really care. I just want my name back.
active benefit by using the Fume product. Now, if this was true, there'd be no problem. But there are very little studies done on inhaling essential oils in this way. And essential oils are basically
I'm here.
completely
Welcome.
unregulated by the FDA, so it's pretty much just a you can do whatever you want as long as you don't claim the FDA approves of it. And
There's
you're not
probably
claiming
way
to
less
help
delay
a
now.
specific medical condition, which is probably why they've decided to actively not.
Anyways, when we get to 300 minutes, I'm taking a break because I have to. Because the game told me to take a break, so I'm taking a break. Okay.
Say that they're going to help you quit smoking. I'm not saying that using fume is going to give you cancer or damage your lungs or anything like that. But what I am saying is that there's very little evidence to prove that it won't. They claim in an article on their website that the amount
Baker
of
would
essential
never, you're
oils that
right.
you inhale is such a small amount that it's not.
I've opened
But if we
54
learned
relics
anything
now.
from
Oh.
cigarette companies, it's probably that we shouldn't exactly place all of the trust into the safety of what we're inhaling into our lungs on studies that are not peer-reviewed.
What do you mean? Smoking companies have my best interest in mind. I don't think that's disputed. I think everyone knows that.
And are funded by the company that is producing the product, which is what Fume is using to try to claim that it's not toxic. Now, I'm not claiming that they're doing anything illegal here, but what I am saying is that, personally, I think calling it the good habit is a little bit dishonest and irresponsible, seeing as we truly just do not have enough scientific evidence to show what the actual effects of this product will be. Even on Fume's website, where they're showing their dedication to proving its benefits, you can see how many of the studies they've done, which is 3, and all of these that they still have to do. So not even the studies that they are funding are completed yet. The point that I'm trying to make here is that inhaling anything into your lungs like this that is largely unregulated and unstudied is maybe not the best new good habit for you to build up as they would like you to think it is. Now,
Sounds great,
before
actually.
I go and potentially
Put fumes
inhale
into
a
my
bunch of
body.
poison by trying fume myself, let's talk about the actual positive effects of fume helping you quit smoking or vaping. I think
There
this
are
is
none.
actually one of Fume's strongest areas.
You're
When
still
I was
smoking.
researching for this video, I found dozens of YouTube reviews that were absolutely in love with.
Bro, at this point, just pick up fucking just smoke cigarettes, man. Like, you're still smoking. There are people that smoke cigarettes that are like 90 or 100 years old. Just fucking smoke a cigarette, bro.
The product, saying that it helped them genuinely quit vaping and smoking. Most of which were not sponsored, but some of them did have affiliate codes in the description, so they might still be a little bit biased. But I think most of these are genuine. Now, it's important to re-stress that when you take a hit of a fume, there is zero smoke that comes out. You're supposed to take a hit and then breathe out of your nose, and you smell and taste the flavor of the fume, but it's a totally smokeless and vaporless device. I feel like a lot of times when people see fume
Surely.
advertisements, they just assume it's like actually has smoke or vapor that comes out, but it doesn't. So that part alone does make it.
So instead of inhaling the smoke, you're inhaling the fumes. It's essentially like people getting high on like paint, pretty much. That's great. I love that.
inherently different than vaping or smoking. But I think for some, it could still be a genuinely helpful tool in quitting, because fume replaces some of the big parts of the addiction without the worst parts of the addiction. Obviously, nicotine is the hardest part to quit, and fume doesn't have any of that. But being super addicted to vaping or smoking and then deciding to go cold turkey is incredibly hard. And one of the other biggest parts of the smoke or vaping addiction is the actual oral fixation part. Just basically just where you crave having something to
Cardium, yeah, exactly.
take a hit off of. That part by itself becomes a
Bro, let me
habit
take a hit. Let me take a hit off that pink can, bro.
Actively try and resist the nicotine craving. You can sure as hell
At this point, just like open like the exhaust of your car and just start sniffing like fucking gas. Just buy a gallon of gasoline and just like inhale that.
replace the part that is just wanting to hit something, and it'll supplement that part of your brain that needs to smoke at least a little bit. There is also some legitimate studies that show aromatherapy could reduce nicotine craving, and especially black pepper extract, which some fume cores contain. However, it's worth saying that something that I heard in these reviews that I was watching multiple times was that fume doesn't replace the habit of smoking easily by any means. You have to be dedicated to quit. Fume will only make that process a little bit easier on you. If you don't want to quit smoking or vaping, fume is not going to make you quit smoking or vaping. You have to already be truly dedicated to the process. But that being said, I think that the help that this could provide to some smokers and vapers could be genuinely valuable.
Vapors. Oh my god. Imagine calling yourself a vapor, dude.
As you saw when I went to buy my own, I paid over $100 for a few cores and one device. And that was the cheaper device. There's a more expensive one. I didn't even consider that one. And while I've heard people say that, yeah, sure, it's expensive, but in the long run, you'll save money because you won't have to constantly be buying new vapes or new packs of cigarettes all the time. And that's true, but the problem is that some people that have those addictions can already barely afford to suffice their addiction, and it's going to be pretty hard to get them to add on another $100 onto that for something that might help them quit a little.
Okay, can we get to the smoking now?
Yeah, they were. Usually.
Alright, where's the smoking part? Okay, here we go. God damn it.
I'm a little bit excited to actually try this. I've been getting ads for Fume on like podcasts.
Can I spawn?
On
Can I spawn? Can I
Instagram
spawn?
and
Can I
things like
spawn?
that for years at this point. So I've always been very curious about it. Just what if it actually.
Bro, can I
is
just
as good as
spawn,
it is.
please?
I mean, it looks nice. It says on the box, you are 5 seconds away from building a good habit. These are a lot smaller than I thought they were. This.
God damn it.
Pretty high quality so far. Look at that.
For
It says,
fuck's
welcome
sake.
to the good side, a partnership made in heaven. Okay, let's see what if it's truly that special. Okay.
This is gonna take a while
This
to reset now.
This feels wrong. Feels wrong to hold this in my hand and say that I'm about to put this in my lips and suck in. Like I've never vaped a single time in my life. I've never smoked anything ever in my life. So it feels weird that you twist this part. And I guess it opens this up. Oh, look. Wait, it came with one. Okay, well, cool. That means we get to try 4. This one's crisp mint, which is not one that I got. So, sweet. Oh, so it goes in here. Okay,
God damn it.
This bad boy open.
I'm back to
Ooh,
business.
Wow. Okay, this actually smells really good. All right, I'm going to put it inside like this, I guess. And then I put it back inside. And so now I just kind of inhale it. Feels wrong. Ugh. I don't like it. It's a decently quality, like, I don't know what you call it, diffuser stick. I don't know. You can design how much you want, I guess. There's like an airflow thing. What happens if I close it all the way and try? I can't taste anything. What happens if I open it all the way? So the more you open it, the more flavor you get. Okay, well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really like the mint one. We just tried the crisp mint. Let's try the spearmint. Okay.
Are you broken as
Honestly,
well?
I'm starting to realize maybe I don't like breathing in mint sticks. But regardless, let's give it a shot. I paid a shit ton of money for this. This one actually comes with 3 of the spearmint ones. I just rubbed my eyes after touching this spearmint ones, and my eyes burn a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Okay, let's try the spearmint. Ew. Oh, I hate it. What the hell? And my eyes still burn. Oh god. This one actually sucks. I'm not gonna lie. This one sucks ass. Oh my god, dude, my eyes are still burning so bad. What the fuck is in these things? Should I be breathing this in? It kind of burns my lungs a little
You shouldn't be
bit.
breathing anything.
And my
It's
eyes
oil.
still fucking burn. If there's something in this that burns my eyes, I don't know if it should be in my lungs. What the
You're inhaling oil, dog. What the fuck did you expect?
fuck are we doing? Now, I have these two as well. This is the orange vanilla, and then we have the black licorice. Now, something tells me that I'm not going to like the black licorice one. I think I might like the orange vanilla one, so I'm gonna try that one first. Just save the good part for last. Packaging-wise, they got this shit down pat, right? Like, the aesthetic of the device, the aesthetic of this, like, it looks good. Let's fill it up with the orange vanilla. Oh, God, whoa. Ooh. It just smells like orange, honestly. Put it in here. Okay, I'm actually excited as hell for this. I fucking love orange vanilla things, okay? We've established this in the Poppy video. I love orange vanilla things, okay? But do I like orange vanilla flavored air? I have no idea. I've never tried that before. Let's
You're not inhaling air, you're inhaling oils. Why is this such a hard concept to grasp? It's an oil.
Right. I'm not tasting shit. This is terrible. What the fuck are we doing? What is this? This does not taste like anything. I just coughed. I don't usually do it like that. It feels like my lungs are feeling this. It feels like I'm breathing something in. I don't like it. It doesn't taste like shit. No, sorry. That sounds like I'm saying it doesn't taste bad. It does not taste like anything. It does not have a distinct taste. There's a slight aftertaste now where I taste a little bit of orange, and when I'm breathing it in through the actual device, it feels like something other than just air's coming into my mouth, but it doesn't feel like anything that tastes very good or even at all. I'm very disappointed. I'm not tasting anything, dude. I wanted to love this one. If this is actively helping me in some way, then I can get behind it. But if it's not actively helping something, this is a shit product. I'm gonna be completely honest. That's my opinion, but that's where I'm at. This one's either gonna taste like nothing or it's gonna taste absolutely horrible. This is the black licorice one. Oh my god, that smells fucking horrible. Oh, I fucking hate that. Dude, this smells awful. I know people hate on black licorice a lot. I don't think I've ever had it before, and I don't have an opinion on black licorice other than I know people dislike it, but I genuinely despise the way that this smells. Now, let's try it. Let's see how it tastes. I'm a little bit scared after the way that smelled.
It probably just tastes like chemicals. Because there's no way you can put licorice in a like fume form. It has to be just chemicals, like chemical taste, pretty much. That has to be all it is.
Ah, yuck. Jesus. Dude, what? That is disgusting. This one actually has flavor, which is the worst part about this. Dude, I actually actively fucking despise this. Hell no, I'm not taking another goddamn breath of that. I hate this fucking product. This product fucking sucks. If someone out there gets a use of this product, I don't mean to stomp on your parade. If this product is genuine...
The point is that it's a least bad vape, but you're not actually vaping, you're just inhaling stuff. So I don't get the point of even buying it. Like,
genuinely helping you quit vaping, which is a terrible habit, then I think it's fucking awesome. But for me, you know, this is literally so disgusting. This one especially fucking sucks. And this one is just weird. This one doesn't taste like anything. Like, dude, I'm very disappointed. I just went back to orange vanilla to try that one again. Literally, oh my god, literally it just tastes like a little bit of orange, and I'm not even tasting any vanilla, but that orange also does not taste good. It feels like...
It's the equivalent of like lighting a candle and then just standing above the candle and just inhaling, just smelling the air from the candle. That's all this is, pretty much. Except it's probably like 1,000 times worse, because it's not just a candle, it's like just chemicals. You just put a bunch of chemicals inside of an oil.
I'm drinking water that just had an orange, you know, spill a tiny bit of juice inside of it, and then it's like, oh, I wasn't expecting that, and I didn't really like it. Like, that's what it tastes like. That's what this fucking orange vanilla thing tastes like. This was $100. I paid $100 for this shit. Actually, I haven't yet.
Like, at least with vapes, you're tasting the flavor. Like, in this, you're just inhaling it, which sounds stupid to say, but...
I'm paying on a fucking payment plan, and I fucking did all that. I paid all that fucking money for this shitty product, dude. It's packaged nicely. It's packaged very nicely, but it tastes terrible. There's no world
Thank goodness
where
the
I would
packaging
pay
is nice.
$100 for this. My teeth feel kind of like, but they have like a layer on them too. Please don't buy this product is where I'm landing. If you already do buy it and it helps you, genuinely helps you, then I don't know. I guess do with that what you will. But this is not a product that I would ever recommend or ever take a sponsor from 100%. And I'm really glad that and I considered taking that brand deal that I decided against it because I thought about it, and the main reason I decided to say no to the brand deal from Fume when they reached out to me about it was
Wait,
I'm
they
not a
reached
smoker,
out to him?
and it doesn't feel like it's my place to
That's
speak to
crazy.
people who have been smokers on how to quit, especially with a product that I haven't tried, and I'm so glad that I didn't.
That was a pretty good video.
Take that. If they sent me the free
I like that.
product and it was this, and I had to sit
A little
there
bit
and
boring
like, damn it,
by
I signed a
the
contract
start,
and now I
but
have to
whatever.
promote this for my fans, like that would have sucked. I'm so glad that I did that because now I can make a subjective video and tell you that it fucking sucks.
Oh, we can watch this. This sounds...
LEDs don't get their color from their plastic covers, and you can see that because here is a transparent.
We're watching a
LED
Veritasium
that also
video now.
glows the same red color. The color of the light comes from the electronics themselves. The casing just helps us tell different LEDs apart.
In 1962, General Electric engineer Nick Holonyak created the first visible LED. It glowed a faint red. A few years after that, engineers at Monsanto created a green LED.
Technically, red is the easiest color to produce by light, just because of the fact that energy is most visible when it's red. I'm pretty sure. And then it would be green, and blue is technically impossible to produce because blue is just a tint that isn't like naturally occurring. I'm pretty sure. So you can't really make a blue LED. You would have to make. I don't know, let's watch the video. I accidentally started my Spotify. Why did that happen?
But for decades, all we had were those two colors. So LED...
Heat is red? Yes and no. Fire's red. Heat is colorless. But I understand what you mean. Okay.
These could only be used in things like indicators, calculators, and watches. If only we could make blue, then we could mix red, green, and blue to make white.
I'll give you an example. There's red fire and there's blue fire, which is an oxygenated fire that gets past a certain point, it turns blue. So there's nothing saying that heat can also be blue.
And every other color, unlocking LEDs for every type of lighting in the world. From light bulbs, to phones, to computers, to TVs, to billboards.
But blue was almost impossible to make.
Yes, sir.
Throughout the 1960s, every big electronics company in the world, from IBM to GE to Bell Labs, raced to create the blue LED. They knew it would be worth billions. Despite the efforts of thousands of researchers, nothing worked. 10 years after Holonyak's original LED...
Dude, blue is such an interesting color. If you think about it, blue is the most one of the most natural and unnatural colors that exist. Because blue isn't a naturally occurring color, except for ozone, which is in the sky. So, you know, it's why it's a blue planet. But it's so fascinating.
Turned into 20, then 30, and the hope of ever using LEDs for light faded away. According to a director at Monsanto, these won't ever replace the kitchen light. They'd only be used in appliances, car dashboards, and stereo sets to see if the stereo was on.
This might still be true today, if not for one engineer who defied the entire industry and made 3 radical breakthroughs to create the world's first blue LED. Shuji Nakamura was a researcher at a small Japanese chemical company named Nishia. They had recently expanded into the production of semiconductors to be used in the
I
manufacture
just remembered.
of red and green LEDs.
Oxyacetylene is typically blue depending on oxygen mixture.
Division was
Yes.
on its last legs.
That's also
They were
true.
competing against far more established companies in a crowded market, and they.
Marco, aren't you a chemist? No, you're a mathematician, right? Yeah, you're a mathematician. If I remember correctly. But you probably know chemistry too, because like you're a nerd, so you probably know that.
Were losing. Tensions started to run high. Younger employees begged Nakamura to create new products, while senior workers called his research a waste of money. And at Nishia, money was.
Didn't Toshiba make the first blue? I'm probably just making that up.
Was in short supply. Nakamura's lab mainly consisted of machinery he had scavenged and welded together himself. Phosphorus leaks in his lab created so many explosions that his co-workers had stopped checking in on him. By 1988, Nakamura's supervisors were so disillusioned with his research that they told him to quit. So it was out of desperation that he brought a radical proposal to the company's founder and president, Nobuo Ogawa. The elusive blue LED that the likes of Sony, Toshiba, and Panasonic had all failed at. What if Nishia could be the one to create it? After suffering loss after loss on their semiconductors for more than a decade, Ogawa took a gamble. He devoted 500 million yen, or $3 million, likely around 15% of the company's annual.
$3 million in however old this is probably crazy money for just a research project.
Annual profit to Nakamura's Moonshot project. Everyone knew that LEDs had the potential to replace light bulbs, because light bulbs, the universal symbol for a bright idea, are actually terrible at making light. They work by running current through a tungsten filament which gets so hot it glows. But most of the electromagnetic radiation comes out as infrared, heat. Only a negligible fraction is visible light. In contrast, LED stands for light-emitting diode. It's right there in the name. LEDs primarily create light, so they're far more efficient. And a diode is just a device with...
Like a light bulb is actually just a heater that takes out, that makes light. It just happens to be a heater that
when you
that
have an isolated
makes light.
atom,
It's great.
each electron in that atom occupies a discrete energy level. You can think of these energy levels like individual seats from a hockey stadium. And all atoms of the same element,
Alright, in about 10 minutes, I'm taking a break.
when they are far apart from each other, have identical available energy levels. But when you bring multiple atoms together to form a solid, something interesting happens. The outermost electrons now feel the pull not only of their own nucleus, but of all the other nuclei as well. And as a result, their energy levels shift. So instead of being identical, they become a series of closely spaced but separate energy levels, an energy band. The highest energy band with electrons in it is known as the valence band, and the next higher energy band is called the conduction band. You can think of it like the balcony level. In conductors, the valence band is only partially filled. This means, with a little bit of thermal energy, electrons can jump into nearby unfilled seats. And if an electric field is applied, they can jump from one unfilled seat to the next and conduct current through the material. In insulators, the valence band is full, and the difference in energy between the valence and conduction bands, the band gap, is large. So when an electric field is applied, no electrons can move. There are no available seats to move into in the valence band, and the band gap is too big for any electrons to jump into the conduction band. Which brings us to semiconductors. Semiconductors are similar to insulators, except the band gap is much smaller. This means at room temperature, a few electrons will have sufficient energy to jump into the conduction band. And now they can easily access nearby empty seats and conduct current. Not only that, the empty seats they left behind in the valence band can also move. Well, really, it's the nearby electrons jumping into those empty seats, but if you look from afar, it's as though the empty seat, or hole, is moving, like a positive charge, in the opposite direction to the electrons in the conduction band. By themselves, pure semiconductors are not that useful. To make them way more functional, you have to add impurity atoms into the lattice. This is known as doping. For example, in silicon, you can add a small number of phosphorus atoms. Phosphorus is similar to silicon, so it easily fits into the lattice, but it brings with it one extra valence electron. This electron exists in a donor level just beneath the conduction band. So with a bit of thermal energy, all these electrons can jump into the conduction band and conduct current. Since most of the charges that can move in this type of semiconductor are electrons, which are negative, this sort of semiconductor is called N-type, N for negative. But I should point out that the semiconductor itself is still neutral. It's just that most of the mobile charge carriers are negative. They are electrons. So there is also another type of semiconductor where most of the mobile charge carriers are positive, and it's called P-type. To make P-type silicon, you add a small number of atoms of, say, boron. Boron fits into the lattice, but brings with it one fewer valence electron than silicon, so it creates an empty acceptor level just above the valence band. And with a bit of thermal energy, electrons can jump out of the valence band, leaving behind holes. It is these positive holes which are mostly responsible for carrying current in the P-type semiconductor. Again, the material overall is uncharged, it's just that most of the mobile charge carriers are positive holes. Where things get interesting is when you put a piece of P-type and N-type together. Without even connecting this to a circuit, some electrons will diffuse from N to P and fall into the holes in the P-type. This makes the P-type a little negatively charged and the N-type a little positively charged. So there is now an electric field inside an inert piece of material. Electrons keep diffusing until the electric field becomes so large it prevents them from crossing over. And now we have established the depletion region, an area depleted of mobile charge carriers. There are no electrons in the conduction band and no holes in the valence band. If you connect a battery the wrong way to this diode, it simply expands the depletion region until its electric field perfectly opposes that of the battery, and no current flows. But if you flip the polarity of the battery, then the depletion region shrinks, the electric field decreases, and electrons can flow from N to P. When an electron falls from the conduction band into a hole in the valence band, that band gap energy can be emitted as a photon.
No way,
the
it's
energy
blue.
change of the electron is emitted as light. And this is how a light-emitting diode works. The size of the band gap determines the color of the light emitted. In pure silicon,
Where you
the
go?
band gap is only 1.1 electron volts, so the photon released isn't visible, it's infrared light. These LEDs are actually used in remote controls like for your TV, and you can capture them on camera. Moving up the spectrum, you can see why the first visible light LEDs were red, and then green, and why blue was so hard. A photon of blue light requires more energy and therefore a larger band gap. By the 1980s, after hundreds of millions of dollars had been spent hunting for the right material, every electronics company had come up empty-handed. But researchers had at least figured out the first critical requirement: high-quality crystal. No matter what material you used for the blue LED, it required a near-perfect crystal structure. Any defects in the crystal lattice disrupt the flow of electrons, so instead of emitting their energy as visible light, it is instead dissipated as heat. So the first step in Nakamura's proposal to Ogawa was to disappear to Florida. He knew
285
his lab was
argon.
beginning to use a new crystal-making technology called metal organic chemical vapor
So true.
deposition, or MOCVD. An MOCVD reactor, essentially a giant oven, was and still is
We're watching the
best way
creation
to
of blue
mass
LEDs
produce
now.
clean crystal. It works by injecting vapor molecules of your crystal into a hot chamber, where they react with a base material called a substrate to form layers. It's important that the substrate lattice matches the crystal lattice being built on top of it to create a stable, smooth crystal. This is a precise art. The crystal layers
That's nice.
often need to be as thin as just a couple of atoms. Nakamura joined the lab for a year to master MOCVD, but his time there was miserable. He wasn't allowed
Unlucky.
to use the working MOCVD, so he spent 10 of his 12 months assembling a new system almost from scratch. Even worse, his lab mates shunned him because Nakamura didn't have a doctorate. nor any academic papers to his name, as Nishia didn't allow publishing. His lab mates, all PhD researchers, dismissed him as a
Unlucky.
lowly technician. This experience fueled him. Nakamura wrote,
Let's
"I feel
go.
resentful when people look down on me. I developed more fighting spirit. I would not allow myself to be beaten by such people."
Let's go, Nakamura.
He returned to
That's not
Japan
his name,
in
is it?
1989 with two things in hand. One, an order for a brand new MOCVD reactor for Nishia, and two, a fervent desire to get his PhD. At that time in Japan, you could earn a PhD without having to go to university, simply by publishing 5 papers.
That's it?
Nakamura had always
That's
known
crazy.
his chances of inventing the blue LED were low, but now he had a backup plan. Even if he didn't succeed, he could at least get his PhD. But now the question was, with MOCVD under his belt, which material should he research? By this time, scientists had narrowed the options down to 2 main candidates, zinc selenide and gallium nitride. These were both semiconductors with band gaps theoretically in the blue light range. Zinc selenide was the far more promising option. When grown in an MOCVD reactor, it had only a 0.3% lattice mismatch with its substrate, gallium arsenide. Therefore, zinc selenide crystal had about 1,000 defects per square centimeter, within the upper limit for LED functioning. Its only issue was that while
1,000 defects per square centimeter. That is stupid. Like, the odds of that working are so small.
scientists had figured out multiple different ways to create N-type zinc selenide, no one knew how to create P-type. In contrast, gallium nitride had been abandoned by almost everybody for 3 reasons. First, it was much harder to make a high-quality crystal. The best substrate for growing gallium nitride was sapphire, but its lattice mismatch was 16%.
Alright, we got one more relic,
over
or like,
10
yeah, one more
billion
relic
per
before I take a
square
break.
centimeter. The second problem was that, like zinc selenide, scientists had only ever created N-type gallium nitride using silicon. P-type was elusive. And third, to be commercially viable, a blue LED would have to have a total light output power of at least 1,000 microwatts. That's 2 orders of magnitude more than any prototype had ever achieved. So between the 2 candidates, almost all researchers were focused on zinc selenide. Nakamura surveyed the crowded
Oh, that is
field
his
and
name.
decided
Hey,
that
look at that.
if he were going to publish 5
It is
papers by
Nakamura.
himself, he'd better focus on gallium nitride, where the competition was much less fierce. This material's main claim to fame was one development back in 1972, when RCA engineer Herbert Maruska made a tiny gallium nitride blue LED. But it was dim and inefficient, so RCA slashed the project's budget, calling it a dead end.
Yeah, 5 papers for a doctorate sounds kind of low, but at the same time, I'm sure they have to be reviewed. You can't just post any papers, probably, I don't know.
20 years later, scientific opinion hadn't changed. When Nakamura attended the biggest applied physics conference in Japan, the talks on zinc selenide had over 500 attendees. The talks on gallium nitride had 5. 2 of those 5 attendees were the world experts on gallium nitride, Dr. Isamu Akazaki and his former grad student, Dr. Hiroshi Amano.
Why are all the
In
experts
contrast to
Japanese?
Nakamura's academic background, they were
Was there really
researchers
that
at
big of a
Nagoya
drive for
University,
Japan to get the
one of
blue
Japan's
LED?
best.
I guess
A few
there
years
was.
Earlier, they had made a breakthrough on the first problem of high-quality crystal.
This would make a great anime.
Instead of growing gallium nitride directly on sapphire, they first grew a buffer layer of aluminum nitride. This has a lattice spacing in between that of the other 2 materials, making it easier to grow a clean gallium nitride crystal on top. The only issue was that the aluminum caused problems for the MOCVD reactor, making the process hard to scale. But Nakamura wasn't even close at this stage. Back at Nishia, he couldn't get gallium nitride to even grow normally in his new MOCVD reactor. After 6 months, desperate for results, he decided to take the machine apart and build a better version himself. His 10 months spent putting together the reactor in Florida were suddenly invaluable. He began following the same routine each day. Arrive at the lab at 7 a.m. Spend the first half of the day welding, cutting, and rewiring the reactor. spend the rest of the day experimenting with the modified reactor to see what it can do. At 7 p.m., go home, eat dinner, wash, and sleep. Nakamura repeated this routine every single day, taking no weekends and no holidays except for New Year's Day, the most important holiday
Gotta
in
love
Japan.
Japan work culture, dude.
After a year and a half of continuous work, he came into the lab on a winter day in late 1990. As usual, he tinkered around in the morning, grew a gallium nitride sample in the afternoon, and tested it. But this time, the electron mobility was 4 times higher than any gallium nitride ever grown directly on sapphire. Nakamura called it the most exciting day of his life. His trick was to add a second nozzle to the MOCVD reactor. The gallium nitride reactant gases had been rising in the hot chamber,
It's that simple.
mixing in the air to form a powdery waste. But the second nozzle released a downward stream of inert gas, pinning the first flow to the substrate to form a uniform crystal. For years, scientists had avoided adding a second stream to MOCVD because they thought it would only introduce more turbulence. But Nakamura used a special nozzle so that even when the streams combined, they remained laminar. He called his invention the two-flow reactor. Now he was ready to take on Akazaki and Amano. But instead of copying their aluminum nitride buffer layer, his two-flow design allowed him to make gallium nitride so smooth and stable, it itself could be used as a buffer layer on the sapphire substrate. This, in turn, yielded an even cleaner crystal of gallium nitride on top, without the issues of aluminum. Nakamura now had the highest quality gallium nitride crystals ever made. But just as he was getting started, things took a wrong turn. While he had been in Florida, Nobuo Ogawa had stepped back from Nishia to become chairman. In his day, Nobuo had been a risk-taking scientist, designing the company's first products. It's why he supported
I hate
Nakamura's
violence,
lofty
dude.
plans all this time. But in his place, his son-in-law, Eiji Ogawa, became CEO of the company, and the younger Ogawa had a much stricter outlook. One Nishia
I'm gonna
client
die,
said,
aren't I?
he has a
Because of
mind
stupid
steel,
violence.
and he remembers everything. In 1990,
How am I
an
not
executive
dead
at
yet?
Matsushita, an
Huh?
LED manufacturer
Okay, there we go.
and Nishia's biggest customer,
I
visited the
hate
company to
violence,
give a
dude.
talk
I hate
on
violence
blue
so
LEDs.
much.
In it, he claimed zinc selenide was the way forward, declaring gallium nitride has no future. That very same day, Nakamura received a note from Eiji.
Bro, I hate violence
Stop
so
work
much,
on
dog.
gallium nitride immediately. Eiji had never supported the research
Oh
and
my
wanted
God.
to end what he saw as a colossal waste. But Nakamura crumpled up the note and threw it away. And he did so again
I might just
and again.
be over. It might just be
when
over,
a
actually. It
succession
might
of
just be
similar
over.
notes and phone calls came from company management. Out of spite, he published his work on the two-flow reactor without
it over?
Nishia's knowledge. It was his first paper. 1 down, 4 to go. With crystal formation settled, he turned to the second obstacle, creating P-type gallium nitride.
Is it over or
Here,
not? Let's find out.
Akazaki and Amano had again beaten him to the punch. They had created a gallium nitride sample doped with magnesium, but at first it didn't perform as a P-type as they expected. However, after exposing it to an electron beam, it did behave as a P-type, the world's first P-type gallium nitride after 20 years of trying. The catch
Nope,
was
it's
that
still
no
fine.
one knew why.
It's just violence being
The process
violence.
of irradiating each crystal with electrons
Ah, it is
was
what it
too
is.
slow
Okay,
for
I'm gonna take a
commercial
break now,
production.
guys. 'Cause it's only been like
At
5
first,
hours.
Nakamura
Actually, no, it's
copied
been
Akazaki and Amano's
5
approach,
hours and 40 minutes.
but
So
he
I'm gonna take a
suspected
quick break
the
now.
beam of
Okay.
electrons was overkill. Maybe all the crystal needed was energy. So he
So let me just do a quick break. So I'm just gonna add text real quick. Text. Break. Taking break. 5-hour mark. ERB in 30 minutes. There you go. Just put that right there. All right. I'll be back in a little bit, all right?
you talk all the time, you'll never hear what anybody else has to say. The most ordinary sights and sounds, smells. The texture of shadows on the floor in front of you. The world of color is infinite, as is the world of sound. And it is only through stopping, fixing conceptions on the world of color and sound, that you really begin to hear it and see it. That unless you do have that basic framework of a certain kind of order and a certain kind of discipline, the force of liberation will blow the world to pieces. It's too strong a current for the wire.
a shooter. In the club she mute her. We tried to move, and the bomb the mover.